Okay, welcome everybody to this stream of Breaking Absolutes. I've been excited for a long time for this episode. I get to talk to Russell Allen. I'm a fan as a aspiring vocalist myself. This guy's something of a vocal hero, and he's had just this exemplary career in terms of the people he's collaborated with and the music that he's made. And so we've got a bunch of things to talk about. Before we get into that, if you dig how we're trying to talk to some of the metal musicians and rock musicians who are kind of on that edge of creating art that we think deserves a broader audience, and thus this show to try and break down stereotypes and share it with more people, then do us a favor, follow us, subscribe, whatever you need to do to share what we're doing so we can continue to have these kinds of guests. As a quick primer for those of you that aren't familiar with Russell Allen, I mean, it's really kind of difficult to summarize, but he's known very much for the strength and range of his voice. He's in several groups and meaningful groups. There's a lot of artists who have a lot of projects. When Russell touches a project, it kind of elevates it. And so bands like Symphony, Adrenaline Mob, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, and there'll be some others we'll talk about. But that's just to name a few to which he's lent his talents. So with that as a setup, let me bring Russell on, and we will talk to the man himself. Welcome, Russell. How are you?
Hey, good, Peter. How you doing, man? Thanks for having me on.
I'm honored that you would spend some time with us. Yeah. So let me before we kind of get rolling on the other stuff. Like I really love to get a pulse on how folks have weathered COVID, like how they've spent this time. I'm interested. How's it been for you?
It's like most of the world, I've been, we were in lockdown for the longest time, but things in America here, as you know, you live in America, I assume, right?
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of opening back up and everything, but this is my little man cave studio in the back of my property, so pretty much lived out here for a long time. It was pretty crazy. We had gotten COVID, myself and the whole family, a few months ago, just before everything, the vaccines were being distributed, and there was a time when we did the live stream for TSO, so that was the only real kind of thing I did, and it was a challenge, but I'm really happy we did it. The response was great, and the fans really loved it, and we appreciated being able to do our art, to be out there performing. But we had all of these protocols, we had to follow. We were tested pretty much almost every other day.
Yeah.
And so when I came home from that, I quarantined myself in this shed basically for like 2 weeks, and I'm like, oh, at first it's like, oh, cool, I can be in my studio, I can just dive into whatever I'm gonna do out here. I got a game console out here. I figure I'll catch up on some games or something, and I had this small pull-out bed, and man, I never slept in it before, and boy, was that a nightmare, man. My back, I couldn't even walk after 3 days of doing this. But I did it because we were going to spend the holidays with immediate family, and of course my in-laws, and they're older people, and so I would just wanted to make sure that I was doing the right thing and we were safe, and that was probably the hardest part of it for me personally. But other than that, it, like everyone else, just sitting around, just waiting for something to happen. It's been difficult. It's a lot of my friends and other bands that just aren't doing it anymore. A lot of people just kind of fell to the wayside. It's really sad, and I'm hoping that that they pick it back up and the touring market opens back up for us, because it's been difficult for everyone. But doing some records and stuff like that, working on some projects and things like that have been good. But the biggest plus, I guess, for me, since I'm a traveling, musician, is just been able to spend time with my family more and be home and stuff. And that's been the positives, I think, for most people too. It's been a good thing, but it's been rough. It's a struggle financially to keep everything going. My wife is a teacher, and luckily she has that career, and of course she's essential.
Right.
I found I'm not essential. I am not an essential person in society. Obviously entertainment is the first thing to go in a very difficult and situation like we've all been dealing with, and so that was humbling, but I was very grateful for all the people out there working and getting in harm's way to try and get us past this, so we can get back to entertaining all those wonderful folks. So it's been good, but she was been virtual the whole time. So I spent a lot of time out here, not just the quarantine time, but my kids are also young and going to school, and they were virtual as well. So my house turned into a virtual school. I couldn't go anywhere but the bathroom, the bedroom, or the kitchen, and you can't really do much in those spaces for too long except eat, sleep, and go and take a leak. So I spent a lot of time out here, and so I just know this studio now, every inch of it. Every nook and cranny. But that's been my experience. But I'm really happy we're starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm just really anxious to get back out there and sing. Yeah. I'm sorry, one second. My son is interrupting. I'm online, buddy. He wants to go on a bike ride now. This is what I deal with. Well, come here. Come on, say hi. I'm on the internet. You want to?
Yeah, come say hello.
This is my son. Jack.
Hello.
Hey, Jack. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. You want your dad to go on a bike ride with you? Is that the deal?
No. He's too cool now. He's gonna go with all his friends.
Oh, so he's asking permission.
Yeah, he's asking for permission to venture out. One of the coolest things that we were able to do, even with all the COVID stuff, is I coach this little guy in our town football team in the football league that he plays in. He's been our quarterback now for a while.
Wow, good
so
for you.
This has been a lot of fun to work with him and the kids on the team. And so that's what I do when I'm home. I get to enjoy this with him. And we got lucky last year. New Jersey allowed us to do that with all the we had protocols, but we made it through. No disasters. And so this year we're looking forward to get back to it, right?
Yep.
All right.
Who's your favorite quarterback?
Who's your favorite quarterback?
Who's your favorite quarterback?
I don't know. I only have one.
He doesn't really have. Come on, Mahomes, Brady. Who do you like?
I was going by GOAT status, would probably be Brady, but I don't know. I don't have one.
You and I have to be a little bit enemies then, because my favorite is Peyton Manning.
Yeah, he's also good too. People debate a lot between them.
They do, don't they? Yeah, but Manning's my boy.
I like football, but I don't really like. Some of my friends are really into it. They know all about the players and all that.
You're talking about the NFL, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is that your friends?
Yeah.
All right, Rockstar.
All right.
Where are you going? All right. Be safe. All right. Call me when you get there. Text me when you get there.
I did see a photo or two on your Facebook of, and so I'm glad to connect the dots actually, because that was going to be the next thing I asked you about. Is it seems like you're a real sports enthusiast.
Pretty much football. I mean, when I was younger, I followed a lot more stuff, and as I got older and just lazier and cognitively challenged, I guess, I don't know, I can't pay attention to everything. The other guys I coach with, they're great guys. They're a little younger than me, and they're very into everything, baseball and basketball, all the sports. And so, what it was is I played in school, and football just was something that always just stuck with me, and I just love the sport. I love the real Raiders. We're the Lincoln Park Raiders by chance, but turns out, I'm a real Raider fan too, so I didn't have to buy anything to be a coach. I already had all the gear. I already had my
Were you how did you come by that association? Because I feel like I remember you're on the East Coast.
Well, yeah, I moved out here when I was 18. And I grew up though in Southern California as a kid. So I went to school out there, and I became a fan when the Raiders came to Los Angeles in '84 and won the Super Bowl. Mark Allen, Jim Plunkett, and all those guys.
Yeah,
and
man.
we had Rams back then, but it wasn't the greatest show on turf back then. There was no show. There was one show. There was a guy was named Eric Dickerson, probably one of the greatest running back that I've ever seen. And but the Rams, they just weren't doing it for me. But when the Raiders, blew into town like a rowdy pirate crew from days of yore, these guys were rock stars, man. And I just was like, this is my team, So I just identify with those guys, and I love the fact that they were against the grain, and I don't know, it just kind of fits my whole thing. Even for my music, it kind of, I'm a metal guy, right? I mean, we're not we've always been sort of on the outsides, on the outskirts of the music world. We're not really and even like like people like yourself, like your show, to bring sort of to bring awareness to us. We're still, we're not the pop guys. We're not we're not the big slice of the pie. So I don't know, it just always worked for me, and love the Raiders. And
it's kind of that
what are we gonna do? I'm a pirate for life, so what am I gonna do?
Yeah, it's that kind of bad boy. I mean, when it was Oakland, they definitely had that sort of reputation for playing really hard, playing maybe even a little bit dirty sometimes.
Yeah.
Are you a Gruden fan? Are you in on the Gruden thing?
I'm a Gruden fan. I love Chucky. He's the man. When he first came back, onto the whole thing, and really changed the energy of the team and got us back to a winning record. His style, his love for the Raiders is really what has sold me on the guy. Yeah. I mean, he really loves the organization, loves the team. And he was a great fit, and we haven't had a coach, like him since, those early days. But I like a John Madden or one of those guys. I mean, Madden, of course he's a homegrown guy, so he's a different, he's a different kind of coach. He's not like John, where John's like, I don't care what you do on the weekends, just show up, play football, show up to practice, show up to film, boom, we win. Like his whole thing was, just win, baby. Like Al's whole thing. Didn't care what your lifestyle was. Didn't care. Just show up to work, do your job, and that was it. And so, John's more, his style is more structured, organized. He's a real football head. He runs his show a lot different, and I like both styles, because they're both charismatic people and charismatic coaches, and I think that has a lot to do with the team's success. I'm hoping that we get something going on in Vegas. We were starting to last year, but I think every team, when it moves to a new market, has some growing pains to do. I mean,
for sure.
Of course, when they came to LA, they won right away, but they were already an incredible team going into that move. So, and it wasn't like they didn't lose a step. I think with him coming back as the coach, and the drama with having to leave Oakland was such a, famous city for the team, the original city. There's going to be a lot of stuff there, but anyway, I'm looking forward to the season. I'm looking forward to actually maybe getting out there and seeing them.
Oh, that'd
be
cool.
Nice. To travel again would be great. Just to travel to the local bar and see the game would be great now. So yeah, I'm a big fan of football, and of course, coaching football has been a lot of fun for me with my son.
Yeah.
And his friends, and it's been very rewarding for me to do that, and to be able to spend that kind of time and use some of the knowledge that I had playing the game. It's interesting when you get in those situations where you're like, wow, I remember all this. I remember these things, these steps, these moves, how to do this, and you can teach that to a young person, and they absorb that, and you see the results of that, and you see them achieve something special. That really, that's great. That's probably, it's right up there with, playing in front of 85,000 people, for me. It really does give me that feeling of accomplishment. So I really enjoy it.
I'm a dad too, so I know exactly the feeling
Oh,
you're describing. Yeah, can I show you something real quick? I hope this works.
yeah, sure.
Um, is this the guy we're talking about? The moves, the young moves?
Yeah, it's me, man. With my, I don't know what the heck I was doing with that hair back then. That was the '80s, so I actually that is my freshman year, I believe. Yeah, so when I was a upperclassman, that I ended up growing that out, and I had like I had the classic super mullet, hair best doors, and and the mullet, the shave sides, because I couldn't with the helmet, I couldn't get it on with the hair, so I did the super mullet. But yeah, it's me, man.
Yeah, you know who you look like to me in that photo?
Who?
Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, I used to get that a lot. Yeah, I used to get that. Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, Brendan
So
Fraser.
now I get more like like the Undertaker, or things like that when I got the hair down. Nice. So it's like, okay, yeah, Undertaker, that's
Both
cool.
good. Both good.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, listen, I've got there's a part of my life that is like fiction and writing, and a lot of that speculative fiction. So there's fantasy and science fiction. So I've got a ton of friends who are really into live action role playing and all things medieval. And I fell across this nugget reading about you that you're a sword collector. Is that still a thing for you, or is that kind of a hobby gone by?
Well, no, not really. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't really have too many swords laying around in my life.
That's cool looking.
Yeah, do you recognize this one?
It's Lord of the Rings, right?
Ah, yes, this is Aragon's sword, the king's sword.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I collect. I really didn't collect this. This was given to me. Like all my swords. I have a couple cutlasses that I got, but this one here was given to me when I left medieval times. When I retired, quote unquote, from being a knight there. So this was my parting gift, and so I was like, yeah, I want to get the prop, the Hollywood version of this sword from Lord of the Rings, and so I got it, and it just sits in my studio now. So
hey, hold it, hold it there for a second. I want to. So as men do, we're gonna. Mine is a Highlander. It's the Highlander sword.
Oh yeah, there can be only one.
Only
Yes,
one.
I know.
So I thought I'd show you. Yours is cooler because I'm a far bigger fan of Aragon and Lord of the Rings. But I did notice your medieval times. Is that the hotel in Vegas, or is that a
No,
different thing?
that's Excalibur.
Oh,
that
that's right,
was
Excalibur.
Yeah, they're owned by I believe Circus. They were back in the day. We were actually involved in that the production, the early production of that show. There was going to be a partnership, and then it kind of fell apart, and they went on their own way. But Medieval Times is a dinner theater sort of vibe. It seats about, I'd say, some castles they're anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 people a night. And it's in the round. It's a circular arena, right? And they're usually built inside of castles, like they make these facades of castles and things like that. Except for Florida. Florida actually is like a historical, almost replica of a Spanish castle in the Middle Ages. So that's where I worked. It was in Buena Park, California. I was playing football in high school, and I had just my mom was bugging me that summer to get a job, and one day led to another, and I went down there and I auditioned for the show. They asked me if I rode a horse. My then girlfriend goes, "Well, we can go horseback riding. You can learn how to do it." I'm like, yeah. So I went and did that. Thought I was the man. Went in and fell off the horse I was supposed to be trying out on about 6 times, and got back up every time. It hurt like hell. I got back up, got back on the horse, fell off again, got back on the horse, fell off again. The guy who was my boss eventually looked at me and goes, "You don't know how to ride, do you?" I'm like, "Nah, not really." He goes, "You're hired." And then I was like, "Wow." So I asked him, like, a week later, after, because I was learning everything, I was like, why'd you hire me if I didn't know how to ride really? He goes, He goes, because, you know, we could teach you all that, but the fact that you got up and got on that horse again 6 times, whatever it was, that you fell off, that showed me that you've got what it takes to actually do this work. And I was like, okay, so that was it, you know. And then I went through the process. The actual riding part took about 6 months to learn how to do.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, 6 months, because it's not just, you know, hey, here I am, you know, like a parade. You got to learn all these things about horsemanship and how to move them, and you learn dressage and things like that. Dressage is just like basically it's medieval combat for the horses, how you side pass them, half pass, rear courbet, all these maneuvers that you'll see them do in a show. Those are all military moves, you know, like you get the horse to do in battle. So
wow, that's
we had to
really
learn all
cool.
Yeah, it was intense, and it was dangerous. I mean, you know, I had a lot of friends who unfortunately got pretty seriously injured doing that work. It was my first professional quote unquote show, I guess you could say, I was ever in. And it was very exciting, you know, but it was highly dangerous because you're doing live action stunt work every day. And sometimes there would be triples. We do 3 shows in one day.
Oh, wow.
And so sometimes we'd cycle the guys in and out, or if we were injured, if we had injuries on the roster, some of us, and I did this a lot, had to do all 3, you know. I was a very young man back then, so I could
Well,
I could do all that stuff.
Was there
It was
jousting and stuff? Was that part of
oh
it?
yeah.
So did you ever like get jousted right off the horse?
I did one time. It wasn't meant to be, you know, because we would have the lances constructed to where they would snap when you
Okay.
hit the other person's shield. You know, you'd be riding with your shield, and you know, you got to really trust the horse, because you're letting the reins kind of loose, and so you can hold your shield up square, and then that's the target for the other stunt person to hit it. And so you come out with the lance with this side, and we both try to hit each other. And so the lances were angularly cut out, and it was made out of ash wood, very light wood that would snap and shatter into a bunch of pieces in the crowd. Ooh, wow. But sometimes physics is an interesting thing. If the guy who was preparing them accidentally didn't cut the opposite angles the right way, or they were a little off, there was enough structural, you know, integrity that the lance would actually, you know, not break. And so that happened to me because we were doing a show in Mexico at the Aztec World Cup soccer arena for like a promotional thing. There was, oh my God, there must have been 100-something thousand people at this stadium. It was the largest thing I'd ever done. And I always remember it, because the feeling was like, God, must be what it's like when, you know, professional athletes go out here and do this. The roar of the crowd was just something I'd been to games and stuff, but when you're on the field and that energy's focused at you, wow, the adrenaline rush is just, it's crazy. So I was the Blue Knight, you know, Azul, I think is in Spanish. And so they're just chanting my name. I'm getting ready to go down. I'm all, you know, my blood's racing. I'm all pumped up. None of us really understood, because, you know, I think the arenas that we were in were like, they weren't too long, maybe 70 feet, 65, 70 feet, the rail that we would go down. So the horses never really got up a full head of steam, you know, and that was on purpose. We didn't really want to be charging at each other full steam. Well, this was an Olympic track, so we opened up these Andalusian stallions, these Iberian war horses, basically, you know, the ones you see in every statue in the world, like, you know, every general or anybody in anything is always on one of these Iberian war horses with all the, you know. And so we let these things go, and this guy hit me. I was supposed to stay on the horse. We were supposed to do another pass. Well, Lance didn't break, so he just blasted me off this thing, you know, and and the squires were freaking out, because now the horse is just kind of running around the stadium, you know. We're trying to, but the roar of the crowd was deafening. It was so loud. I'll never forget it. It was a weird thing, because my ears were actually compressing. I was hearing that like that, you know, because the audience was so loud. And so, but you know, he came back and got off his horse, and we started the ground combat sequence for that. But
How cool, man.
yeah. Another time I had a lance just go right through my shield, penetrate about 8 inches, you know, and it just went right under my armpit, and I got real lucky there, because it almost, you know, hit me in the chest, and I looked at it, I was like, whoa, that was crazy. So I showed it to the crowd. They're like, ooh, you know. I had my fair share of injuries, man. I got some scars on my head from getting hit with swords and whatnot, but all in all, super, super lucky. that I made it through those years and didn't get really seriously hurt. So
yeah, dude, that's kind of badass. You're kind of were metal before you were even singing metal.
yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I was doing that whole thing, and I was working there at night, during the days, and then at night, and I was I was singing, on the side.
Okay.
I when I got out to New York, there was still a metal scene. Of course, out by you, the grunge stuff hit, and it just destroyed everything. Thank you. Thank you so much,
dude. I was heartbroken because I moved here because of bands like Queensryche, and I arrived, I was really, really young, and the vocal trainer for Jeff is here, and that's why I moved, is to train with him. And I arrived, and Teen Spirit hit, and the world just changed.
Yeah, it's funny how that happens, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm like, I was a big Cornell fan, and I love Soundgarden, and Alice in Chains was my band out of that time, because they had such Zeppelin, Sabbath influences that I really liked it. And I wasn't a big hair band guy, I never was. It was kind of before my time. I think the only band I could honestly say that I loved, that you could maybe associate with that, which I argue this point, is Van Halen, early Van Halen.
Yeah.
I mean, like that was my band as a kid growing up in California in rock that I really, really loved. They were my favorite. And it's really because of Eddie Van Halen. I mean,
sure,
like so many other people, the young guys. And
well, they didn't even use that term back then. Hair metal wasn't even the language of the time. And now they lump bands like, Guns N' Roses in with that. It's so arbitrary. It's hard to follow the category.
We have a bad habit of doing that. I don't know if it's a human being thing or what, but we love to label and categorize and put things in boxes. I think it's just I don't know if it's just a way that we can process it all, and try or make some logical sense of it all. To me, it's just cool music, man. And the band's got a great attitude and they're kick ass. Well, that's a rock band in my opinion. Maybe I'm old fashioned, but some of the things they pass off as rock today just don't cut the mustard for me. That's not rock and roll,
I had that exact experience when I went to Cleveland and I went to the Rock and Roll History Museum. I was walking around there, and like, all due respect to musicians of making any kind of impact and career in music is really to be applauded. But some of the inductees there is, I think, disgusting, especially when there is the amount of musicians who've legitimately contributed to rock and metal that have no presence there.
That's the exact problem I have with it as well. It's not that I don't believe those people deserve recognition. It's just that, like you said, people who really are legitimate, influencers in that genre, and people who made some incredible works of art in that box that everybody likes to put things in, aren't represented there. And it's because, and still to this day, people from the rock world, the real rock people, they're the cool ones, they're the ones that everybody wants to be associated with. You could say rock is dead, but everybody wants to be a rock star. And so pop stars want to have that pedigree. Country people love when the rock guys around, like in Nashville, things like that, because we can bring certain energy to their music, to their writing that isn't there. And it's just so ironic that that place just kind of smacks us in the face with not including some of the best and brightest in our genre. But you know what? Pirates never get old enough, now do we?
That's right.
I said, come on.
Well,
we can't complain about it, dude, because that would be exactly opposite of who we are.
Exactly right. It's funny because when they ask,
fine, I be a part of that, or if you're not going to include me in it, who cares? I'm still going to sail the high seas of heavy metal, dude, and I'm going to do my thing, and with or without your trinkets, So that's kind of how the metal, as metal guys and rock guys work. We've never been accepted on the mainstream in any way at all.
Yeah.
And they're always taken from us, and identity wise, things like that. and wanting to associate and have that title, quote unquote, rock star, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, not even a thing anymore. It's like they've completely just buried
it doesn't have. It's been kind of watered down. The very guys that blazed that trail, and those who emulated them and followed in their footsteps, like yourself, they when asked about being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, most of them are like, I don't care. You know, that's not a thing to me. The music and the fans, that's the attitude that is rock and roll. And now even metal, like you hear so often, even in popular culture. Well, that's really metal. What the hell do you know about what that means? You know, I've actually I've called people on this. What when you say that, what do you mean? And they're like, oh, I don't know. I guess it just means like rebellious or something. Like, oh, okay. Anyway,
they have no clue. If they knew how many subgenres metal had to begin with, they wouldn't. It's, you know, we could have what do you call it? We could have a NATO of or whatever, the union. You know, we could have whatchamacallit, some world organization to represent every single facet of metal culture and all this other stuff. Because it's so huge, man. People who say that they just don't understand how much depth there is in such a. It's funny. It's almost. I kind of laugh because, you know, metal is already a sliver of a pie of art. You know, within a sliver of a pie of rock, and then they took that 1% and chopped that less than 1% and chopped that into 1,000 sub% of that. So, you know, like. You know, it's just crazy, you know, but it's kind of cool. I really love, I don't know if you ever seen the anthology of metal that they did.
Yeah.
The one, you know, and he did a great job. He's an anthropologist. I forget his name. He was, I think, I can't remember his name offhand. This was a while ago, but, and he like went to the festivals in Europe and he kind of interviewed people and did a really cool thing on it. And, I was happy we had a mention. Like, hey, we made it into the history books when they went down the tree of metal and it came to our little branch of prog metal. You know, you saw us in there. We were on the list with Sabotage and Rush and Dream Theater. And, you know, I was like, wow, we actually, you know, made an impact here. That was the coolest thing for me ever. That recognition on that level, to say that we had impact and we influenced other artists, that means more to me than any award. I mean, dude, I've never been given an award, I don't think, for any record I've ever been on or ever done that I'm aware of. I got nothing hanging on my walls, you know, like even in the cool kids club of rock and metal, you know, with all the all the magazines, they're even still around. You know, there's always been that sort of vibe to try and, like, you know, crown the best of what we have in the moment. And I've never really much of an in the moment, you know, guy in terms of that. So, well, when
they do the when folks in the know kind of do roll-ups of bands and vocalists, I'm pretty aware of it. And I know that Symphony X is always mentioned in the same breath in progressive metal, with Dream Theater and with Fate's Warning and a bunch of these groups. Like there's the regard is there 100%. And when the conversation gets to vocalists who sing in this category, lots and lots of great talent. And this is not just to simply pander to you, but there is a very small set of vocalists that get mentioned just by rote. You're in that group that sit there at that altitude. And this is my view as well, with guys like James LaBrie or Ray Alder or you know, any number of those vocalists. So that, I mean, that's your award. Like plaques are cool, but you know, I think I will say this though. I've been thinking about this. As much success as we're going to talk about in a minute when we get to the music that you've had, I believe that your career hasn't reflected how big your talent is yet.
Well, I'm flattered to hear you say that. And there's a part of me that would agree with you. I think, you know, Adrenaline Mob was an attempt to break into a genre I'd never done before and try and get to a wider audience. And actually, ironically, it kind of did do that in some ways. It opened some doors for me to other things. But Symphony X was never designed, I should say, or to do that. Symphony X is a completely artistic act that never sought to try and even get to the levels of like a Dream Theater, because we never toured that much. The band was never a big touring act. I think, you know, bands like that who are in this genre who don't build up a really large base is because they don't tour, because this is really live music. I mean, you know, people who like yourself who can sit there and listen to 25-minute songs on records and stuff like that, you're a slice of the listening audience, right? Which is great, and we love you for that. But the live experience is where it's at for bands that jam like we do. And so we were never out there doing it very much. You know, the other guys had raised their kids during the early days, and I got mine came along, and it wasn't a priority. And I think that kind of reflects a little bit of where Symphony X kind of fell or has fallen in the world. But ironically, we go out in 2019 and there's thousands of kids out there, and I just don't know where the heck they're coming from. Oh, the internet. So, you know, we still have this longevity, and we still have this relevance, which is really nice. But we've never toured much. But who knows, man? I'm looking to do new things and make new music, and maybe, like you said, I might get a situation where it might get heard by more people and be up there to where, you know, it sort of as a better representation of my level of talent. But in the end of the day, hey, if I can keep my family going and people love what I do, that's great. That's great. You know, if I could keep singing and be a heavy metal pirate till the day they put me in the ground, well, that's my award. That I'm a winner. That's a win for me.
There's no doubt that that's success. But I'll take it one step further. I had a conversation on this very show some weeks back with John Petrucci, and one of the things we talked about, it might have been on or off the show, but he said there's a very real sense in which Dream Theater might not even really be around if it hadn't been for Pull Me Under, that one song. And it was simply because of the altitude it reached in airplay. Now, radio's not what it was, but there's like, there's proxies for it now. You know, songs can kind of hit hard on the DSPs. And I want to get your opinion about the DSPs, but with, you know, playlists and such. But it's really interesting how one song can catalyze all the rest. And it's why I don't think a rock or metal career is ever absent the opportunity to get big. And so I am really eager for you to continue. It's why I wanted you on this show, eager to continue. Not that you wouldn't have done this anyway, because as much success as you've had, and we're definitely going to talk about some of it, there's a broader audience that's just going to be like, why the hell didn't I know about Russell before? Just because of your talent as a vocalist. So with that as a transition, if that's okay, let's talk a little bit about the music itself. I saw this little nugget when I was reading up. It might have been on your Facebook page. Sorry if that sounds like weird trolling to you, but I was trying to look around. Right. But you made a comment, I think it was late last year, about that you'd been quietly writing songs that were of a more personal nature. Is there anything more you'd care to share with us about that?
Yeah, you know, I was going through pretty rough times after, you know, we had lost Dave and Janet in that Adrenaline Mob accident. For those of you who don't know, I was involved in a really horrific tour bus crash that took the lives of my bass player Dave, Zia, and my tour manager Janet Rain. So, you know, I hadn't really written anything since then. Nothing at all. I tried to go in the studio and write about it, and not about that in particular, but just anything in general. And I have PTSD from the experience. I see it, you know, I do have lingering issues with it. And so one of the things that has been really therapeutic for me is to get out here, delve into the emotional aspect of it, confront it, and start to try and get something on paper, you know. And that's what I started doing last year. And I have been working on some music like that, and it's still a work in progress. It's a bit of a challenge for me, but I'm sort of kind of like this pandemic thing, kind of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and understanding, you know, being able to process all that and sort of collect my thoughts and put it down in a way that I can actually articulate, because when you're heavily, I wouldn't say burdened with emotion, but when you're that deeply affected by something, it's hard to really function, and you really can't do the work because you get lost in it. And I was getting completely lost in the emotional side of things, and just the, I had survivor guilt and all these issues I've been dealing with for years now, and it's been a challenge. I turned the corner kind of with just being out there again with Symphony X in 2019. We were in France, and I remember that European tour had started, and there was some chatter online. What's wrong with Russ? And I was completely just, I was there, but I wasn't there. And it wasn't that I wasn't singing good, but I was, having some issues on the bus every night. Some really sort of like, I'd be jarred awake every time we'd hit something. I had a lot of ticks stuff left over from the hit, because I was in the bus when the truck smashed into us, and I'm lucky to be here. So it really humbles you in a lot of ways. And I went through that, and I, for a while there, my goals had changed in life. And that's when I started getting into the coaching thing and doing things more closer to home, thinking that, don't know if I'm ever going to do this again. I know that people want to hear, yeah, but you got to keep on fighting and honor their memory and all that stuff. And those are great words, and it is true. But when you experience and see that kind of stuff right in front of your face, and watch your friends die in front of you, it's a challenge to do that for me, because I take the passing of those people very, very deeply. And so it's something that I want to talk about in my art eventually, but it cannot be because I wish to profit off of their death or anything like that. It's not who I am. But I want to make sure that whatever I do, which involve that time, which is what I've been trying to get out, is really special and honors their memory. That's the most important thing to me than anything. If I'm going to put out any music that touches on that day, it's got to be really, really good for their memory. And then, from there I can kind of move forward. But that's been a big hurdle. And I'm one of these type of guys where, yeah, I can do projects and sing other things. That's fine, because I don't have to delve emotionally deep into other than just whatever the character might be, or whoever the song is about. I can go there. But when it's me, it's different. So I have to get over this hurdle, and I've been working on it. And I got some really good stuff. It's just hard to listen to,
Yeah.
It gets me. So now picture myself performing that, or trying to, then I start to, to think, oh boy, I've got other songs too that I've been working on. My daughter, my Italian fans probably would know this, because I had been over there supporting an effort to raise awareness for autism, but my daughter's on the spectrum, and that was a challenge that we had as a family for a long time. And I wrote some pretty good stuff, I feel, about that experience, about her and about her progress. And she has a really good story, which is we're very fortunate. But I kind of think maybe like what you were saying, if I were to get to a level of recognition where people could see me the way you feel they should, is through this sort of avenue where the music is really, really close to home and very real, and something that people can identify with in an immediate way. I know, the dreaded pop, pop genre does that, because their lyrics are all based on those types of things. Their immediate accessibility, things of that nature. I'm not saying that, I'm not against anything at this point. But the thing is, I want something to be, there that's so tangible that it's undeniable. And then I think maybe I might get what you're talking about. But
Yeah.
it's really not the goal. The goal for me is to put something out there that's a healing thing for me, so I can move forward. But it has changed my perspective on a lot of things. I mean, the world has changed too, on top of that. So I've been dealing with a lot of double whammies, like a personal life change in the past 4 years. And of course, the world has changed as well. So we're living in a new time. I'm living in a new time. I think the challenge is to rise up to that and meet the times with honesty. And that's the only thing I can do. I have to tell my story. I have to be real about it. And I'm hoping that, that can inspire people, maybe help some people who struggled through the same thing, losing to somebody like in this way. And that's kind of what my focus is right now for trying to do my own stuff again.
Yeah.
Hoping that people will hear it and relate and feel it. And it's not about how high my notes are or whatever. It's about the content of the words. It's about what the meaning of the songs are. And that's what I'm striving to do at this point. And, it's weird, you get a long time in this business and all of a sudden that becomes the most important thing ever. I mean, the beginning was like, yeah, come on, man, that riff's gotta, we gotta mosh to that. Yeah, I still love all that stuff. But, at the end of the day, now it's like, well, hey, how's that person gonna feel when they hear this? And are they gonna understand me?
Yeah.
Dio was great for that. Dio always wanted his lyrics to be, heard, not just listened to, but heard, and he's always been an inspiration. I have his picture up here on my studio wall. And so that's what I'm trying to achieve. I'm just trying to achieve something, a level of greatness for myself that I haven't been to yet.
It's you said so many really, I think, profound things there. You talked about people will say to you, soldier on, and folks who maybe haven't experienced the same kind of loss or gone through PTSD. I have friends who are veterans, and you always talk about, or part of the conversation can be about the person who is gone, and the thing that person would want most is for you to be happy. And if that means you spending more time coaching your kid, if that means digging into emotions and writing music that helps you kind of process that grief, those are the things they would want. They wouldn't want you to go out and just do another metal record for the sake of it. So I 100% agree with you. And I also 100% agree that I don't know if it's a function of youth, but because I remember the early days and it was just like, how high's the note, how badass is the riff, that how much anger and testosterone does it seem to funnel through my veins. And I still love that stuff too. But man, if you hit me with a song that somehow has a turn of phrase that just hits me someplace like in the feels, that's the real game. And those are the songs that I think kind of stick around. So as I want you to do this on your timetable, but it's exciting to me that you're willing to approach it, because I think when you start to find that and prepare to share it with people, I think it's going to be profound. And
I think you're right. I get the little chills on my back when we talk about this stuff, because I've got an angel. I got an angel on my shoulder. I really do. I'm very blessed that I've really had some near misses in my life. I was a stuntman for 15 years. I got hit by a truck. I rolled a van. There's been some terrible things that have happened around me and to me, and I'm still here. So, there's a higher purpose for me to continue going, and I got to do that. But to your point about music and stuff, you're going to start to see a lot of things come out from me. Like, of course, recently I just re-released my solo album and stuff, and I'm sure hopefully we'll get to talk about that a little bit. But that was the first time I'd ever written, recorded, and produced my own record, and I haven't done one really since. But now I'm looking at doing that again. But I'm doing other projects with other artists, friends, people I've worked with in the past, and things like that. Maybe some new things, because what that does for me is it sort of energizes me, to be out there, to work, to not have the pressure of sort of delving deeply into my psyche too deeply. I can still sort of emotionally start to connect with things. And then, and of course, when I'm working with friends, it's great, because I love listening to what they're doing, and they value my input, and they I'm a team guy. I'm a football guy. So when I get on the team to help somebody make something successful, and I appreciate the compliment of you saying that I can raise the bar of some of these projects that I'm part of.
Absolutely.
That's a real good feeling. And I really take it serious. I never phone it in, man. I always put 100% into everything that I do. And so that I'm going to start really getting into that again and starting to do that, before I get into another cycle with Symphony X and all that, because it really it really helps me just get the juices flowing, get back into that, and then I can look at all the material that I've got sitting around, and and I come at it with more of how can I say, I guess confidence, if you will. I'm not so emotionally just that I can't get the work done. So
Yeah.
the projects now I'm looking to do are really helping me to just kind of get me out of my shell, you know, and get me back out there, and get doing stuff again. Even this interview, my friend, is the first one that I've done. I can't even remember, you know, the last time I've done anything like this.
I'm glad you said yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost didn't, you know, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty private guy, obviously. That was the first time I think my son's ever appeared with me on camera. You know, that's just who I am. But also, you know, I've been sort of away from everything. You know, just dealing with a lot of stuff, and it's very rare that I do this. But I wanted to take your show. I watched your show. I liked it, and I felt like, you know, it's time for me to start, you know, coming out of this and getting back into doing stuff, and so this is kind of the first steps for me. I've had very, very good time here at home, and I love it, but I do miss, you know, I miss performing. I miss the fans, man. I miss being out there and hearing the crowd and knowing that, you know, that they're appreciating what we're doing. It's, you know, and what I'm doing as a singer. But, you know, like I was saying before about turning the corner, I was on stage in Paris one night, and I was totally out of it. And I finally opened my eyes, if you will, and I looked into the crowd, and I saw these. It wasn't Paris. I'm sorry. It was in France. It was, oh man, I want to say it was Leon. I think I don't remember exactly, because I was so out of it. And I finally kind of opened my eyes. I looked in the audience, and the people were just looking back at me, you know, like during the solos. This is weird, you know, and every eye is on me, you know. This is the first time they had seen me since the Adrenaline Mob, you know, accident. This is the first time I'd ever been back out on the road again. I had done TSO, but that's such a huge thing, and rarely leave. I'm never more than an hour or two away from my house, so that was a real safe space for me to actually go out and do that. But this is a real rock tour, you know. This is a real metal tour, you know, all across Europe, and, you know, sleeping with the crew, and you know, it's just, I love all that stuff, you know, like that's how I like to do it. And so I looked out there, I saw all these people, and they're just looking at me, and the empathy in their eyes it just struck me, and then all of a sudden it just dawned on me, like, oh my God, look at all these people. They're happy to see the band, but they're really happy that I'm here, that I'm alive. I can really sense this sort of like thing where they were so grateful to see me, and then it dawned on me, it's like, oh yeah, hey dumbass, you know, these people really love you, you know, they're really happy that you're here right now.
Yeah.
Maybe you should continue to do this, you idiot, you know. Like I was starting to beat myself up a little bit about it, and then I kind of broke into tears on stage, and the emotion just washed over me like a huge wave, you know. And then I felt all this relief, you know. It was so crazy, because I hadn't really come to the point where I realized how much the PTSD was stacking the deck on me, you know, and how much I was holding in and keeping all of this pain, you know, inside me, and having that moment to say, like, oh my God, you know, this means so much to these people, that I'm here, that I made this trip. It sort of broke the ice for me, and we're not talking like a piece of ice, we're talking a fucking iceberg, you know. Like it just cracked it open for me. And then I started to really enjoy that run, you know, and I was walking and seeing places in Europe again, and enjoying the experience, not worrying about if I was going to get hit by something or whatever, all this craziness, you know. And I started to really turn the corner, and I was like, wow, this is awesome. I can't wait for 2020. Wah, wah, you know, and it was like, oh, so it kind of just set it all back, but I still cling to that moment, and I want to thank the fans for that everywhere in the world that we played. You don't know how much that meant to me to see that from everyone.
We lost your video. Oh, there you are.
Yeah. It meant the world for me to see that. You know, I never really told anybody about it, but it's the first time I'm talking about it on your show, and that really got me through it all, to that tour, and really brought me sort of back from that edge of maybe I don't want to do this anymore. I got a family. I got, I'm trying to rationalize everything. Yeah. And that experience actually kind of just set me straight and said, no, Russ, this is who you are. This is what you do. And this is your purpose here. So it really was an amazing moment for me to have that exchange with the fans all around the world on that tour, and to be able to, but it started in France. That really happened for me there. And then I went at every show with a completely different attitude, and feeling and of gratefulness and engagement. And so that was sort of it. So I kind of fell back a little bit into the whole, during this pandemic, like I'm sure a lot of people did, but I hold on to that. And so I can't wait to get back out there, experience that again, and share that time. And I have a gut feeling it's going to be 10 times better than it was, because we've all been suffering now.
Yeah.
And so we all can't wait to see each other and release and hug and just be in the moment with our friends and family and enjoy music again with people that we love. And so that is inspiring me a lot to trudge forward and actually do my own music, as well as do stuff with the bands that I love being in. So I'm super positive about it. And I'm just, like me, like so many other artists, we're just waiting in the wings, waiting for the world to say, okay, hey, come on out, open the curtain. We can't wait to see it. So I'm going to be there. We're going to be there when they're ready.
It's what you say, it's a real reminder. I think that there's this in many sort of communities of with different genres, but there's documentation. I've even had an anthropologist from London on my show about the community inside rock and metal. So when you talk about fans, you being able to recognize real empathy, it 100% resonates with what I think we know about the people who share this music, both the performers as well as the fans. Is there's real care there. And
it's funny because you don't see that when you see black t-shirts and long hair and makeup and piercings, and the outside world is always so afraid of us. It's highly amused me, because metal people are some of the coolest, most down-to-earth people you're ever going to meet in your life. It's a family vibe. I think because we're on the fringes, we're so close, and we really have feel a kinship with each other. It's sort of my observation on it, but
I think you're right. And I think people are there's I don't think there's any rush in people's minds. I think there's only like sympathy and readiness to embrace you when you're ready to go full tilt again. I was one of those, by the way. I had a ticket to your June 1st, 2020 show in Seattle. And I remember when COVID hit, and it was, I had a bunch of friends that we were all going to go. I sent a note. I said, if they canceled this, my sadness for this year, we were gonna be there. But we'll be there when things finally come back around, as I'm sure they will at some point.
Yeah, things are, again, this year we're shut down. So I was saying it was going to be 2 years. I'm a bit of a history guy, so I love history. And, looking at the last time we had something like this, it took 4 years, for the world to sort of like trust again and to get out and do things since with the Spanish flu. So I figured with modern technology, we can maybe cut that number in half. And I was about right, not that hindsight's 2020, everyone's, yeah, Russ, whatever, you're saying this now, but I have friends that can validate but I don't go out there and I'm not a big social media guy, and I don't go out there and post a lot of stuff about stuff unless I got something to share. Like I got some music I want to share with you, or somewhere I'm going to be. That to me is always what, the platforms that should, are used for me.
Sure.
Other people use them for very different purposes. For myself, I just want to communicate with my audience and let them know, that I love them. I'm still here. I can't wait to see them. And this is where I'm going to be. And that's kind of where it is for me, man,
And football.
And football. Yeah. My personal stuff, I put on stuff with my family and things like that. My personal page, my music page is like more or less, an informative.
That's what it should be. Yeah. So
I'm kind of old school like that. So
let's talk about the some of the music. So the reference that you said before your solo records, Atomic Soul, yeah, the one that you've redone, and then should we think about this other music that you're kind of working through? Will that come in under Russell Allen's solo project at some point when the time's right?
Yeah, and also some collaborations as well. I think I got something in the works right now. I it's not a done deal, but I've been talking with some friends and doing a different sort of style of music, not in a completely different genres, but just a different way of doing things. And maybe you'll hear some of this sort of leak into that as well. But mostly will be, a solo under my name and stuff.
Okay.
So that's where kind of what I'm looking at. And it, right now I'm kind of just on the fence about what I want to do with it. Like I could pick up my phone and I can call 100 people that would help me with it and want to be on it and things like that. And I'm so grateful for those people, those relationships that I have built over the years with artists and stuff, and the respect that you so eloquently said that I have from everyone, and I respect them too, and that's why I think. But I'm kind of like, maybe I should be playing it like I did on Atomic Soul. Maybe I should be doing more of the music as well, because the more that comes through my body and gets on the recording, I feel like it's going to help deliver the strongest message. Yeah. Obviously, there's things that I would have other artists do that I'm nowhere near capable of doing. But I play guitar on my solo album. I played bass. I even played keyboards here and there. I pretty much play all the keyboards except for one of the songs. But I'm also not gonna lie. I've been in such phenomenal groups. I haven't had to practice and keep up with my chops. So this is something I've been working on lately. It's like, my God, my calluses are just gone. So it's something I've been working with and trying to play again. But that's kind of where I'm at with it. And again, this type of music doesn't need me to to shred 30-second note solos on it. Now, okay, this is stuff that is really right here and very immediate and very, very raw. So that's really what it needs to be. So I've been working on piano stuff, and I've been actually using this incredibly awesome keyboard I got here to help me write stuff. Going back to the basics, using piano to do everything first and then build off of that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I've been doing. So
I like I like that. That's and I like, you'll just make the right decisions for yourself, but I think you're 100% right that the more of the music that you create, even the sort of sounds and the rhythms and stuff that help you communicate in these songs, I think is going to be more authentic. And the one of the things that I think is unique about your voice is that you'll use to sort of deliver the actual lyrics on these songs, is that you've got the strength and the range, but you have the ability to sing sort of clean when the song requires it. You have that sort of classic great rock sort of grit. It's called by different names, but there's also tunes
Whiskey Dust. I've heard that one. That's a good one.
Whiskey Death, is that what you said?
Whiskey Dust.
Dust.
Like that sound. Whiskey Dust. Got Whiskey Dust. Paul O'Neill used to say that to me all the time. God rest his soul. And he'd say, "You got that Whiskey Dust voice." I love that so much.
That's a good way to describe it. And in the world of guys who sort of have that sound, like, I will just say my bias is I think you're one of the top guys that can use that. But there's also tunes where you get even far more aggressive than that. Some of the Adrenaline Mob tracks. So the point being is,
it all depends on the music. I always try and do. Obviously, throughout my career, I've done a lot of aggressive stuff because that's what the bands I was in was doing. You know, Adrenaline Mob was full on, you know, they used to call it active rock. I don't know what they call it anymore, if it even is a thing, but it was that whole, you know, the dig on it is bro metal and whatever, or new metal, whatever. But the point was, to me, it was like the next level of hardcore, what Pantera left us and what all these other bands sort of left us. And then they became sort of mainstream for rock. If you want to even call rock mainstream, that's a total joke to me.
Yeah.
There is such thing. Rock is rock, you know. If you like it, guess what? You're still this much of a percentage of the music business. Congratulations. Most of those guys I know them. I've worked with, obviously I work with, you know, John from Disturbed, who was in Mob with me. Great people, totally metal people like us. They're totally down to earth, man. They're just real, you know. Yeah. And I'm happy that they've had success and they've done really well. I mean, like you said, look at Disturbed. They come out and they do a Simon and Garfunkel song and just, you know,
dude, I've got a writer friend who doesn't know rock or metal at all. And as soon as they did that track, all of a sudden Disturbed a thing to him. So, you know, it's another example, like before, is you never know what song somehow is just going to sort of go viral and change the complexion of your career.
Right. Yeah. And I'm so really proud of them and happy for them. And they were already a big success, but to do that is to your point, to bring more recognition to an already great band that deserves a lot of credit. And, you know, Adrenaline Mob, you know, was great in that regard. When we talk about, you know, that got me in sort of the circles of those acts, you know, and, you know, like Avenged Sevenfold and those guys, they had actually been on tour with Symphony X way before they broke. And I remembered them from back then, but it was because of Adrenaline Mob that I got to go out to walk the black carpet of the Revolver Awards thing that I'll never win ever in my life. But, you know, hey, thanks for having me, man. It was great. I loved it. No, but actually we were just there promoting it, but I got to run into see Matt again, M Shadows. And I said, hey, I just wanted to say I'm so happy for your success, man, because I'm a California guy too. You know, see, I used to play his high school in my old, you know, sports days and things like that. So it's great to see, you know, local, you know, get there, you know, and they get it done, and with all his friends in school too, you know. And of course, he had been through some tragedy, losing their drummer and a close friend like that. So it was great to connect with him again at this level and talk. But it was because of Adrenaline Mob that I was able to do that. And of course, we ended up being on tour with them. And so that's what I meant by that band, you know, that project, if you will, opened my doors, because they all knew who I was. That was the most amazing thing to me, you know. Like they all knew who I was. Yeah. Like, you know, David, I sang with him one night here in Montclair. I'll never forget it. He asked me to come sing on his Device, a song from his Device record that actually and Shadows had tracked, which I totally tanked the lyrics on because I knew I was going to, you know, I was trying to remember it, you know, because when we do this, I'm like, yeah, I'm like, but the introduction he gave me, he knew I was Sir Russell Allen, that Arjen Lucassen had gave me that because I worked at Medieval Times, like we were talking about earlier. He knew all this shit. So he goes, he introduced me, I haven't, you know, how he talks and how, you know, he's like, so he captivates the audience. You know, there's like 2,500 people in the place. He's like, you know, and now, you know, I want to bring to the stage the legendary Sir Russell Allen. I'm like, I'm fucked. I've never been like that by anybody. That kind of a build-up. I just go out there, hit the stage, and open my mouth, and then sure enough, you know, so I tanked the lyric or two and be like, what? And then it's like, fuck it. So I just wailed out this high note, and everyone was just like, yeah. And he goes, and that's why he's Sir Russell Allen. I mean, whatever he said at the end, it was hilarious. But those moments happen because yeah, I'd had a chance to do Adrenaline Mob, and that type of stuff has been a wonderful memory from that time. It does. I try to more look at the good times and those things that happened for myself and the other people that I was with during that, and you know, and like you said, you know, continue to go forward and remember the ones that we lost, but also remember all the good times that we had too. Yeah, and that's really sort of what I've been doing lately. It's been helping me a lot.
Well, is it too raw a thing for me to ask? Like, is there a point where Adrenaline might continue, or is that something that, you know, not even a question to ask yet?
Nah, I don't think it's ever going to be able to continue. There might be something where yeah, wouldn't mind, working or revisiting some music ideas that maybe we could do something. I'm never going to say I'll close the door on making music again in that style or with that group, but to be, we had such great, we were going to go to, there's just so many things that were supposed to happen with Dave and that group that I just don't see myself being able to do that in a live sense in terms of touring and stuff without having to. I'm just not there yet. I don't think I might. I don't know. Let's see how it goes after I get this other stuff going and see where I'm at. Maybe I can think about that. But this is a lifelong scar for me, and it's something I'm going to have to wear. And it's and I'm very conscious of the effect that it has on the families of those that we lost, and what that means for them, and what the band means to those people. And I'm very, very aware of that, and that's something that I'm not going to dishonor anybody's memory by doing something that I feel might upset that. So it's got to be something that everybody's cool with, and mostly me. So
no, that's absolutely fair. Let's talk about, so you talked about some collaborations. There's this, it's almost a series of collaborations that are kind of the Alan / something. And there was Landy, and most recently with Annette Elzone, who I was I'm a big Nightwish fan, but I really did love the period with her in the group with Imaginarium, which is maybe my favorite Nightwish record. So you've worked with some amazing voices. Will we get to see some more of this type of thing in this? I don't want to call a series inappropriately, but it seems like these pairings that you're doing with other great singers.
The short answer is yes. I'm negotiating with Frontiers now about doing another one with her. I think it's a lot of fun to go out and to do something with another singer, because I have no problem sharing the stage, if you will. I love it. I think it's great to be able to harmonize another singer who's really awesome. It just raises the bar. It just makes everything so much cooler.
By the way, the Worlds Apart, I just want to say it out loud. And the Worlds Apart, it's one of the most recent things I think that's been released with you on it. And the name of the record is Worlds Apart with Annette Elzone. And it's a criminally under publicized record. So I want to say it out loud here so folks go check it out. It's really good.
Well, thank you. And criminally what'd you say? Criminally
underrated, underrated, undervalued, under everything. It's
under promoted, underwater. That you're giving me ideas for record titles already. Criminally unpromoted. I like it. But look, that's what we talked about earlier. I'm never going to expect that something's going to be quote unquote promoted by a company. Those days are gone, man. It's all about your audience. It's about you. This is where the promotion is. This is where the people are going to find what's cool, is by tuning in to shows like yours and figuring out what's coming, because especially in our neck of the woods, man, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened for metal, is to get it out in the public space and have forums like this where people can talk about it. And metal fans there can be a feisty bunch, as you know.
Sure.
They're pretty, especially in the prog world. I tell you from my experience, they're very, there's the Xers out there who will defend you tooth and nail to the core against the DT world. It just makes me laugh. But I love them. They're so passionate about what they love that they're willing to go out there and voice their opinions and voice their feelings. And if our music is enough for you to make an effort like that, then we both, Dream Theater and us and other bands like us, we did it. We did our jobs. We've inspired you to love and care that much about a piece of digital property that you can get basically for free. We work for the people now. There isn't even, I don't know what's a stream these days, 0.0004 cents per stream.
That's what's criminal.
I can't I can't keep the electricity on for that. So I got a bike, that I pedal that's stored, to a generator on a battery, so I can sort of get the wheels going,
Yeah.
If I had to wait for record sales to make music or to keep the lights on, I'd be here with a lighter, in the dark, talking to you. But
no,
that's just the reality of our business now. So it's really about getting as many people to be engaged as possible. And what sucked about COVID was that it robbed us of our last, bastion of decency, of making a living doing our craft, and that was the live performance, because that's where we got to see the fans. They bought a ticket, they bought some merchandise, they helped us keep going, and that was their way of showing, literally showing up and saying, we support you. So I'm hoping that comes back, but right now, getting back to the records, I want to do these types of things with other singers and to create as much opportunity out there so that I'm heard and they're heard too. I like working with artists that I really like, and I don't care where they're from. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about anything but the music. The music's all that matters. I don't care culturally who they are. None of that stuff. I care about the content of the music, which is a reflection, I feel, of their character. And it inspires me, and I want to be a part of that, and I want to help that, be heard. So that's kind of my goal, and it helps me. It helps me grow as an artist, helps me become a better writer, helps me become a better singer, and it teaches me things. So every time I work with somebody new, I learn something. I guess that's the football coach in me, the football player in me, or whatever, the sports guy. You can teach an old dog new tricks. You can. You Absolutely. Just got to get that old dog out of the doghouse and get him out there and start chewing on the bone again. And that's what it is for me. I realize that if you don't stay hungry, you're not going to grow. If you don't continue to challenge yourself, you're going to stagnate, and that's when you fade, and that's when you don't have any inspiration anymore. And so that's a dangerous cliff, and that's one cliff I've been to the edge of, and I stood and looked down. I lost a lot of friends there, baby. I got no time to mess around. To borrow a word from the great Diamond Dave. But that's true. I don't want to be there. I've seen it. It's not pretty. It's ugly, and you fall into the pit of complacency, and that's the end of you. So that's the challenge, to keep going. And how do I do that? I work with other great people who inspire me. That's kind of my thing, we all benefit.
When you do these collaborations, are there an assembly of folks that are helping to pull all of that together beyond the record label, or are you getting knee deep in the songwriting? What's the creative process on it?
Well, most of the time, I don't have to create too much. That's why it's kind of like we were talking about before. I don't have to bear too much of my soul in the works, but they'll give me things I can relate to. So then I can kind of tie that into something that I can personalize, which is good. It's more distant than, let's say, writing something directly about something that has happened to me in the past 4 years, or whatever. It's really hard for me not to do those types of things. But I think the biggest writing challenge for me right now is the fact that because it's the 800-pound gorilla in the room, everything else seems completely stupid to me.
Yeah.
Like when we talked about oh, that riff's got to be this and that lyric, blood and metal and fire and all this stuff that that you always pull on to try and make those visuals come to life. All of a sudden, well, I saw the blood and I saw the metal and I seen the fire and I seen the death. And yeah. I don't need to pretend anymore. I was there. Yeah. And so that's why it's a challenge, because of my viewpoint. And then people know when you're full of shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's a pretentiousness and a cheese to metal that we all love. There always has been. And let's be honest, I mean, that's kind of like why we love it, Iron Maiden and all these bands and big shows and big explosions and
the whole thing with death metal and black metal, the subject matter, no one goes home and does that stuff to people.
Some of them did.
There's a few, but I mean, in the main, like the
Sure.
fans of those things, there's a certain suspension of disbelief in participating in the fun of it. And, those concerts are big
Right.
in their experiences, but you've kind of lived through something that just brings that closer to home. So it's not that you won't still maybe do those things, but it's a callback to, I think, not to sort of create too much expectation, because I know expectations can be killer, but excitement about the work that you're doing, that's percolating up from this experience.
Yeah, and it is, but like getting back to your question about doing stuff with Lynette, or working with Joel Hoekstra. I did a record with him.
That's right.
His latest solo album.
That's Joel Hoekstra's 13 is the band.
Yeah,
and the record was I have it here. The record actually had a name, right?
Yes, and I can't remember what it is. It will.
I'll find it. That was fairly recent, the Joel Hoekstra record.
Yes, it was, and that was not that long ago. I had recorded that. I think that was the only thing I really did during
Dying to Live.
Dying to Live was a song that was on the first one.
Okay, I'll look it up. But tell us a little bit about that. Hoekstra, is the connection there TSO, or were you guys buddies before that?
Yeah, no, the connection's TSO. We met on in TSO, and of course at the time he was in Night Ranger, and he was playing on a Broadway show of Rock of Ages.
That's
right? And
that's right.
I met him there. I'll never forget this. I'm sitting in rehearsals. It's like my first year in the band and whatever. This is before the White Snake thing. And I was just looking at him, watching him play. I'm like, I leaned over to somebody. I don't know if it was Jeff Scott Soto or somebody. And I just said, this guy should be in White Snake, man. This guy's white. This is it. He is that guy. He's this tall, just blonde, Viking looking dude up there. This guy's a rock star. This like what we talked about, like legitimate. Like this guy is it.
Yeah, he
has it. Looking over, goes, this guy should be in White Snake. And I not even, I remember never mentioned it. So I turn around, he gets like a year later. I think I might even said that to him too. And then the following year, he's in the band. It's like, yeah, look at me. I'm a prophet now. But it was just one of those few times where I could, like, it was so obvious. It's like,
if there was ever going to be a replacement for John Sykes, Joel Hoekstra's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah. And I John's a good dude. I got a chance to get to know him a little bit. But yeah, he definitely,
well, here's a 6 Degrees thing.
That's how I met him. We started working together, and he really loves my singing, and I love his love for 70s music. And so a lot of his stuff, is more of that classic rock vibe from that time. That's a great avenue for me. It's a great outlet, and it's fun to work with him.
He, so real quick, just it made me think of something else. I think I read about you, is that when you had first moved to New Jersey, you became a fan of Ray Gillen. Is it?
Oh yeah.
I mean, an amazing voice, and of course he sang for Blue Murder, which was Sykes' other project.
Mm-hmm.
That's a voice that was taken too early. Ray.
Yeah, totally, and really into him, and I think that's how John and I actually kind of got to know each other, because of Ray, of the memory of whatever he had heard me, and people had talked about me. I'd actually seen him. We had met at a festival actually, and he kind of checked me out, and then he talked to me and called me, and we were going to try and do something together at the time, which that was a weird whole thing, because Frontiers was trying to put together like the first attempt at a super group back then, and it was and it was going to be me and John and Mike Portnoy on drums, and this is before all that stuff. And me and Adrenaline Mob thing kind of came into the picture, and then Mike wanted to do that. They ended up getting through all these different things. Mike still did it. I think the band ended up being the Winery Dogs after it was all said and done. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. with Billy Sheehan on bass because we were talking about, well, who'd play bass? Like, well, we can get Billy Sheehan. And then I said, okay. And I was like, all right, well, what are we going for? Are we going for like a new kind of sound? Because this is when I was trying to, I was really into trying to go into the active rock, more of a modern thing. I wasn't quite sure if I was really into it. John was on the border but he really wanted me to do it. It just didn't work. We had a meeting on the phone and it didn't work out. And it's like, well, we want to do like a Deep Purple kind of thing. I was like, oh, okay, I can kind of see that. The talks went on, but eventually it just all sort of, John left the thing and then I was out and then this one, and then she came in. So I think, yeah, it became that. I don't know if they ever signed with Frontiers. I don't think they did. I don't know, but it was just funny how that whole sort of, how bands can form, how, people start talking, well, if we can do this, and then it sort of gets its own life and it grows into something else. It was weird.
There was a show on VH1 years ago called That Metal Show with Eddie Trunk. And there was an episode
on that. I was on that.
Yeah. Oh, were you? I missed that episode. Damn, I'll go find it. I'm sure it's on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I was on there with David Draymond of all people. Yeah, we were the Adrenaline Mob guys. Portnoy was the guest drummer, and David was the other guest.
That's cool. So, yeah, I was sad when that came off the air, but they did do a episode with Sykes and Portnoy where they were talking about that they were starting to put something together, and that eventually it didn't happen. It was kind of nebulous. Portnoy said like he had so much energy to just do so many things, he just rolled on to new projects. But it was also on That Metal Show that I first got to know Joel, because he was a guest guitarist, and he did some of the freshest, most interesting things as the sort of guest guitarist. I went and looked him up immediately. So that's my sort of segue back to you and Hoekstra. I looked it up. The new record's called Running Games.
There it is. I knew some of the games. I couldn't remember exactly.
And you do vocals on most of this record, right?
I do all the lead vocals. I don't know if he had another person sing. I think he had a solo, a lead song. I did almost, I think, all the leads, and he had Just Got Soda do backups for me.
Right. I think he also had Chloe Lowry do backups on one. So some TSO family in some of there.
Yeah. That was kind of what it was. And so, and it's a great pool to draw from, right? I mean, the talent, Chloe's just freaking on another planet. Her skill, we talk about a person who should be way more recognized. That girl has got a voice. Wow. Just amazing.
I 100% agree with that. I got to know Chloe through TSO, but began to follow her in her side groups that she began to do. And giant talent. I told her something very similar. I've only said that to 2 or 3 people, by the way, so it's not like you just hand that out. Wherein I think that someone's vocal ability.
Did you give me an award just now? Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm lucky enough to know plenty of rock and metal musicians.
Put that, so. Right. That's still
right there.
Thank you. All right, shelf back.
But yeah, so
I'm busting your chops too. I appreciate it. I really do.
Well, I
really appreciate it.
I don't throw it's not a throwaway compliment. It's
right.
And the caliber of the musicians you're working with. I'm looking here at the Hoekstra page. That you're pulled into these groups. And by the way, the same kind of thing was said by Arian. And I actually pulled this quote, man. I want you to hear it in case you haven't heard it before, of something that he said. He's let's see. You were tracking for one of his things here. Where's the quote? It's this great quote. I'll just paraphrase.
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick while you're looking.
Yeah. Let me pull it up. This is from Arian Lucassen, who's done so many amazing things. And yeah, here it is. So as Russell's getting his drink here, Star One, which is an Arian project, which is sort of a progressive metal supergroup. It's a side project from main Arian sort of band and family of records that Arian has done. he has this really, really great quote. I want Russell to hear it. But what I'm kind of framing up for folks here is, if you know Russell, you know maybe some of this. You may not know the depth of the things he's done. And for the folks who don't, I really want to frame up the caliber and of artists that want Russell involved. And this is what Arion said. He said, Russell has a very powerful and versatile voice. And on top of that, he is a great musician and performer. Russell was, this is the kicker. Russell was one of the few singers with whom I didn't need to be present during recording, but when on the phone, he let me hear the parts he had sung. My eyes filled with tears. So
that's
yeah.
He eyes filled with tears. That was pretty crazy. That was probably the most flattering thing I think an artist can have, is when the other artist is so moved by what you do with their ideas that, brings that sort of emotion out. So yeah, he's a great artist. He's probably the best, most creative guys I've ever worked with. He's special,
Well, he's pulled you in on a few things, and he's maybe most known for the Arion set of records. But it's, to me, the thing that like really killed me, because I've produced some of my own albums, and I've had I've hired tons of vocalists. But it's a different thing to trust someone so much you don't need to be there as a producer. It says something, man. It really does.
Yeah. It's great that he said that, because that's kind of what I've done on everything. I mean, I've never really had any of these projects I've done. A lot of them I did right in this room. And I'm always open to criticism, or if somebody wants me to do something a little different, then I'll change it for them or whatever. Sure. But most of the time, like I said, I don't phone it in. I give 100%, and I really try and bring to life what they're trying to do. And I'm my own worst critic. Let's put it that way. So I'm very conscious about it's not so much, singing for me and singing on somebody else's stuff. I'm looking for, is that, do I believe that? Do I believe that line I just did? Is that true here?
Yeah.
Did I feel that? Technically, it doesn't mean anything to me to be technically on. Yeah, I want to be on pitch, whatever. But it's all about the believability to me. Did I? So that's what I do. I'll scrutinize the crap out of my takes and make sure that I knew I was in the right headspace when I sang that, and I knew I was in that moment. That's the trick for me, and I think that's why I've had so much success being self-produced on pretty much everything I've ever done. With Symphony X, it's me and Romeo. He's the guy in the room, but he's like a mirror for me. So it's we both know when it's good, we both know when it sucks, and there's not a lot of friction there at all. That's been the beautiful thing working with him in that band, is that we're our own worst critics, so we know when something feels good. And Symphony X is a certain animal where it has to be a certain thing. There is a technical side to that, and it has to achieve a technicality in the music. But the vocals, I was never, I'm never really held to that same standard, because I feel like my approach to prog was always, okay, the band is off the charts good. How do I bring a listener in to this who maybe has never heard of this genre before, or cares about the time signatures or all these other things. So that was my challenge. I figured, how could I do that? So you'll always hear me sort of find the metronome, so to speak, not in necessarily the count of the measures, but the actual metronome of the time, and see if I can land on things within the complexity to try and bring the listener to focus on the vocal and be more of an anchor through the music.
That's really interesting.
When the singing is happening. That's always been my approach to it. I've never sang anything, and you could say accenting the 5 or accenting the odd time. That's always been something I've avoided, and I've done that on purpose. And so that's when I approach other people's material, I ingest it and try and understand the story that they're trying to tell, or if I the best I can, and then just put as much of an emotional, give it as much emotional validity as I can, and then send it back, and I hope that they're happy with the work. So that's kind of how I've done it, and of course I've done some producing myself, but I've always try to strayed away from producing other bands. I did one for Nocturnal. This is some friends of mine from Brazil.
Oh yeah.
That I helped produce, and I one of the only times I've ever appeared in another band's video to try and help those guys, because they're really great guys. Thiago's a great guy, and those guys in that band are good people, and I really felt like he had incredible range. He just needed some little tweaking here and there, and he did really well with it. But it's hard for me. He was so open. He begged me to, no, tell me if it sucks. I'm cool, totally cool with it. He was just such a good-hearted dude, So I felt like comfortable to be there. But I'm not one to sit there and tell somebody else how to do their art. I've had a lot of people ask me to produce and things like that, and it's just weird for me. It's like, I have no problem beating up myself. I'm fine with it. I'll even punch myself in the face all day with these takes until I feel like they're good. But it's so weird to do that to another human being. I don't know. Producers are an interesting breed. A lot of them are kind of, you love them, but you hate them the whole fucking time.
They're different. Some producers are
they don't give a shit about your feelings. They're trying to do the best they can for the song. They don't give a fuck about how you feel about it.
And the deeper their vision, like for a vocalist too, if they have a very clear picture of exactly how it's going to sound, it's that then you're going to just end up doing a lot of takes. And I've certainly heard stories of producers that get vocalists into hundreds of takes on stuff, and it's you're pursuing something great, but that's its own animal. Speaking of working for other producers, you did. I know you've toured with TSO for a long time, but you were on the Letters from the Labyrinth record as the actual release, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Yeah, I was, and it was funny. I was just going to segue to that and talk about that, because that was the first time I had actually been produced by Paul O'Neill. He was the producer on it, of course. Since I was a kid, started out with Symphony X. We had a producer in the very beginning, working on those early records, and so it was my first time back in a big studio too, and being in that environment. I've been very, very, very fortunate to be in my little, my little den in here doing stuff, and with Symphony X in the dungeon down there all these years, working on material and doing music. All the Adrenaline Mount records were done in here. From the vocal writing aspect were done in this room, and my solo stuff was also done here. So it was weird. I had to get used to that again. That was a challenge. But Paul, being as talented as he was, he had a process, and he wanted, like you said, he sort of, again, I learned so much from him about how to work in a different way. Whereas I know when I'm sort of hitting certain marks in the track, and I can go through the tracks sequentially, or just, take it into pieces, however I'm feeling and working on it, and hit a line or two and be like, that's good, that word's no good. I'm going to start there, get that, boom, boom, more. Well, all right, let me listen back. I believe this, move on. Rose is fine, moving on, right?
Yeah.
Whereas he works from the comp sort of angle, where let me get 5 live takes, and I will cherry pick every single syllable that I like, and consonant that, and he'll build this performance based on whether or not a word was the right emotion, whereas I work in lines. So it was just a different way. It's a more surgical, strategic way to approach putting the composite together of the performance, and it's something that I know a lot of producers do, like you said, those hundreds of takes. So I would do a lot of takes, live, takes of a whole section of a song or the whole song, and then I'm done, and then I come back and they comp it together and say, we still need to get this part, we're not happy with it. So that's how that he would work. And I know a lot of producers work like that. And
Yeah.
there's pluses and minuses to that, from my experience. It's like you are going to get what you need, but there's a shit ton of editing to do on the back end of it. Whereas I'm more or less editing in real time. That's how I like to do it. And stuff. But there will be a lot of crap for me to kind of go through at the end in order to cut, to get the tracks bounced down and get them ready to send. But in terms of like, I know where I'm at in the song, and I'll fix it on the fly and go in, and I don't just like, do 5 or 6 takes and then go back and say, well, But sometimes I will do that on choruses. I will do that on certain things where I know the line repeats, and I want to try and get the best section of it. And so I'll do maybe a pass or 2 of those, and I'm usually listening back going, okay, that was good. That was better. Let me double that one. And then I'll go back and I'll double that one if I got to double a chorus or whatever. So I do use the technique, but most of the time, especially in verses, I'm working as it's happening and then making changes as it's happening to make sure that I'm the context of what I'm doing, because continuity is really important to me. Like if you're starting a line out, if you start a phrase out and you have a certain emotional energy level to it, as you start to, if you continue to pound that thing, exploring is great. But for me, just finding the way I would say it as it right now, as we're having a conversation, is the key to me. How we're talking, you understand everything I'm saying, you can feel my meaning, my intent. It's all there, right? So how close can I get to real conversation in the take? And that's what I'm always looking for. That's what I'm.
I think it's the both work for sure, and I've worked with in both environments, but the if you do a whole bunch of tracks and then you have to kind of distill it down, the risk can be that the sort of inflection and tone, even the tiredness in the voice, all of that stuff, it can wear. Like your first take's going to sound different than your 100th take, and so if you're
that's why I don't like that process as much, because the continuity breaks down. And so like when you're going back to try and build a track based on multiple takes that were taken at different times, maybe even different emotional things, and we're talking like subtle changes in the emotional representation of the line, and of course vocal fatigue and things like that you're talking about. Now sometimes that vocal fatigue, that gives you that whiskey dust that actually sounds cooler than when you started, right? So you're sitting there, hey man, I really love this, but if I keep going, I'm gonna burn out. So where is that line? So for me, I just kind of do a few, and then it's like, okay, I'm in the zone. This is the tone I think is going to be the primo, the Goldilocks zone. Not too gritty, not too clean. This is going to work for this. It all depends on the song, but this works in this particular idea. And now I'm going to ride that, but I'm not going to kill it by repeating it 1,000 times. I'm going to get to where like that. Oh, that's really good. I fucked up right here. Let's take that and go from there. I'm not a big person of punching a word, that's I'd rather take it from there and I sing along with myself where I was, and I'm like, I feel that, I know exactly where I am, I know what I was thinking, I know what I was feeling, and then let it go. So it's kind of like I always equate tracking singing to like I grew up water skiing as a kid out in California. Nice. So we would go to like Havasu and Silverwood Lake and all these lakes, right, and stuff. And I learned how to slalom ski. I was like 5 or 6 years old. I was really young, so that experience sort of like, influenced me in my tracking and my recording career, because that's how I look at it. When you're skiing a slalom, you're up on the skis and you're sailing, man. You're gliding on the water. Maybe you want to cut outside the wake a little bit. Whoa, you eat it. You go down. That's what tracking's like for me. It's like, oh man, I was doing really good when I cut across the wake, and then I fucking lost it. Now I got to get back up on the ski again. All right, let's turn that boat around. Pick me up right here where I fell a little bit before it. Let me see if I can get back on that plane. And that's kind of how I attack it. That's how I do it. And it really works well for me, because I'm able to kind of get back into that moment, back into that feel, and then start trying to cut those wakes and take some chances and do some cool stuff. And at the end of the day, when you splice it all together, I look like a professional skier.
Well, I love the analogy because I was a skier as a young person, and slalom.
Oh, okay. Well, you get it then, man.
Yeah, and I did slalom too. A little later than you. I wasn't 7, or 5, but I could really only cut one way. I got outside the wake on the right. I could cut back, put beautiful rooster tails, but when I got to the left side of the wake, trying to do it the other way, I bit it more times than I can remember. I ate so much lake water, so that's good. I love the analogy. I'm gonna
same for me. That. I have my strong side was the right side too.
Yeah,
and it's ironic because I'm left-handed. That's my stronger arm, right? So I could really pull on that line and get that cool rooster and cut back in. I used to drill holes in the fin. I don't know if you ever did that.
Yeah, for sure. The one we had a gosh, what was the name of the brand? We had one. It had 3 holes, came pre-drilled, so it just put up a huge spray.
Back in the 70s, man, we just
did your own drilling.
Show my age. Yeah, drill the holes in the ski, and that would make the rooster tail really big on the cut.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That we had an O'Neill. It was a brand, and we'd go out and do that. And I think part of my challenge was I'm ambidextrous, so the way I would put my feet, I would have my left foot forward in the slalom. So for some reason, I just didn't feel as comfortable when I was cutting back the other way, having my left foot forward when I was trying to cut back to the right on the left side of the wake.
Right.
Way too much information about my slalom skiing, but
that's good, man. That's good. Well, but again, that hopefully you'll think about that next time you're tracking some singing.
I will, absolutely, because I've been doing some tracking lately, and I've just doing it myself, and I find that I end up debating with myself which is better, like doing a section and locking it in, or doing several takes and doing the composite. And I don't know that I found the perfect balance for myself, but when hearing you talk about it makes a ton of sense to me.
Yeah, the visuals, when you think of it in that regard, it helps you get back up on the ski, basically, or get back into the zone, wherever you want to call it. For me, it was getting back up on the ski, because you know how hard it is to get going, right? To get up on a slalom, you gotta tread a ton of water. You gotta keep your nose down. And then once you get up, you gotta get your balance. And now you're up, and then you're kind of leaning back on the ski. All of a sudden you're like, and then the boat's picking up some speed, and now you're gliding. And that's kind of what it is like when you start that recording button. Now, the reason why this became a thing for me was because I was recording, and I'm sure you were too, back when there wasn't a digital platform. Now we got these computers, this thing behind me I built that's hanging on my wall, and I became a PC engineer, that's the cool thing about being in the metal world, I think, a rock world, and people like us, we when we didn't have the big budgets, like the big stars, to go out and pay for these multi-million-dollar studios, we had to find a way. We built all our own shit, So anyway, we had these ADAT tapes, and we had 2-inch tape, and that was what we recorded on back in the day. We recorded on tape. So to wait for the freaking reel to come around, right, to get you back to the marker so you can start tracking again,
dude, yeah.
Okay, we're ready. Go.
Yeah.
And you're like, fuck, what was I thinking? Where was I? So early on, that reminded me of the boat coming back around to pick me up. Man, I'm sitting there.
I get it. Yeah.
Water. I'm in the water, my ski, I nose full of lake water, I'm thinking, wow, do I want to get up on this fucking ski again? Yes, I do. Because when I'm up there, I feel like I'm just walking with the Lord. It's just an amazing feeling to go skiing. As you know, we used to call it the glass. You get out there right when the sun comes up, and the lake there's no wind on the lake. It's like glass. That's what you want to get out there. So, and your recording time, you're paying for that moment, that window of getting out there on the glass, So I used to be like, man, this is like skiing. Well, I can ski, I can do this. And that's kind of how I psyched myself out early on. And it just stuck with me, so that's where it came from. And then it became a thing where it's like, well, that's why a lot of people, when you had the money and you have the tape, you can run composite all fucking day long because you got the money, and you can make a singer make 100 takes or an artist do 100 takes because you're paying for the. But you got reels and reels and reels of shit, and that's what they used to do, right? Nowadays with computers, it's a lot easier. But for me, I was always like, well, we didn't have the money for me to go in there and do 100 fucking takes, so I better get this right. I better be ready when the boat comes back around to pick me up to get me out of the water. I better be ready to fucking rock and roll, So that really sort of helped to build my confidence early on, and like getting back into the moment, making sure I was ready to do it. I was good, and I was going to hit this. I was going to kill it. Yeah. And so that's kind of where it came from. And then that workflow just kind of stuck with me, even through the digital transformation. And in that, so, I'm happy we had that time. I'm happy we had that technology in order for me to make that analogy, because it really impacted my professional life moving forward. And like you said, enabled me to be self-produced in a way, because I put that sort of like strain on myself to make sure that I was good. I was going to get up and I wasn't going to go off the freaking side again. So yeah. Anyway, so that's it. There's a big secret everybody knows now.
There's a secret.
Russell do it. Well, I skied my way through the recording career. Well, that's how I did. I just skated by.
What makes it a lot of sense to me is when you're going to get so many runs, there's a huge beauty and advantage and efficiency with tracking on Pro Tools or whatever you're using today.
Sure.
But there's also it's so easy. There's a disposability to like not getting it right, and so it's just like this endless amount of being able to redo. The very, very first record I sang on, you brought back memories, was an ADAT. It was the first one in our entire city. We thought we were so special to track on the ADAT. And I remember hearing the whine in my headphones when it was resetting. And so I really I think it's good vocal advice for those of us, those who follow the show, who are aspiring musicians and vocalists, is like getting ready to put the right energy into the performance you're capture, because it can make a lot of difference versus thinking, well, if I don't get it right, I can do it 100 more times in 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's a danger in that, as you're pointing out, because really the danger is getting lost in what you're doing to the point where you can't remember what the hell you were doing in the first place. And so when you keep on throwing away takes, because you end up not pushing yourself to stay in the zone to get the takes you're really looking for. Yeah. So I feel like the pressure is good. I mean, we all work a little better under pressure. The endorphins are kicking, things are happening. When there's a little bit of pressure on you, you rise to the occasion. I think that's super important in the creative process. If you don't put a little pressure on yourself, like this has to be the take. All right, so maybe it wasn't, whatever, but you know what? You can think that every time you go in. This is the take. I feel it. This is happening. Let go, relax, let it fly. And no, it's like, think of yourself as you're swinging the bat. You're in the batter's box. You got 3 strikes and you're out, So if you could swing all day long, well, how do you think that's going to end up sounding at the end when you try and piece together all of your hits? Yeah. It's there because it gives me no continuity. It's not going to feel, it might be technically good, but people, I've said this before in the interview, people smell shit, the bullshit. They can see right through when you're not real, and if that's your point, if that's your thing, if that's what you're doing in the music is because you're really not trying to achieve this emotional thing, and being sort of real, quote unquote, doesn't matter. You're just trying to hit the notes and whatever, that's what you're trying to do. Then you don't have to really, this technique might not be the best thing for you. You're just looking for technical perfection. If that's what you're looking for, then you can go a million times, go back, get the best technical takes that you did, and there's your track, right? Yeah. You're done. But if you're trying to connect to people that are really kind of wanting to feel the human side of what you're doing, you can't do that, because when you lose, like you said, the vocal changes, the timbre, people sense that it's not the same. Yeah. Like people sense that's like a bad punch can ruin a take, right? It's something that's like, you hear a different voice all of a sudden and you're like, oh, this is fake. Like that's an immediate turn off to the listener. And you got to know going in that continuity is king. So the best way I found is to do it, you know, like the skiing analogy, like I told you, and being able to stay in that zone. And of course the lyrics are going to change your emotional thing as the subject matter changes. And so that's what I used to think of as going over the wake, you know, like how can I transition now into the choppy water, you know? Where is this going to go? How can I transition in that choppy water? I'm in the choppy water. I remember when, you know, when you're in the choppy water, shit gets serious. You're like, oh fuck, I flex my knees here. I gotta kind of, you know, get the biceps going. I can't straight arm it. I'll get all this going on, and then you're in the water. So it was an awesome life experience to be able to pull from, to say like, this is exactly what this is. So I already had a psychological reference, you know, that I could kind of like put together to where my emotions are, because singing is all emotions, right? So where are your nerves? Where's your nerves? Well, when you're skiing, your nerves they're everywhere. You know, you're only feeling cool when you're like, you're on the glass, right? But you're only on the glass for a little while. So I was like really happy to kind of have that, so I could sense, okay, this is a heavier part, or this part is conflict, or this section of the music here is betrayal, and this section of the music here is talking about this. So I could pull on all these different things and make it a live performance that gets you through that choppy water, that gets you through that experience until the song's over. The best feeling for a skier on earth is a great run, and you just let go of the rope. You go like this, cut it. You tell the driver to cut it, and the boat slows down. You're just like, and you just sink back in the lake. Or the other thing I used to love to do is just, you know, you cut hard outside, let go of the rope, and you go right into shore where the boats are all, where the cooler is, and the freaking hot dogs and the hamburgers are waiting for you, and the beer, whatever. And everyone on the thing's like, dude, that was a killer run, man. Here, that was great. You know,
dude,
you just
step
right out of the back ski, you know, the one that's not a full boot. You step right there, whoop, whoop. What do you think of that? You know, those are the days.
That's pretty triumphant when you do a good run and you can do that, where you can ski right into shore and walk off your, that's a cool feeling.
That to me is getting the take, the great take, take. All right, I did it. This song is done. I'm skiing. I'm cutting out the shore. I'm good. Dude. Or if it was a really hard song to get, I'm just gonna say, cut the motor. I'm gonna go right back in the lake and just sit in the water for a while and just take it all in. You know, let the boat come back, pick me up. That was the worst, as you know. I know we keep talking about skiing, but it was just a great experience. You know, when you're really dead, right? And now you got to get back in the boat. You ever tried to climb back in the boat when you can't?
Dude, your arms are rubber. Yeah.
Right. The ladder and your legs, I had to have a buddy just pull me on board one time. I couldn't get up the ladder. My legs were so shot, you know, from skiing. We were out there for hours. I ski for hours in the morning. Oh, it was crazy. I'm like, wow, man.
I couldn't do that anymore.
Lucky if I could walk and do my gardening for 10 minutes before my back starts to kill me, right? But anyway, so that's how I kind of developed that mental capacity to do the work, you know.
It's translated well. It's translated well in your recorded work, and there's so much of it. Like we'll never be able to get to all of it in this conversation, but I will include a link. I want to point people somewhere. Where would be the best place for me to point them if they wanted to go to find your materials? There's so much of it.
Oh my God. I don't know if there's like a cohesive.
I mean, you do have a wiki page that's got a pretty extensive enumeration of your projects, even your guests.
I would probably say start there. I've never, you know, maybe it's something I should probably do. And I had a website, and the websites kind of fell out of fashion or whatever. I'm sort of social media challenged, I like to say, right? Like, so it's like, what's the latest trend? I don't know. You know, if you want to ask me what video games happen, I can tell you that, because that's like my kind of my guilty pleasure.
Are you a PC guy or a console guy?
I'm a PC guy, but I do the console. I'm a PC guy. I can program in Unreal Engine, stuff like that. And
I've
done some of my own.
Yeah. Oh, see, I worked at Microsoft for 15 years in the games division. And I worked on.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I worked on both the PC side of the business and the console side of the business. So I worked directly with developers on a number of different engines. So that's super cool, man, that you know how to do that.
Yeah. Maybe we could talk afterwards. I've been working on a game during the pandemic. I started programming it, and
for real? Wow.
Yeah, yeah. It's just kind of a hobby of mine. It always has been. I mean, back in the day, me and Romeo would play these games, in the studio. Oh, sorry, my battery's getting weird.
No worries.
Back in the studio, and when we were like, what the fuck are we gonna do now? I don't know. Let's take a break, and then we battle on some PC games or something. Those were fun. That was kind of what kind of really got me into it all, right?
Yeah.
And it stuck with me over the years. So yeah, I was working on that. It kind of got to a point where I was doing it so much, I was like not sleeping and all this other craziness. Because once you get into the creative, the creative monster grabs you, it doesn't let you go, So I've been like that with my music. I've been like that with, and then I delved into this programming stuff. I had a knowledge of it, but it was fun to go through the blueprint system in Unreal. Not to get off the musical topic, but if you're familiar with the engine, how they use this blueprint system to sort of like literally draw to your functions and all your calls and things like that. It's as a visual person, as an artist, that's sort of a mind. Man, it really made it a lot of fun for me because I didn't have to get lost in lines of code. I could only code little things I needed to, and I'm not no expert coder by any chance. I love the idea of getting this thing up and running and actually maybe giving it to somebody who knows what the hell they're doing. It's like here's my that's what I need a producer, right? So and to make a game, be like, okay, this is as far as I can get it, But it's I got more than just stick figures running around. I got fully animated,
That's killer.
Skeletons.
Yeah, let's talk after. I know I have a lot of contacts in that industry still, and both at the AAA level, but also at a more independent publisher and developer level. So I don't know. You never know. There's such an appetite for content right now too. Those a lot of those.
Well, here's the thing. I'll just tease this a little bit, to your audience, but this is something that I had gotten it to a level. I actually shown Romeo. I was like, "Hey, dude, remember the days? Look at this, man." Because he always, I used to build levels on the games we played, and then I would put stupid comedy stuff in there that only meant anything to us. Like I'd be, busting the balls of one of the guys in the band, and then do their voiceover or so. I was just something stupid, like that made us laugh. And so, he's always kind of been my my gaming buddy over the years. Even on the road, we would get into it, play something on the bus because you got all those long rides. So I was like, "Hey man, we're gonna sing," and it kind of reminds me of when we were kids doing this. And he goes, "Dude, that's fucking awesome. I thought it was gonna be whatever. That looks amazing." He goes, I got some ideas for music." I'm like, "Okay, dude." Not even an hour goes by, and he sends me these tracks over. I'm like, this fucking guy. Like Mike is more than just a guitar player. If your audience doesn't know this, that Romeo is a legit, fully encompassing talented artist. He scored an entire orchestral piece for me, and that it just came to his mind. And I tell you, it was like a Lord of the Rings thing or something. Wow. It was like right movie. It was like whammo. And so that was cool. That inspired me. And I was like, oh shit, now I'm really under pressure. I now the boat's taken off and I haven't rope yet, so it's like, it was cool, so yeah, let's talk about it. We got some time.
Yeah.
I'd love to pick your brain on that side of things, but I don't want to bore your audience with it. They're like,
well, some of this audience is a gamer audience.
Yeah, so when I hear you sing, well, I might sing in this video game. How about that?
Well,
there you go.
You know what it put me in mind of?
Or voiceover. I could do some voiceover stuff.
Dude,
that'd be fun.
Just do both. I just did I talked to a couple of people, I think it was last month, who there was a release recently of a video game called Of Bird and Cage. And the whole thing was set to a symphonic metal record. They had guest artists from, they had Casey Grillo do drums. They had Jolie.
He's Casey, good buddy of mine.
So, this composer who had this idea for it, he'd done some other scoring for games, but he kind of called out to a bunch of musicians, and he got a really amazing. And Bumblefoot was on it. Like it's some really, really great musicians. So like you and your little enterprise here might be able to kind of be part of the whole package. You may need some additional help here and there, but like this kind of transmedia stuff's big right now.
Well, that's what I was thinking. And when I was talking to Mike about it, I was like, "Hey, listen, man, this is," because him and me, we're big Star Wars guys, right? We always were. We loved Star Wars growing up, and big John Williams fans. And Mike's the one that turned me on to Holst, the planets when we were young, when I was in my 20s, early 20s, just meeting him. And he's like, you know, do you like Star Wars? Like, yeah, well, you're gonna love this guy. This is where Williams got a lot of his ideas from. So, you know, we always sort of like open each other's minds, and I opened him up to the whole gaming thing and said, hey, you know, this is really fun. I can level edit this stuff. And he goes, you can? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm more than just a singer, bro. Okay, you know, I helped him build the original computers in the studio, and I actually put his place together in the very beginning. And of course, I built all the rigs in my place now. So my father was a computer engineer for the phone company back, and so he's the one that taught me how to. I built my first ATXT when I was, you know, he taught me how to do it. Then I built a PC, you know, got a PC Junior, and then kind of the gaming thing. Him and I didn't click on the gaming thing. He was more of a, you know, serious engineer kind of guy, and but I was more into like the math of the games. I mean, you said you were Dungeons and Dragons. You have friends that do that kind of thing.
I had my stuff. I've done my share of role playing, and I've got tons of friends who still. I don't have as much time to do it now, but.
Yeah, I have friends that were in the SCA, and I met all these people through medieval times, of course, you know, and I never really got into all that because I was a professional stunt guy. I mean, this is what I was doing for a living every day, was playing this character and really just trying to stay alive because the work was really dangerous. And so I looked at it more, it was more of an athletic thing for me. But I would get, you know, I like the role-playing idea. One time I had I put together like a foam war kind of thing with the guys, and so we got together and made these foam weapons and stuff. But you know, when you role play, you're with people who are all into it and they got the same mindset. I have a bunch of assholes that are really football guys. I just handed them a bunch of fake swords, and literally we're beating the shit out of each other. You know, who could fucking break the sword over someone's face? You know, because stuntmen are just a different breed. You know, they're out there. You know, we were a wild bunch. You know, but you got to kind of be a little crazy to do some of that shit that we were doing. You know, but
your set of hobbies and interests are I find aren't the common ones. Meaning, most of the musicians I meet, they're not into sports at all. Like they're not athletes at all. Like we could have never had a conversation about skiing or talk about Eric Dickerson and know who that is and his rushing records. And that's okay. Everybody's got, but most of the musicians I meet are, so it's kind of, for me, by the way, it's just kind of cool that in addition to the accomplishments in the music, like you have you're like this mental magpie. Like you have all this stuff that is experience. It's really cool. It's,
well, yeah. Thanks, man. I do have a blessing and a curse, I guess, right? Jack of all trades, the master of some, I would say. But I really did sort of just embrace everything that came along. I was willing to try, you know, a bunch of stuff, and I never judged anybody, man. I said, you know, okay, so what is this? Do you guys dress up? You throw bean bags at each other? What's this RP thing all about? All right. Well, I could throw a pretty mean bean bag. All right, give me a robe. I'll be the wizard. Let's do this. You know, like, I never like, I was Mr. Dave Mustaine called me Mr. Congeniality. You know, when we were on the Gigantor in the beginning, you know, he was very complimentary of me and Symphony Acts and stuff. And, you know, basically I could hang with anybody, man, you know, and I was cool with it because I always looked at it as a learning experience. You know, well, what are these people all about? What makes them click? Why are they into this? What's so special about it? I in high school, dude, I was the captain of the defense on the football team. Okay. And I sang in the choir. Okay. I was in all the plays and I was in the sport. I did it all. All the things. You know, used to make my lineman guys would come to see me sing in the choir show with their jerseys on. You're gonna sit in the front row, you know, and I'll see you in practice on Monday. If you're not there, and you know, if you want to laugh, man, I'll make you laugh. All right. So I was all, you know, I kind of crossed that line, that barrier in the social hierarchy of the school back the way it was back when we were kids, you know, the jocks and the cool guys in the band. I love being and bringing everybody together, you know, that was kind of who I was. And so that just carried on. I never really had like, I had a small group of really close guys that I actually sang with. We were in a barbershop quartet together. And one of the guy, Tom, and I played, we were pretty close. We were like best friends in school. We were both on the football team and we played volleyball together. But we were the members of the barbershop quartet in the high school production of The Music Man, you know.
That's so cool, you know? Man.
Yeah, man. So, and that was
I want
fun.
a bootleg. Is there any bootleg
learning
recording
harmonies.
of that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's out there somewhere on some high school reunion thing, and I'm singing "Sweet Adeline," with these guys. And but Wes Reed, God rest his
That's
soul, was a
awesome.
great musical teacher and influence in my life early on. He had worked with the Carpenters
Oh,
back in the '70s, and he had a really, really cool history in the business. And as our music teacher introduced us to all sorts of stuff, I was in the jazz ensemble, and he was also my football coach.
oh,
So
for real?
this man,
Wow.
yeah, this man was one of the assistant coaches, and everybody loved Wes. Mr. Reed was a great, great dude, and he could be on the football field, and he taught me that, hey, you could be up here on the field with the boys and bang some heads up there, but you can also intellectually be there and be and let your art speak and do this too. Here, check this out. Check
Yeah.
this musical style out. So in the middle of the heyday of 80s rock and metal and all this other stuff, and chicks with hair out to here and tits out to here and the whole nine, I have this man introducing me to and I'm out there learning how to do this, and it was because of him. It's because
Yeah.
of his influence, and so it was great. He was so influential in that early stages of my development as a singer and as an artist. It was
We need
huge.
we need more people like that. It's we I had similar experiences where there were mentors who helped you kind of see that you could straddle these different worlds. Um, and you so real quick though, I know this is a callback, but so you played defense. You're a defensive guy.
Yeah, I played defensive end and I played middle linebacker my senior year. I played offensive tight end too, but usually it was on a double tight end set or something like that for
Yeah.
short and goal, extra point stuff, and I'd go in as a blocking or pass eligible receiver. I wanted to play offensive tight end more, but I was aggressive, so I really excelled at hitting people and not being afraid to put my nose
Yeah.
in the thick of it. So when you're obviously football, so when you're a defensive guy, you got a gap responsibility, and that's what I did. I'd shoot that gap and hit whoever the hell came through that hole.
Yeah.
So sometimes it was the runner, other times it was just someone doing another jersey on. I didn't care. So I had some anger management issues, I think, when I was a kid. So
Who doesn't with their
uh,
teenage years?
there was great therapy though. I could get out there and just let it all hang out. And of course, even then, before I got the job medieval times, I love the idea of the knight, the gladiator, the warrior on the field, and I kind of wanted to live that guy's life in a sense back in those days. And before I even got the job, and kind of realized that vision of being that knight, and learning to ride a horse and joust and do all those crazy things. But without the athletic background, I could have never achieved that.
Yeah.
It all started back there in school, learning how to play ball and being on the field. And we played on Friday night, so Friday Night Lights, and the crowd, full high school crowd, band, the whole nine.
Yeah.
High school football in California is big. It's like Texas or any other big state.
Yeah.
So it was like you pop somebody, the crowd goes wild, and so to me it was like a gladiator. It was something cool that I was so excited to be a part of and let that anger out, or not even anger really, just that energy, that competitiveness. It was fun for me. But to your point about musicians, it was a bit of it was hard for me to transition, once I became a professional artist, because a lot of people in my world, like you said, they're not like that. They can't relate to that. So I had to really kind of, I like a chameleon, I guess. I can change my colors and kind of sort of fit in with anybody. But it was times it's like, well, okay, these guys are really sensitive about this, and maybe I shouldn't joke about that. Whereas, look, I was getting butt naked in front of guys, since I was a kid in school. I kind of got over it early, my self-consciousness. That's the one thing a lot of people don't understand about sports and things like that. And because everyone's so you're very self-conscious, right? Especially in junior high school. That awkwardness. You got to go to the gym for the first time. You got to change your clothes. And I don't know what school's like now, but this is what we went through. For better or for worse. It got me out of my sort of like, sort of head about being self-conscious about everything really early. we didn't really haze anybody like that or anything like that in football. Obviously, it was school, it was not allowed and things like that. But it broke down who you were as an individual early on. I guess I know it wasn't in the military, but it's maybe akin to what they would do on a higher level, of course. And the whole idea is it's not about you, man. It's about the team. It's about the group. And so early on, that taught me, okay, we need to be able to make fun of each other. We need to be able to handle that criticism. We need to be able to own our mistakes and take responsibility for everything that we're doing, or we're not going to achieve success. So that mentality I took into the band world, and I tried to be like that. There were times that, I probably was off color with the company. I should have said that, whatever, because people get, I'm so used to ball busters, like, especially when I was in 90 Medieval Times in New Jersey. That's all we did. Because the last thing you wanted was some ego rock star mentality guy with a fucking lance in his hand and a 1,200-pound beast on the other side charging at you, thinking that he's better than you. Like that is the last thing on earth that you want in a safety situation like that. Right. You need that guy to love and respect you and understand that the two of you together are the reason why you're not going to go to the hospital tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we would weed those type of people out of that group by breaking down those things, those ego-driven things.
Right.
So that's kind of what my early upbringing was, getting rid of that ego. And a lot of people, of course, in the music business, that ego is everything. The ego is what's getting them up there and giving them the confidence, and it's a big part of their model. So when you attack that, or if you break that down anyway, sometimes it just destroys people. They can't deal with that because they never went through that. I had mine attacked constantly as a kid, in sports. Nothing hurts your ego more than just having to get changed in front of a bunch of strangers and go out and start hitting people now, after they've seen you naked. Yeah. You better get over yourself, and you better find a way to rise up. And luckily for me, I did. And I wasn't, that didn't stick around for long. And I was just like, all right, well, I think looking back, it probably helped me with my confidence too, to get up on stage and do my thing. Because I had already been sort of like through the ringer. So, but a lot of people in the music business, like you said, hadn't had that sports background. But I've also found many that did. I found guys that did. That understood that and got that. And so, but it did help. It helped me sort of also be accepting of everybody too. Yeah. Around here in Jersey, when I moved out here, it took me a while to get used to the language, how people talked, with the cursing. I was like, whoa, what are you saying? Fuck you for? Because when I came up from California, that meant we're about to hit each other. Yeah. Like words are a big deal out there. Out here, it's like it's all posturing a lot. It was back then. What are you gonna do? I all this sort of stuff, right? And I just blew my mind, like, okay, is this guy gonna hit me, or do I hit him, or what's going on here? So, yeah. But it's all posturing. It's a way of sort of testing you, testing you, see where you're at. So it's a psychological game, right?
Yeah.
Whereas out in California, it's like you walk down a street in Whittier, in Los Angeles, and this is just before the Rodney King days. You looked at somebody, especially somebody who was rolling with the gang or something, the wrong way. You looked at them the wrong way, you were in a shit ton of trouble. Yeah. Just looking at them was bad. Here it was like all this talk, and I had to get used to that, and so it was weird in the beginning going out. But I found my niche. I met my girlfriend back then, who's now my wife. I've been with her forever. She showed me the ropes out here. It was awesome. She introduced me to all these great rock clubs that were still around, even though you guys in Seattle it was all done. We still had Limelight for like 7 or 8 years, and Lemoore in Brooklyn. Oh wow! All these great clubs. And that's why I stayed. I stayed here because the West Coast had collapsed musically in that sense, and so I stayed here and kind of cut my teeth in the business out here in clubs and stuff that was still happening. But it was weird in the beginning, I had to get used to that. I had to get used to how people were, and then be like, okay, all right, I can deal with this. If I can get hit by a horse, and okay, if I can get hit by a fullback. Okay, I could do this. I could do this. You know what I mean? So it was interesting. And then I finally fell into the Symphony guys and got my niche with those dudes, and I was off to the races. But it was fun. It was interesting in the beginning. It was really strange to get used to how musicians were and how fragile they were. You
Yeah.
know, and understanding that and being respectful of that, and I, you know, I learned.
Yeah, it's there certainly are musicians who are sports fans or have sports background. I
Sure.
think it's just if we were able to take the poll, it would be very low on the list of things they understand or are passionate about. But and there are other ways to get this. But the thing you talked about that I think is really valuable is your high school experience became this kind of proving ground for in a lot of ways, and not just as a competitor on the gridiron, but also what you were doing, and you had people sort of supporting the fact that you were also doing. Hearing that you did barbershops, one of the coolest things. I mean, you know, I love that. That's by the way, that's a hard art form. It's not, you don't just show
Oh,
up
yeah.
and do that, right?
No, it takes a lot of practice, and it develops your ear. And everybody, you know, you blow. The thing with my group was fun. We did this for fun, and this is the competitive nature too that really paid off. Like you were saying, to your point, I know a ton of guys who are big football fans that are metal guys and rock guys, and but they didn't play.
Yeah,
You know, a big difference
yeah,
I found when, you know, being a fan is great, and I think that's great. But if you played, it's a different than like those locker room experiences telling you about, and things that kind of break down your inner ego and sort of make you gel with the team and
yeah,
understand a team mentality. Um, that's the type of people that are rare that I find in music that have actually been through that, you know, have actually played. But there are some that are there, and they're very humble, and I really enjoy my conversations with those guys a lot, because we can relate to that life experience and how it's benefited us in our careers, things like that, and how that mindset of being, you know, the all for one and one for all
right,
sort of mentality helps, you know, in cohesion and keeping a band together. You know, hey, I've been with Symphony X for over 25 years now,
right.
so you know that's a hard thing to do, you know,
It
in
is,
music, because
it is,
usually because people's egos get in the way, you know,
right.
and a lot of people that do my job have this thing called LSD. I think you heard of that, right? You know, lead singer disease, you know, and so you know, I have LSD when I'm on stage. That's how I kind of think of it. I
Yeah,
mean, I don't have that, you know, I try not to go beyond that, you know. I had my days when I was drinking and doing stupid shit on the tours and just being wild and crazy, really just to entertain people, you know.
yeah,
What, climb on top of the bus while we're moving? I could do that. I could do that. You know, like singers like don't really do that kind of shit. You know, usually it's the drummer or somebody who's
yeah.
like a little out there doing some crazy physical crap. But I was never afraid to do stupid shit like that. You know, but when the show was over, it was like when the game was over. We're all on the bus together. I took bus rides to and from the games when I was a kid. We won some, we lost some, but on the ride home, we were all brothers, right?
Right.
We're all together. We're a family. So that's the way I always looked at it. You know, the bus is a family. I always treated the crew with the utmost respect. I wanted them to feel like they were part of us, you know,
Yeah.
and that's comes from my football experience, you know, like they're just as important as me, you know, singing. So, but on stage though, I had to do that thing. I have to be that energy. So there
Right.
is an aspect where I kind of keep the ego and I try and bottle it into this thing, right? You know, and I know it's there. And then the stage I can say, okay, Mr. Ego, you're on, you know, and I can let it fly and sort of let it have its space where it should be in
Sure.
that context. And so let people feel that energy and see that charisma, you know, and allow it to be there. So that's an interesting balance, I think, that a lot of people struggle with, you know,
I think you're
especially
right.
people who don't have those ego check moments. You know, especially, you know, you get so successful as you're young. A lot of them, like we were talking about the other genres, you know, a lot of them just spin out of control. You know, they end
Yeah.
up just, you know, losing it all, and some of them are fortunate enough to, you know, make it through, you know, and maybe they're in rehab later on or whatever it is, but they make it through, and God bless them, they're still out there doing it, and you know, they're living, and they survived it. It's a fascinating, you know, life experience to actually go through this world as an artist. I think it's a blessing, but it's not without challenge. And I think looking at what's happened recently, I mean, I joked earlier on about it being non-essential, but obviously people know how essential artists are in our culture and in our society as a whole. And the inspiration that we can provide people, and the healing we can provide people, and all sorts of things that music does. And music can really be used, you know, bring people together. And I think more than ever, we need that more than ever. You know, music needs to be that common language that brings the world back together, and stuff. So, you know, all of these experiences I've had have helped to shape that sort of. To shape my ideology, if you will, about things and how I approach music as a whole. But yeah, I've had a lot of interesting experiences. I have a lot of different hobbies. I'm not really, this is probably the first time I've really talked about some of them, like the gaming thing, things like that. I you know, I'm a pretty private guy. I don't really, you know, go out there, and I kind of wish I was more like that. I'd probably be more successful, like you're talking about, to have this higher level of success. But
well, maybe
I don't know, man. If I was on YouTube every day or streaming some shit every day,
I don't think that's the recipe. There's you know, a lot of musicians who have more.
I applaud them. I really do. I just don't have the capacity to do that. I just don't have the mental.
I don't think it translates 100% to success. And if someone's uploading lots of videos all the time and they're on Instagram every day, has, you know, I don't think that that's a direct translation to success. In fact, I read some things recently that talked about the degree to which some of this has broken down a little bit of the mystique of the artist. You know, it's okay for us not to know everything about you all the time. So I don't think the approach you're taking is deprecating any way the altitude of your or potential of your career. In fact, on the other side, it can create this false sense of false ego, because I think, you know, I love your comments about ego and about how it translates, because you definitely have a charisma when you hit the stage, right? I've seen it, and anybody who's watching or wants to go and watch some of Russell's performances, but being able to kind of put that away and then be a human the rest of the time, there's a sufficient amount of, and I've even talked to a bunch of these people who they're kind of always the rock star, and some of that's cool, but sometimes it's like really hard to relate to that person, and I think it creates, with not all of them, but with some of them anyway, a sense of like entitlement, and people who feel entitled are not always super fun to be around. You know what I mean?
Well, I wouldn't know, because I don't surround myself with people like that. And when I sense that or anything at all, I just move on. Wherever the door is, I'm heading for it. And because I don't have time for that shit. You know, like it's you know, and especially now after all I've been through and everything I've seen, you know, if I had disdain for that sort of attitude before, I definitely can't stand it now. Yeah. To the point where it's just complete turn off for me. Luckily, I've been very fortunate, and most of my heroes, almost all of them that I've met, have been gifted the honor of meeting, have been incredibly good people, incredibly, you know, awesome, like Dio, like you know, I can go through a laundry list of guys, you know, that were great, that I looked up to, and then meeting other artists at the same level as me or a little higher. You know, most everybody in the metal genre I've met has been incredibly awesome, incredibly cool. You know, so what? They didn't play football, but they're totally down to earth, and I can have a sit down conversation with them and things like that. And then when the show goes on, but I've also met people that have a persona mystique. They're so high up on the thing, or maybe you know, they have the makeup thing going on, and that's a big thing for them. And so they're always in it, right?
Yeah. Like
you can't see them without it. And it's like the KISS model, you know, like you can't see them without the makeup on. That's the whole thing. So that's, you know, and I get that. And that's really I admire that a lot, because
Sure.
that
That's an approach.
100% commitment to be that thing 24/7.
Yeah.
And when it's a band, you can buy that it's maybe one guy in the band that's like you're saying, that dude who's like, "Woo." But when it's the whole band constantly, that to me is a team, and that's a team of people dedicated to that image. You think of Slipknot early on, it's the same sort of thing. Of course, Corey later, they take the mask off eventually, but the mask always comes back on when you're in that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I flirted with the mask once on the last tour, but I used it as a stage prop. And in a way, it was more of an artistic expression of, we all wear these masks,
right,
that we wear in life, right? So for me, it was like that kind of expression. But for them, it's a full-on image, and it's easy to look at that and make fun of that, but I don't. I look at that and go like, these people are legit. They're playing the character 24/7. It's a shame that I won't be able to get to know them, as a professional, sort of like, if I got to know them through some sort of back channel, that's great. But I at a festival, for example, most of those guys they're full on. You're not going to see them without that shit.
Yeah.
And so it's a part of their whole thing, and they play that up to the other bands too, which is like, there's a whole other gladiatorial match going on back at those festivals, which is so hilarious to me.
Oh wow. Well, I like the analogy a lot to the team thing, especially with the band. There is a camaraderie that gets built when you face something together. I played football, and I had an experience. I didn't get in a fight with a guy, and it became this huge deal. And my football brothers came around and they said, "You don't need to worry," And that was the most reassuring thing that happened to me in high school, is this whole band of brothers who just said, "We got your back." It wasn't because I was a star on the football team. It was just because I was a member of the football team.
That's it. Then that's that. And you learn, that. See, that. Because there is, the coaches do it. If you got a great coach, you got a good coach. Good coaches, they instill that in you, that everybody has value. Because what if your star gets hurt?
Right.
You need to step in there. You got to pick up the team. You got to make a play. You might need to make a tackle when no one else thinks that maybe this team is beat. That belief in each other, at every level, of the team structure, is so important to the success of the group, that you learn how important it is to give yourself to that group and give all you got and be there for each other.
Yeah.
And like you said, that backup that you were getting support from, and when you were getting social pressure of a conflict with another person, knowing that those guys were there, it is so huge. Now we've all seen the high school movie where all the football players are a bunch of assholes because they know that they're there for each other, and they're kicking the crap out of Mouth Machio and whatever, Karate Kid and all this other bullshit, right? And then, not to say that those guys don't exist, because like everything else, you get a couple of bad apples in the bunch, and it makes a stigma, and it creates this stereotype.
Yeah.
Which is, the world is just being destroyed by stereotypes, right?
Yeah.
Now the stereotypes are out of fashion, right? Thank God. And the stereotypes that we see are just being shattered daily, which is great. So that stereotype of those athletes, too, there was a time it's like, well, you should be ashamed to be part of that. Why? Because you saw some stupid movie where these guys were giving some kid a wedgie in the hallway. Yeah, there was jerks like that, but not in my school and not on my team.
Right.
And that was the way I rolled. Nobody in my fucking school was like that. We didn't do that shit. The football team had honor. We looked out for kids. We were not that type of group of people. Everybody at the school was on our team. That's how we kind of rolled. Everybody at Lucerne at the school we were all on the same team, man. And people have fights over, but we weren't doing stupid crap. And there weren't too many of those fights, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
I was pretty, thought of myself, I guess, as a knight back in those days, trying to do the right thing, be honorable, be respectful. Of course, I made my missteps and did some stupid stuff. We all did growing up, and you learn from those, but you're like, okay, that's not cool. Don't do that again. But I never, picked on people. I hated bullies, man. Hated bullies. Even before it was fashionable to hate bullies, man.
Yeah.
You know, I was bullied in junior high school by this kid who was threatening to kick my ass and all sort of crap. And he was picking on some girl. So I stood up to him. I was like, he's 2 grades older than me. He's like, he's tall. And I was like, hey man, why don't you pick on somebody your own size? And then my ego was like, you know, well, that's not you, dumbass. And I was like, oh, well, I said it. So let's see where this goes. So I was never afraid to stand up, you know, for people, for the people who were not able to stand up for themselves.
Yeah.
So I already had that in me, man. And so going into sports was like no brainer, you know. And I feel like we get a bad rap sometimes as football guys because you get all these stereotypes out there that act like jerks, but that's not the whole.
And it's not terribly dissimilar from some of the stereotypes on metalheads, which is, well, these people are a little thick in the head, right?
Yep.
They're just vice ridden. You know, they're not contributing. And the funny thing is, I alluded to this earlier. There's plenty of studies that show that as a group, people in the metal community are more faithful to their companions. They have better life adjustment with work. Just you know, and it doesn't make us better. But what it does is it shatters the stereotype. It's like, no, we're not dumb. We're not we're not sleeping around. We're not, you know, everybody's not out there doing drugs all the time. We're not tearing down society. Like as a group, the people actually have a very, very heightened sense of community and family. And that's, you know, my experience with sports is the same. And I think that then there's other ways.
Family's all relative too.
What's that?
Know? Family is relative too. And I respect that. Like people's vision of family, however your family is your family, that's your family. However it operates. If you have, you know, I'm not going to tell a Mormon he can't have 10 wives. Or I don't, you know, whatever your family is, that's your family. But as long as you understand what family is, then we're good, because that means community. That means, like you said, you know, banding together, being a part of the whole. And I'm all about being very accepting of everybody who understands that, and in whatever capacity they see what that vision is. I'm not here to judge anyone. You know, only thing I'm looking for is, you know, hey, are you on the team? You know, are you cool? You know, and are we going to make some magic together? Let's do this. And that's really what it's all about. I could care less about anything else. Dude, I'm a Raider guy. Okay. We don't give a shit about what you do, who you are, as long as you're a family member. You come to work and you give 100%, no matter who you are, where you come from. And this is the second chance group, you know? We don't care what you did in the past. This is your chance to show up and do the right thing right now with this group of people and give yourself some redemption. Big believer in redemption. I think we need more of that today in a lot of different ways. Redemption's key.
100% agree.
You know, and I feel the metal community is really good at offering, you know, and we're good at like doing that, and everybody loves a comeback story. And like you said, I hope, you know, for me, I maybe benefit from that narrative too, where I can come out of all this darkness that I've been through, and I'm getting there, man. But, you know, being on your show today is a big help for me, because it kind of opens me up to the ideas of doing a lot of things. And obviously now you're getting to know me. I'm interested in a lot of things. So
yeah, you are.
I'm kind of coming out of that hole where I was so, you know, wow, the world's a dangerous place, and I got kids now, and I need to start just thinking about that.
That is a thing. That is a thing that you start thinking about as a parent.
Real thing for me. Yeah, and that really hit me like a ton of bricks. And it's also the biggest reason, probably decision wise, I didn't want to go on with the band or any band at that time after that. Because of that. I'm really needed here, you know, as a parent. And all the parents out there know what I'm talking about. You are definitely, it's not about you. If football didn't teach it to you, if sports didn't teach it to you, having a child will eventually teach you, hopefully, that it's not about you. And you know, your self-importance ends when that child comes into the universe. And it's one of the most beautiful, greatest life experiences I think for sure I've ever had. Is bringing that child into the world. And I'm not advocating for whatever you do. You do you. That's fine. But for me as a human being in my journey, being able to bring those young lives up has been nothing but a great benefit to myself, to my community, and it's been awesome. And I'm learning from them. That's what you got to understand. You learn from them. You know, everyone's like, what can you learn from a kid? A lot. You can
Yeah.
learn a lot from a kid, mostly about yourself, which is really cool.
Yeah.
So like, you know, kids teach you to learn about you, and it's really awesome. And that's helped me out a lot, you know. So, but they both, like, my daughter loves adrenaline. She listens to it all the time. She loves it. You know, she's listened to it. And so listening to it has sort of like opened me up to maybe listening to that again, because I hadn't listened to that music for years. And even just recently, she started playing, and I was like, I haven't heard this song in 5-6 years.
Yeah.
So through my children, I'm learning to kind of open up that wound and deal with a lot of the things through their interest and asking questions. Now you gotta understand, they didn't know what happened to me for years. They just found out this past year during the pandemic. I told them what happened because they were too young. And I really, you know, we had lost AJ Pirro not too long before all this.
Right.
He had a heart attack on the bus with us, and that was a traumatic experience, to say the least. It was to date the most traumatic thing I'd ever experienced on the road. Someone, you know, having a heart attack and dying in front of us, and not just someone, but you know, one of the greatest rock drummers ever. This guy was a legend, right? And he was a good man. He was a good man, and I had the honor of playing with him and hanging with him and getting to know him through that project. And so after that, you know, I was like, oh God. But then everything else happened, right? You know, I had seen. Here's an anecdote for you. When AJ passed, his son, I think, was in his 20 or 21. He wasn't a young kid, but he wasn't an old man either. He was right there, you know, just coming into manhood basically. And he was really, rightfully so, really upset losing his father. And I started to think about, oh my God, you know, what if I don't make it back from one of these trips? You know, like it was in my mind then. And that summer in 2015, I believe it's 2015, I was going through all this emotions, and I have a young son here now, that you met earlier in your show.
Yeah.
And he was a little guy. And I was dawning on me then, like, well, what if I don't come back? I mean, what's this kid going to have to remember me by, except for some internet videos and some records and whatever. So he loved Pirates of the Caribbean. I kind of got him into it, you know, because I love, you know, remember that guy Tom I mentioned earlier in the program?
Yeah.
We were at Barbershop Quartet together.
Yeah.
Well, I ended up getting him a job medieval times in California, and he got so good at it. I trained him as a night early on how to ride, but he was behind me. He's like a class behind me in the night training school, right? So I ended up coming to New Jersey, opening up the New York show and other locations. He ended up leaving the country, going to that place that you thought it was, Excalibur in Las Vegas, and eventually became a sword master in Hollywood. And he was the guy Johnny Depp fought in all those movies. He was he was in all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. My best friend Tom from high school, and played football together. So like, you know, I turned my son on and I said, hey, my buddy from high school is in this movie. You want to see? He goes, yeah, I'll watch it. And end of story. Loves pirates. So basically, he had been bugging me for like a pirate ship playhouse in the backyard for a couple of years, you know, since watching that and whatever. And I thought, okay, well, he's going to forget about that. You know, kids, whatever. But this kid doesn't forget. You know, so that year he asked me to do it. And he goes, Dad, I really want to pirate playhouse. And this is when AJ had passed. I was like, and for some, it was like the most ungodliest, hottest summer in all of, like, I can remember here. Like all the grass was brown. It looked like the desert. I had dirt in my backyard, and that's really rare for, temperate climate location like we have up here. You know, it's usually humid and stuff in the summer. So I said, okay, I'm going to do this. I got to build this thing for him. You know, I got to build this thing. So I did it. I built a pirate ship in my backyard, which is still there now. It's 25 something feet long. You know, it's got the sails, the cannons that actually shoot water out of them, and all this stuff that I built for him. I just went to town, man. So
is carpentry another skill then of yours?
Yeah, I worked for a general contractor when Symphony X was kind of, you know, not touring. I think we talked about that, right? That band doesn't tour very much, so that doesn't really do good to help, you know, sustain yourself. And when I left Medieval Times, and in that gap there before Symphony X really started to take off, I worked for a GC for about 3 years or so. And I learned the trade. I learned how to do carpentry. That's how I learned how to build everything out here, pretty much. You know, I was always into building as a kid, like just built stuff for fun. And
is that the boat?
You know, that's it. Yeah, that's the boat. That's the boat back there. Yeah, you found it.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, and that gold coin you got there is given to me by Paul O'Neill. That's an actual $20 gold piece, a real one from like the 1800s.
Holy
He
cow,
had given
dude.
that.
So it's like real, like it's like real gold Spanish doubloons with your pirate
Yeah.
ship.
Yeah. I thought it was cool to take a picture of that. So you can kind of see it. It's a little blurry in the background,
Yeah.
but you can see the ship and everything. That's when Paul had passed, and or a remembrance of one thing with him. So I put that up there. I took that picture, and but yeah, that pirate ship, that was inspired by the passing of AJ and me wanting to give my son something hey have a great memory of, from me. And so I did it. And a lot of guys I looked online, they'd build like just a box with a triangle on the front, and that's kind of how the shape. I was like, well, I can't do that. It's got to look like a boat. So I actually curved the front of the ship there to get those angles, and things like that. And
Yeah.
those sails all turn with ropes and rigging and things like that. You got to be careful. You want ropes that are accessible for kids that are on the low part. So it's all rigged up high so they can't like grab onto it and swing off of it and stuff. But yeah, so that's the Skelly Bones, man. That's the pirate ship. That's Jack. That's my son's name is Jack. So that's Captain Jack's ship back there, so.
That's really cool,
Yeah.
man. Well, you're just like like you said earlier, you're a jack of all trades.
Yeah, master of some. That's not master of none, because I did master a couple things in my life, but master of some. But yeah, I have a wide variety of interests, and maybe that's why I'm not so like overly engaged in one aspect of my life, like we were talking about earlier about. I mean, I probably could just do a YouTube channel on all the shit I do, and that would be enough. Because, I've got a million things let's do one on pirate ship building in your backyard. That's a good series, So yeah, there's a lot there, but I'm so busy doing things in life that I don't have the time really to sit down and film it, and talk about it. I mean, today is a blessing, is a fun thing to do, to actually spend this much time talking about my life, which is like, to me, it's just another day of it, so, but I can see where it can be very fascinating. People, I've had a lot of people tell me, man, that's really interesting that you have had all these things and stuff like that. But I'm never impressed with myself as much as I am with other people. I always find inspiration in other stories, because my story is just my story, it's kind of boring.
That's what this is for. Things like this is, because as you take inspiration from someone else's story, someone's watching this and will see it when we post it on YouTube, and they'll take inspiration from the fact that, I think your story is unique. I know a fair number of musicians, and I love them all. I only really ask for musicians on the show that I've been fortunate. You talked earlier about you've met so many. The ones you've met have been humble and authentic. That's my experience too with everybody I asked to come on the show. But there's, I forgot, I lost my train of thought. Well, your story is unique to me in that, I'm hard pressed to think of somebody that I've talked to or even know outside of the show as professional musicians who has these, even though you may not be a master of all of them, has as much sort of depth of understanding and experience in, live action jousting and athletics, and even some of the things you were talking about, like people who are fans don't understand what shooting the gap means. It's not just not language. they don't get, and that's not bad.
Shooting a gap for your fans that don't know, that just means that, as a defensive player, as there's these spaces between the other players in the other team, and these are called the gaps in the defense. So, when there's this, if you are playing a certain position, you are responsible for that gap in the defense. So when they try and attack you there with the ball, that's your spot. You need to be there. So you got to make sure that you're there, and that's your responsibility for the team. You do your job, it helps the team succeed, and that's just to clarify that thing. But it is funny. Sometimes I see that's the thing. You start to get around people who know that, and you start talking about it, and then I do sometimes forget that not everybody has had that experience or understands what that lingo is. So yeah, so thanks for pointing that out.
No, it's not a failing. I love this, that you have this chameleon ability to sort of naturally be a part of very different conversations because you have like real experience in them. It's super cool. I've never, I'm sure there are some. I've never met a single other rock musician who's been a slalom skier.
Yeah, me neither, man. I don't think. No, now you think about it, yeah, I don't think I've met one. I don't know. No, I had a really supportive, family too. My mom and dad are bluegrass musicians. It's a passion there. They're not like career people by any stretch of imagination, but they've always gone to festivals. They got a huge, community of people. They used to have a ranch out in California before my dad retired and moved out to Arizona, and they had a big, property, and they'd have like 30 mobile homes park on their property and sit out back, and they jam all night. That was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen, because I saw a 9-year-old kid shred on a banjo better than any metal player I had seen at the time. The kid was insanely, phenomenally talented, finger tapping the whole night on a banjo. And I'm like, wow. And my dad was like, what do you think of that? I was like, that blew my mind. But it kind of gets back like what you're doing with the barbershop stuff, right? There's these things that, and they don't do it to be famous. That's what's so cool. They're not in it to try and, make money at it, because there's no money in bluegrass. It's a completely organic, community-based art form that is really promoted within the community itself. It doesn't really have a large reach. So when you have these talented kids coming up and doing their thing, they're just doing it because all the parents, mom and dad, brother, sister, and everybody around the circle, they're like, yeah, you play it, Joey. You go, baby.
That's right.
Woo! And they're cheering you on. And it's the immediate sort of like accolades from your immediate family and your immediate circle that are so proud of what you're doing, and they inspires the kids to do more. That is the coolest thing I've seen, and the talent level at that thing of those things are impressive. We're talking super impressive, but you never hear about them because it isn't popular. It isn't mainstream.
Whoever the people are who hold the keys to the kingdom on sort of mass exposure, because I would guess that if somehow lots of people could see that gift and experience it, they might be interested. Hard, I guess
there's more possibility now with the internet. But
it's true. Maybe there's a platform for it. Same thing with barbershop. I was on YouTube some months ago, and I don't know how I got sucked down a barbershop rabbit hole, and I was listening to some of the big like national barbershop competitions. When I was watching some of these groups sing, and it wasn't only that they could be in perfect 4-part harmony or multiple part harmony beyond that, but it was the complexity of the songs and how they were the sort of orchestration blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind. So even and it's not like I wake up thinking I'm going to listen to barbershop today, but wow. And so maybe
I'm sort of famous at, getting a few in me on the bus and playing people barbershop stuff. I probably nothing I'm embarrassed of. I'm sure I'm like, you gotta listen to this, man. This is the coolest shit ever. And people are looking at me thinking, oh, it's gonna be some cool rock thing, and I'm breaking out some fucking barbershop thing, But every time I've showed people, they're just like, whoa. I'm like, yeah, listen to that shit. And it's great you stumbled across that, because those men's choirs that compete. No, ever been to one of those?
Not live,
you should
no.
Go.
Yeah,
you got to go live. The coolest thing you'll ever hear. All the hair on your body will stand up when they start hitting these harmonies and these sevenths, and when they shift, and they move to the arrangement. Live, it's just something crazy about it. It's a completely different animal live. When you hear it live, we used to go down to where they used to practice when I was in high school, and that group would do that show I was telling you about. Well, we ended up becoming a side group called the QTs. I don't even know if I had a picture in the studio somewhere. I think I took it in the house. Anyway, me and my friends that were in school together, we did barbershop stuff on the side for money. They were getting paid.
Oh, really?
This was my first gig. Yeah. And so we were doing stuff around California, like dinner parties or just stupid stuff, for like, we did a country club one time. It's like, oh, this is how the other half lives. Huh? Okay, cool. And I felt like the movie in Caddyshack, if they actually asked the barbershop quartet to like sing at the ball where what's his name was wearing that red jacket, and I don't know if you remember that movie, but
I do, yeah.
Ted Knight's character, they're the frou-frou, hoity-toities. So we did some stuff like that, but we also sang the national anthem at the Angel game. So we got pretty good. We did the national anthem against them, the Boston Red Sox. It was a pennant game back in like '88, I think, or '89, and we did it. We'd sang one time. They asked us. They liked it so much they asked us back. So that was wild. That was the first time I had sang in front of a large audience like that. It was with my buddies. And sorry, my battery keeps. I'm on my laptop here.
No worries.
All right, so yeah, so my so the wildest thing was, so we start, right, you know, it's a 4-part barbershop rendition of the American national anthem. So it's like, you know, and now I'm doing the time, you know, everybody's like, Russ, you got to do the time. I'm like, all right, I'll do the time. So we start, you know, and I'm doing all the hand stuff I learned in choir, you know, from the director, because sometimes when Mr. Reed would be out, he'd have me maybe direct the choir that day. And okay, so I was the most musically gifted guy at the time or whatever. I didn't think that. There was other kids that I thought they were better than me, but my rhythm and singing and everything was good for choir. So I was like, okay, so I'm the guy. So we start, oh say, and there's this delay from the echo of the sound system from where you're at home plate, how it comes out of the speakers. And this was my first introduction to, this is physics, you know, like this is what engineers deal with. I was like, the Doppler effect, holy shit. So the thing goes, oh say, and then it's going, oh say. It's bouncing and the pitches are changing as it's coming back, and we're hearing all shit, you know. And so I see my buddies, you know, Tom, Joe, and Vern, look at me, go, you know, holy shit. I'm like, watch my hand, you know, like. So I had to completely lock out the delay and keep us going.
Yeah.
Right here. Just concentrate on me. I'm right here. It hit me quick, but I recognized it quick and I understood what it was. And so I was like, okay, we're going right here, boys. Right here, boys. Watch the hand. And I got us through it, you know. And that was like my first thing of, it should be, oh, I'm just singing this thing. This is a great experience. No, it was like literally the wheels almost fell off of it immediately. You know what I'm saying? To be like, oh shit. So, you know, like the skiing thing, maybe. I don't know. I've always been sort of fortunate in that regard to where when something like that would happen, I could get it. I could save it. I could get it back up, get it back up and running again. Yeah. And that's always stuck with me, man. And that's helped me a lot too in like emceeing shows. Like when, you know, when you're a front man for a band, things go wrong, you know, guitar strings break, you know, shit fails. Now you got to cover. So, you know, and I'd like to think I do a pretty good job of that. You know, I've gotten some compliments over the years on my ability to front a band. But it's just damage control, you know, but I do enjoy the banter with the crowd, you know, because it's my chance to talk with them outside of the norms. And honestly, I grew to love it. I actually love it. Not that I love to, you know, just to be talking to the audience all the time. I just love it when things don't go according to plan sometimes. And you have to improvise. I think that's where the magic is. Yeah. You know, when something goes down and you go, you know, you start breaking into a song you never even thought of doing, you know, or maybe you're covering a little bit, making a joke, you know. Nowadays, I don't know about it. I don't think I'll be making any jokes anymore. Everyone's so woke. You know, I was never a very controversial guy anyway, but I certainly love the interaction. And when things would go wrong, like it did in that my very first time on a big stage, it went wrong immediately, and I was able to gather the guys back and let's go team. You know, that goes back to that team thing. You know, hey, they're counting on me. This is my part. This is my gap. I got to get in that gap. You know, I don't keep that time going. We tank on national television, and that'll stick with us forever. I was very aware of the moment, and so, you know, that's kind of how it went down. You know, I'll never forget my buddy Tom, the sword fighter guy, his bottom lip was like shaking, like this, like it was the bass, you know. So he's like trying to hold these notes, and you can just see it, you know, the fear, and the lip was just going like that. And we still have that to this day. I'll never forget that lip, like that. You know, it was like, it almost fucked me up. You know, I was focusing on it too much. You know, like, I gotta stop looking at this dude's lip. You know, he's gonna fuck me up. You know, and the Rockets red. Could you imagine? It would have been horrible. So yeah, again, I get that team thing. Big deal, man. Big deal. In order to understand how to operate under pressure, operate, in a capacity with others who might collapse under that pressure,
Right.
which is a big thing. And understanding that you've got their back, and giving them the confidence that they need to know that you're there for them.
Yeah.
As a singer, I feel like that's my job. That's my main job for the band. The band is supposed to have my back, technically, right? They're providing the backdrop for me to perform on, and I expect that. That is their job. If there's any lead singer disease moment, I guess you're allowed to have as a lead singer is that, well, your fucking band better know the song, because you're singing it, but you better know what the fuck you're doing up there, and you better sing your ass off because your bandmates are playing their butts off. So you give 100%. Now, if they fail, they fall. You got to pick them up. How you do that? You got the microphone right here. You got it. You have the power. You're the most power on the stage.
That's right.
When you're the singer of a band,
you are the focal point.
Correct. And you hold that lightsaber of you have the force, as I like to say. The force is with you, young Padawan. So when you have the force, you need to wield it when you need to wield it, and especially when there's a technical issue or something like that. Now you need to wield it. How do you wield it? You have to be honest. You have to connect with the audience in a new way. You can't just sing. Now you need to connect with them in a real way. And that is a challenge in itself when you're in your own country. Now do that around the world. That's where it's interesting, but I love it. So what I would do is, and I started to get back into doing this again after the accident. And I was talking earlier about all this, was that I was able to go out and experience the local area, talk to maybe some people, see some cool sights. And it was a way for me to not only love the experience of being on the road, because I'm away from my family and it sucks a lot of times, you miss them, you miss the kids, you miss your wife, you miss your friends, miss your community, like we were talking about. And so what's the best thing? Get to know the community you're in, live in the moment, be there. And so I was doing that, absorbing the culture, meeting people, making friends, doing all that stuff again. It was fun. And then something would go wrong in the show maybe that night. Well, guess what? I got something to talk about. Hey, I was down by there's this castle down by the river. Oh, oh yeah, you know that. Yeah, I love that. That was really cool. So I heard the history of so as soon as I can touch on something that is identifiable to my fans in that area, it's a great experience because they know I give a fuck about where they come from. They know they care about their culture. They know I care about the experience of being there, and I'm grateful for that. So in a way, it's like, it's a cool double-edged sword. Not only do I get to enlighten myself with the experience of being there, but I also get to connect deeper with the audience when given the opportunity, because I have a chance to interact with them and bring them even more closer to the experience, because it's a unique experience to see a show, right? Something that you don't. And with Symphony X, they're like comets. They're very rare occasions that come around the solar system every 5 years. Here comes Symphony X. Oh, it's got to be another record. Oh, this one's 5-7 years. Oh, here they come. So that's what Symphony X's career has been like, right? So hopefully, not to give anything away too much, but obviously we're working now for Symphony X's comet to come back through the system again. So
did I see a date in New York with Hawken next year or later this year, or am I thinking of something else?
You're talking about tour dates?
Yeah,
we were supposed to do this 25-year anniversary tour back in 2020. So we still want to do that. So
okay.
We've been working on material now, but we still want to do that run. I mean, all the booking agents, they're like, there's no loss here in terms of the public interest, and the fans want to see you, dude. So just do this run, then get your record out, whatever you want to do. But we're here. The people are here. So that's kind of like what we're thinking. And I think it's a good way to go. And we can follow that up immediately with the material that we've been working on, the new record. And everyone's going to be, I think, into it and stuff. And that's going to be great for Symphony X. But I don't want to sit around and start to I know Mike doesn't either, just trying to get a new record done. And when everything opens back up again, because that's when all the excitement is there. We want to be a part of the excitement. We had already planned to be out there, so we might as well just go out and do that. And that's what we're planning on doing.
Yeah. Everybody wants to see that tour. Everybody's excited to see the dates rescheduled. So
Yeah, because we're going to touch on tunes that we haven't done, in so long. It's a quote unquote 25-year thing, and I've been trying to talk with the guys, and we've been talking a little bit about what we're going to do. I'd like to see the band try and cover as much ground as possible. Maybe we can have different shows and different nights. That's something that the DT guys are great at. They've always done that. We've been more like, let's lock into something super solid and perfect the shit out of it. So every now when people come see us, we're giving that really, really awesome sort of performance, maybe with a few variants here and there. But the core songs are there, the core experience is there, and we're offering the same core experience to our fans. That was kind of our thinking. Like, we don't want to go to some town and have them complain that they didn't get to see those songs because we sang, because there's always a downside, right, with the fans. You're always going to disappoint somebody in that scenario. Yeah. And we didn't want to do that. So we figured if everybody got the same thing, no one could complain, right? Everyone would be happy. You're still going to get people that aren't happy that they didn't get to hear what they wanted to hear, but the majority of people got to hear what they wanted, and so the majority of people are happy, and so we are trying to make our fans happy, and that's what we're trying to do, and not just the diehard ones that know, oh, Russell Allen, he hiccuped on this one part in minute 282 of the. There isn't even 282 minutes.
I hate that. I hate when guys do that.
You get but I love them too. That's great that you give a fuck enough to know that kind of detail. That's great. But you have to also understand that, you live in a space in the fan universe that is a very small, minute space. And we want to try and cater that need. And we do sometimes throw some nuggets out there to give to those diehards. But at the end of the day, we're kind of a victim of also the technology that's out there, because we get all the data back on the streaming that you're talking about. What are people listening to? What are the fans listening to? What's the number one song they're listening to right now? What is that? That's maybe a song we might want to play for them. Like that's kind of how we've evolved to like listen not only to the comments are great, but it's the fans' actions. So actions still speak louder than words in this world we live in. It still means something. What do you do? What you do is really more important sometimes than what you say. I know that flies in the face of certain comments thinking these days, but
like it's
actions are important, and so we see the fans' actions, we see what they're listening to, and we try and react to that, and so we know that we're responding to the majority of what the fans want, and not just some really, a small niche of very loud voices, which are great voices, and I'm very, very happy and love the fact that they're so passionate. So in not to contradict that point I just made, but I do want to do something special on these shows to offer that type of experience to some of those fans that have been waiting to hear certain songs that we just don't do anymore or haven't done in a long time. Because in my mind, it's like, well, if it's 25 years, well, we got to cover 25 years, right? So it's still picnic for me. I got to go back through and sing shit that I had to sing since I was like 20-something years old. Not that it's that big a deal for me, but I still got to get ready for it. I got to get mentally prepared, physically prepared. What are we doing? So that's a whole thing too. The sports thing has helped me be in shape for singing and have to my longevity is because I physically, I get my abs going. I get, as strength is all in the core diaphragm muscles. Nothing works better than getting your sit-ups going and doing your lat exercises and stuff. Like, you don't have to look like The Rock, but having core strength, you can discreetly increase your core strength and wear a t-shirt and no one would know you were working out. Really. It's not a big deal, but it is a big deal if you want to be a singer that has longevity. Well, because if you force it through your throat, you're going to kill yourself, and it's going to be done.
Right. Well, you with the Symphony X stuff in particular, you were alluding to this. You the fandom there, it's comprised in large part too of musicians, like because they're players, they're they're aspiring. Some of them are in groups that are doing kind of okay, but the point is that like they know, so they put you under a microscope. And that's okay. I think critique is all fine. I was just there's a level at which that becomes, I think, counterproductive to fandom. And the other side of that for me, which you were talking about earlier with live shows, is there's a certain charm's the wrong word because that makes I think that sounds too trivial, but there's something about the live experience with all of its imperfections that I think is kind of really cool. And
Mhm.
whether that's a vocalist or like I remember I was at a Lynch Mob show, and it was their first record, and their singer must have missed the cue because they came on stage. They got warmed up by Steelheart. They came on stage, and the singer forgot. And so George Lynch and the band went into just a freeform jam, a la Spinal Tap, just freeform jam. And it was the coolest thing because
Eric Smalls, he wrote this.
and I was like, it was so cool because it was completely unscripted. You were hearing something that they were creating in the moment. And you were talking about that, like you don't want things to go wrong, but when they do, creating those moments like I talk about that now still.
Right.
And
that's my point, though. That is my point. Having those moments, everybody holds their breath for a second, right? There's like, oh no. And then, but when you get back up on the tightrope, or get back up on the ski, and you're sailing again, or you're walking in again, everyone's like, wow, that was cool. You remember the time when? And so you're giving a unique experience, like you just said. Look, for me, I know this might sound like a shock to a lot of people, but I cannot specifically remember a lot of those show moments I can't. I just don't. You know what I remember? I remember going to that castle I told you about on the river that day. I remember meeting this person in the street. I remember the interactions I had that were unique.
Yeah.
To my experience doing this job. And that was the people I've met, the places I've seen. I know it sounds kind of silly. It's like, well, that's just tourism. Well, yes, it's called going on tour, because those are the daily things that are different in the experience. The Groundhog Day thing is sound check, pre-dinner, show, after, whatever, pack up, go to the next town. A lot of that stuff is just lost in the sauce for me, because it's a daily sort of grind that you get into. You remember certain things, certain shows, certain highlights, watermarks, whatever you want to call it. But for me, like yourself, as a fan listening to something, I remember the different things. I remember the things that were unique, things that stood out, things that moved me in a certain way. So it's a kind of a full circle experience. So me as the artist going out and experiencing something in the local culture, and absorbing that, really truly absorbing that, and then have an opportunity to share that with the audience during a thing, even if it's singing like a local custom, like a song or a style that is only unique to there, like in South America, a lot of country, they that's something they sing at football games, right?
Yeah.
So it's just fun. I'll just start that chant, when something breaks down, and I'll just do like some silly river dance on stage, just as a goof, but the crowd the people love that. I love being that sort of, clown in the moment sometimes, or bringing that sort of like energy into a metal show, which is so like, powerful and just bombastic at times, to have that sort of human aspect to it creates those magic moments. And to me, that's the beauty of that's the greatest part of my job as a frontman, is having those interactions with the audience that are unscripted.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense, and it's kind of cool to hear from the artist side and the things that they take time to do. I know the touring schedules can be really, really demanding, but sounds like at least sometimes you're able to get out and kind of break the script a little.
Well, honestly, it's not sometimes, it's all the time. Like that's my lifeblood out there. If there's guys in the band that they'll stay in the hotel room all day, they'll do the show, or they'll stay in the dressing room all day. They'll never leave. They'll never go anywhere. That's just what their comfort zone is, luckily I can get out. There's it's really me and the drummer, me and Rulo are the ones that like to get out the most. So we'll get other guys to come with us, and sometimes we get the whole band, especially like in Rome or something like that, or somewhere big where we really want to get out and see stuff. those are great days for the band, for the team, for the team to go out and enjoy each other's company in a place that, it's a rarity for us to visit in life. That's one of the perks of the job, of course, is to get to see places on the planet that you'd never really get to see. I could never have afforded to take my family to Australia, for example, or things like that, or go to Japan, or have these great moments in life to be on the Acropolis, in Greece and Athens and stuff, and share those moments with these guys. It's our band is unique, and I think me and Romeo are pretty close. I'm not buddy with everybody in the band. We don't talk all the time, but when we're in that bus, it's like we never drop the beat. Hey, how's it going? How's your life? Okay, great. Boom. Let's do this. So it's kind of worked. I was thinking the Song Remains the Same movie, where there's Jimmy Page is off, grinding the thing to summon the devil or whatever the fuck he was doing. And then, Plant's down by the river and his sort of hippie lifestyle with his kids at the time. And John Paul Jones has got the family life, basically, the wife's cooking the dinner. And then there's John Bonham out there racing his car, doing this whole hot rod stuff. So these men had totally different lifestyles, right? And same like us. And it's the same. And I remember thinking, and John Paul Jones like, Tuesday, these are tomorrow. And then they're on the plane. That's our life. That is our life. It's hilarious. I used to watch that and dream about, God, maybe that could be us someday, And it happened. It was that, we would get tour dates. And then we all have our own Symphony X's like this, obviously, you all have our own lives, and we come together and then we go, and then we're a team, we're out there on the road, we're a family doing our thing. And that's how it works. And we're so lucky that we've been able to operate in that capacity. Because I think when you're too close, sometimes, right, the fighting starts and bands explode and all this other crap, egos clash, blah, blah, blah. We had our challenges over the years, but I love those guys. I take a bullet for them. I don't really want to at this point in my life, knock on wood, but if I had to, I would. The point is that, they're my brothers, they're my bandmates, they're my teammates, they're my family. So when I'm out there, I've got their back, like you were saying, and they've got mine, and we're a group, and that's held us through. That's kept us going. And so, we're all very different, and that's just the way it is. But we're able to come together, which is a great thing. And I think most bands struggle with that. Most bands, I think, struggle with that, to keep the longevity there, to keep the group together based on just life changes a lot of times. But it's mostly interest and ego. You got to look at it that way. We were able to kind of separate church and state, if you will. We kind of kept our beliefs and all things that we do on the side. And when we come together, we're out there on campaign, and we're getting it done. And we're all about the fans. We're all about giving the best show we can every night. And that's the goal. That's the focus. And so, all the other stuff is just fun side show nonsense. We always looked at it like that. We never really took ourselves too seriously. Obviously, we had a good time out there. And so the Symphony X has always been my sort of like gold standard for my touring career. In terms of how I like the tour, being everybody that we hire, the crew is like friend. We call it. I was playing video games in the drum tech not so long ago. I turned him on to this game. I feel bad. I turned him on to the game. We were playing, then I got into another game. He's still playing that one. I was like, I see him on Discord on there. He's playing that game. He's busting my balls. Hey, you playing another game? Huh? You got to be hooked on this shit. And but he's a great guy. He's a great guy. He's a part of the crew. And I love the crew. I don't know how other singers feel about that, but I guess because of my sports background, I'm a big crew guy. I don't have to have a separate dressing room for everybody, and sometimes if I'm 6'4", so if we're like in a cramped space, it is nice if I can have a place just to kind of put my shit. I used to have a wardrobe case that it was pretty big because my clothes would be just stinking and sweat. Just I work really hard up there, so my clothes are a testament to that effort, and so sometimes we so much salt in them. I thought they were going to walk out of the box by themselves, and they're so stiff, and you have to. So sometimes, I'd say, hey, just put the box over in that room over there, and I'll just go to it when I need to. And I spent most of the day or whatever with the guys in the room. And the Symphony X is interesting. Just to give some insight, I don't know if any of us have ever talked about it, but the crew comes in and out of our room, pretty much all the time. We only ask, it's like, hey, give us like 5 minutes before the gig or 10 minutes before the gig. But usually those guys are setting up anyway at that time, right? They're not coming in the room anyway. They're on the stage, set everything up, making sure that everything's tuned, everything's good. So we don't really see them there anyway. That's like our only sort of like band rule, just so we can all sort of like focus on what's coming up, you know. So like, let's tune in to the goal, get ready, and let's hit the stage, and we're on it. And so that's like the only thing. But during the course of the day, it's like, oh, everybody, all the guys, girls, whoever's working for us, you know, you want some food, our food's your food. I love that. I'm all about that, because like, again, it's a team thing. I'm just as important, or excuse me, I'm no more important than the guitar tech. I am no more important than the driver of the bus. I am no more important than the person working in the catering that day. I'm no more important than anybody else that's working to make that show a reality, to give me the chance and my bandmates a chance to entertain people. That's a huge, huge part of it. And I think of being successful for a long period of time, because promoters recognize that and they have you back and they love to see you again. And, you know, it also helps when maybe your numbers aren't that great and maybe you're not selling out every show. So VX has been fortunate, we've always done very well, but there's been lower times where maybe that promoter, they'll book you again. Why? Because they believe in your ethics. They believe in your work effort. They know things are going to come back for a good band like you. So you come, you do a killer show for a half empty room, and that's happened to us. And then boom, we come back a couple years later and it's sold the fuck out, you know, and there's smiles all around. Why? Because if you're a dick, the band's a bunch of assholes, and you go down that road, they're the first people that want to knock you off the cliff, right? Because you were an asshole about it.
Right.
I never felt like that was a good play, you know, especially at the intermediate level when you're trying to get, you know, you're just making a living. We're working musicians. We're not rock stars. You know, I can put on the rock star magic when I have to on that stage, but you know, I live in a modest house, you know, and I'm doing my stuff, and I'm very fortunate to have what I have. But I worked my ass off for it, you know, and I'm proud of that. And I think that, you know, people know that we always show up, we do our best, we treat people with respect wherever we go, local crew, and the crew that work for us. You know, I've always loved the crew. I really love the crew. I even, you know, I've had crew guys that we call them star techs, you know, star techs, because they work for the artists, and they'll come down, they'll work for us little guys, you know, and it's fun. One guy, you know, he was such a ball buster, but I loved it, man. But boy, he's rubbed some people the wrong way everywhere we went. So it's becoming an issue. And I was like, look, dude, I'm fine with, you know, what you do on the bus to the guys in the band and with us, everything. You want to be that dude, be that ball buster and be a dick and everything. I'm cool with it. Don't do it to the locals where we go, because it's a bad reflection on us as an organization. That's my only rules, dude. And he was like, no, it's cool. I get that. Because he was really young and brash. And, you know, he's still in the business. He's gotten older now. He's very good at what he does. He's one of the best guitar techs I've ever seen in the business ever. His knowledge, what he can do, in a pinch, what he can do. I always had an affinity for the crew because as a singer, you know, as a frontman, I need to make sure the band is functioning properly, right?
Yeah.
So I took interest in it early on and understood the importance of the tech. And you know, as a singer, you know, understanding the confidence level of your artists around you is important. Having a great technician that supports that player raises their confidence level on stage. You know, it really does, especially if you have an artist who is a little maybe insecure about certain things. Sometimes guitar players can get caught up in that. They have all this gear, and you know, something goes wrong. And it's like, oh fuck, you know, they lost, the patches aren't programmed right. They lose where they are. You can sense that there's something wrong, you know.
Yeah.
And that sense of doubt spreads like a disease on stage. You know, you don't want that. So having a great tech that can really fix things quickly and keep that energy going. You break a string, hey, I broke a string. Guitar player laugh it off. Because everybody knows you break the guitar string. That's not the problem. But when you get the guitar back and it's completely out, it's you know, there's only so many mistakes the public's gonna let you slide on, because they're fucking paying you to be there, right? Yeah. So like I always took that seriously. I took that, you know, they're paying our hard-earned money to see the band, and I need that band behind me confident. This is the leadership, I guess, aspect of my captain of the football team experience too, coming into play.
Yeah.
Kind of captaining the pirate ship in a way, Not telling the band what to do or anything like that, just making sure the band is taken care of. The officers on my ship are really, really well supported. And then that is also, you know, supporting the crew is really important. This is kind of like unspoken stuff. I mean, most metal bands I came across kind of operate in the same manner, you know, because you're riding with the crew every day. You get to know them as people. You get to kind of know their strengths and weaknesses and what makes it tick. And I was always very acutely, you know, keen to those things. And I interacted with them a lot. And I kind of thought that I had the final say on who we hired and fired, but I definitely, you know, had some sway in that department. But it's always up to the artist, the musician, who he or she wants to have their back. I can only look at him and say that I think this person would be great for you because A, B, C, and D, you know, just based on my observations of what they can do. Yeah. And because I have a little bit of a technical background with playing instruments and I know some stuff, you know, I can play guitar, piano, drums, bass, harmonica. Ooh, hey, where's my harmonica tech? But, you know, I do have a good sort of sense. I am in no way, you know, a guitar player like any of the people I've ever played with in that sense. But I understand the instrument. I understand how it's built. I understand, you know, some of the dynamics of it and the technical side of it. And so, like, I feel like I can give a pretty good opinion about some of the technical things, but I'm more or less looking at the emotional side of things, I guess you could say, the support side of things. So you always ask the question, hey, is this guy know his shit? Yeah, he knows his shit. So how do you feel? I feel like this guy's going to be there when you need that, that's those sticks in the pinch. You need that stick. You need a cymbal goes down. I think he's this is our guy. And by the way, he manages the stage really well because I was in medieval times, right? So I went through the ranks of that. I was a show director at one point in time. I was the head of sound and lighting for a while. I had a lot of experience 15 years experience in the show business, doing the dinner theater circuits and understanding how those shows operate. I had 75 people working for me at one point in time. So I have a little bit of management, you know, experience in that regard too, on how to, you know, make a show work. So I can kind of gauge people's experience, you know, levels based on that. And I've always been really proud of the fact that we've always had really great crews with the band, you know, really good people, you know. And some really great people that sometimes put up with my shit. Yeah, I'm not perfect. I had my nights where I was just fucking, why did I drink that black tooth? You know, you know, just acting like a complete lunatic, but at the next day, it's all hugs all around. It's like, yeah, thank you for saving my ass last night. I was a complete idiot. You know, but they'll do that because they on a daily, you respect and love them, you know, that's the whole thing that you said. They got your back, you know, when you fall, you know. Yeah. If I was just some douchebag guy that just pissed on everybody, of course, when I fall, what do? They applaud. They're like, yeah, let him fucking drown there. You know, they don't help you, you know, because they want to see you fall, you know, and they don't want to see you get back up. But everybody, when you treat people with love and respect and you fall, it breaks their heart and they want to see you stand up again. Luckily for me, it hasn't broken me completely, but that's kind of all brings it all full circle to what you were saying before about where I am in my life, where I am in my career. You know, I have fallen in a sense because I had these terrible things happen to me, my friends, and I lost, you know, these. So I know that there's a lot of love and support out there for me, and then it's really up to me now, and I'm doing my best. I'm getting up, you know, inch by inch. I'm stepping back up, and this today is obviously a part of that process. So. But I'm really happy that I did it. I've enjoyed our conversation. So thank you Peter, for having me on your show. I think it's been a great experience so far. Very fun for me.
No, me too. Me too.
I'm sorry I talk so much, but I had a lot to say, my friend.
No, so. don't apologize for that.
Your audience bad.
I think the people who are with us love this, and the people that will see it and hear it later, because I don't really fashion myself a journalist. I kind of, to be honest with you, I got into doing this whole show and Amazon. I when we got put in touch, I said, look, I'm not a journalist. I'm not a radio personality. What I want to do is I want to talk to musicians that I respect, because I'm a musician first, and I just want to have like real conversations to try and dimensionalize these people, because I think their music's important. I know that sounds super maudlin, and I don't want any blowback from, you know, about the thrill and the metal and all the stuff. Yes, that's all great, but I also think that there's a level with the music that that satisfies other really important needs. And I think, and even just as entertainment, it should not be marginalized. And so I wanted to do this show to talk to people like yourself in order to try and bring more audience to your music.
Right. Well, I appreciate it. We definitely appreciate what you're doing. And like I said, this is the new frontier, right? I mean, this is where, people like you and getting this in this engagement out there with the world is where it's at. And the label sold us down the river a long time.
Yeah.
They did. And in my heart of hearts, I got to imagine nobody does anything in this world really with bad intention. I don't believe that. I think most people, anyway, even like a business, they're trying to survive. They're trying to keep their employees employed. They have competitors. Record companies trying to survive. The whole streaming thing comes on. This thing called Napster hit, and then this guy named Lars was out there, and everybody shit on this dude because he was trying to tell everybody this is going to be a fucking problem someday. Oh, you're just rich, and it's like, oh man, I knew that was a mistake. That when people were starting to say shit like that to him, yeah, they successfully got it down, but no laws were really passed. And what happened? Another one sprung up, and another one, and another one. So here we are, and the labels were like, well, if we can't beat them, join them. So that's what they did. So they turned around and took all the monetization out of intellectual property being sold. In the physical sense, it's pretty much gone. But even in the digital realms, that's disappearing. And that's really sad because people like me, who we're not the Lars guys, but I'm proud that Lars tried to stand up for us. And I would encourage and ask, I would encourage and ask, my colleagues at the higher levels today, just to open their mouths and say something, because I know it might be a little too late, probably is too late, but at some point it would be nice to get our industry back, and it'll never be what it was.
It can't go back
like what it was.
It can't go back to what it was before digitalization changed availability.
1 second.
No worries.
Yes, it's a podcast. What's up?
Oh, I was just trying to tell you. I went to Evans. I didn't get to call you because I got there. My phone was there, so I plugged it in. Forgot about my phone, and I guess someone unplugged it. So when I went to get it, it was also dead.
Yeah, well, I was wondering, but I figured maybe you talked to Mom. Mom's home now.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be done in a bit. All right. Well, thanks for telling me, Jack. Tie your shoes. All right.
I'm not going out.
Well, just tie your shoes anyway. It's a good habit. Keep you from tripping on the pirate ship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm going back inside today.
Okay. All right.
Gotta do dad duty.
Oh, dude, it never ends.
Tie your shoes. It's a good habit. That's a great tag.
It's great. I love it. He's a really, really good kid. I'm really, really to have such a good kid. He came in here to tell me that, hey, Dad, I couldn't text you because I was looking at my phone before in the interview. I was like waiting to hear from him. But I figured, he got hold of my wife. But he's like, he came to tell me, hey, I didn't get to do it because this and this. He's really good like that.
Very responsible. Yeah, that's good.
He's responsible.
Yeah.
And that's the best I can hope for us. Is that he's grown up. He's responsible for his actions and taking ownership of things that he does wrong. And that's a big deal.
It is a big deal. Yeah,
Parent 101. But yeah, I agree with you. It's never going to go back the way it was. But it would be nice if we could find a new way to monetize our digital licenses in a meaningful way. And that all starts with laws. If the law of the land changed tomorrow and you couldn't stream people's music for free anymore, like they do now, or the rates drastically change, then it would be better for musicians. But the rates we get, and to have these streaming companies turn around and brag about it, about about their profits, that really smacks us in the face.
It's a problem. Like where I was going there is the with the shift to digitalization and away from physical media. Even though there is a nice niche market for vinyl and CDs. The piracy, you're right. The labels said, well, look, and digital streaming platforms cropped up to say, if people are going to go get free music, let's find a way to monetize it. But then what
like I said, good intentions. Everybody starts out with good intentions.
But it is true what you say. The labels who were suffering so badly are now in this new heyday of revenue, because they own all the publishing rights and they're getting this significant streaming money. But the artist is the one that's suffering, even less than even worse than in some ways than when people were just pirating, because there is money, but the artist is not getting any. I watched something online not too long ago. I think I mentioned this the other day. Mike Portnoy, he came out with some statement because the head of one of these streaming platforms says, well, the problem is musicians need to make more music. And Mike said, I'm going to make 8 records this year and make pennies from my streaming royalties. So it's not about like being active and making music. It's about the formulation of however they decide to pay out revenue on these streams is criminal. I mean, it's
that guy might as well have said to Portnoy, work harder, slave.
Yeah.
Make more. The problem is you're not offering enough for us to consume. And that's really a terrible authoritarian, position that we've given these companies. And when you're on your own, it's great. If you could sail the high seas and get out there in the digital world and be your own person, that's a good thing. But the problem is when you don't have a established base, like somebody like Mike does, or myself, or other guys, you're struggling.
Yeah.
And to even get heard, period. And so there's all these algorithms that are programming these things that filter music to certain people, and it's not like terrestrial radio where the radio, it's on the radio. You like the song, you turn it up, you don't like it, you turn it off, and millions of people hear it. Now it's all catered, So you have a really tough time getting out of your stereotype.
That's right.
And your genre label box, which is the worst fucking thing humanity's ever created.
Well,
because it stifles creativity, it stifles discovery of art, and it makes the world predictable and unfun, in my opinion.
It homogenizes things.
That's like if every show went perfect for me and nothing went wrong and I could never improvise as an MC. That sucks.
Yeah.
And that's what boxes do. It labels everything, so nothing's a surprise.
Well, it's the discovery thing, I think, is a really important point, because what it does is the algorithm comes back and says
the discovery process that I'm talking about, where the label boxing is a problem, is in the discovery process.
Yeah.
That's where it really sucks. I'm not saying you can't organize all your stuff into really neat little boxes.
No.
Or your house is a mess. Hey, go for it. But you know what? Sometimes it's nice when you find a $20 bill and a pair of pants you forgot about. Sometimes that's a good feeling, right? That's what it's like to discover a new band that you didn't know about before because of an algorithm that you didn't know it, or whatever. You just found it. Isn't that a great feeling? What happened to that? It's very rare. That's
the problem with the algorithms, is that someone who listens to let's say they listen to symphonic metal, all of a sudden the algorithm says, that's all I'm going to show you because we think that that's what you'll buy. So the next time a really good progressive metal band comes out or something, they don't ever see it. It used to be that at the very least there was like a set of editors who, at least, like, they're humans who'd say, here's some cool stuff that came out, really diverse. Like I talked to someone who said that they compared it to New York radio in earlier days, where you could hear everything, and so it was truly like sampling. You didn't like everything, but it wasn't like having to listen to the exact same style all the time. And the algorithm tries to feed that back to you in order to sell you something.
Right, but and I agree, and that's the problem, because it's a machine. It's a machine.
Yeah.
We did a whole album on this. Called Iconoclast, and the rise of the machines, and all this other stuff. It's like you're thinking, oh, we watched one too many Terminator movies. No, it was really about the rise of this computer science as being the main, the main driving force of life of human life, dictating patterns. And we've got these supercomputers now that are smarter than we are. You know, it's a big problem. Science doesn't get to talk about it much because it's not a hot button topic, you know, and that kind of shit always kind of floats around the background of the world's attention because it's something that's not fathomable to people yet. Like UFOs used to be, oh, I don't know, those aren't real. People are drinking too much, you know, moonshine out in the boonies. Yeah. Well, guess what, everybody? The military's come out and said that they're there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, it's swamp gas still. Those pilots can't be. These guys are trained professional observers that see and know the size of objects of other things in the sky that try to kill them.
And the things that they do defy physical law as we know it, right?
Correct.
So
now the paradigm is shifted, and the public has to come to terms with this reality. You know, and it's like it harkens back to all that stuff. You know, we are programmed to a certain extent, but like you said, used to be by humans, and now we're getting programmed by computers. Well, and so what's the future look like? Now, what does the absolute future look like? Because a computer, they're trying to program in empathy and emotional stuff, but you're counting on processes that you don't know how it will respond. You know, you know, we're messing with nature on an unprecedented level now. You know, I know we're getting way off topic. I love all you songwriters out here. This is the cool stuff, because you got to be paying attention to the world around you in order to draw inspiration to make music that's relevant to your time, right?
Yeah.
So like, this is what we're all dealing with. And so obviously good writers will mask these topics, you know, in very artistic ways and speak about them. Other guys that are more of like, you know, the social justice warrior type, they will punch you right in the face with reality. And those are cool too. One of my favorite bands of all time is Rage Against the Machine. Fucking love those guys. When they came out, when the CL thing was all going on, I'm like, okay, yeah, Nirvana's cool. That's great. These guys over here, though, these guys right here, this is the shit. This is what's happening. This is what's going on. These guys are on it. This is rap and rock and it's political. This is it. This is what's happening.
Yeah.
They ended up getting their day, but they were never as big as Pearl Jam and those other bands from that time. Right. Yeah. They were big and stuff, but I loved the collaboration with Cornell after that. With Audio Slave. But anyway, that's just to my point. You know, like music needs to, you know, is really potent when it reflects the times and stuff like that. And there's a lot of stuff going on. Obviously now there's a lot of controversy about anything and everything. There's plenty of inspiration out there, but there's also a lot of stifling of creativity because a lot of people are afraid to do anything. Comedians are starting to kind of come around. I know I saw Jon Stewart the other day was on, on the Late Show.
Yeah.
Talking about an unpopular, idea. But I'm hoping that in our world, right, musicians are pretty powerful. We can do a lot of influencing stuff. That's really not what I like to do. I'm more of, I guess, an escapist, if you will. I want people to come and enjoy music and like forget about all these problems, and just enjoy the experience of like a fantasy thing, like you were saying. And Symphony X does a lot of the classical literature stuff, but there are melodramas within those pieces that can relate to a myriad of topics that are in the public circle today, the public arena. But like comedians to me are the ultimate Platos of our time, Socrates. They are the ones that I hope that they come out in droves and become comedians again, because without that ability to objectively make the jokes about things and get us to see the silliness of certain ideologies, when they are in check, and they're not allowed to think freely and speak freely, we have no objective balance to anything, in my opinion. I'm a big fan of comedians. The Dave Chappelle's and all these types of guys who they're just masters at what they do.
Yeah. And
as a writer, I listen to them a lot and try and pick apart, kind of their process and how they do it, because it fascinates me. I get to MC my band for like a half a minute up there, and it's an exhilarating experience for me. But to do what they do, and to do an hour of that, to me is amazing.
I agree.
I really admire them.
Yeah,
and I think
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, guys like I've even seen lately guys like Jerry Seinfeld just lamenting
Yeah.
a little bit the way things are. That there's just things you can't tell jokes about. And the comedian was precisely the person whose job it was to make fun of everybody indiscriminately and help
Right.
us. And that was a form of diffusing things and finding sort of common ground, in laughter. And um, so I think some of there are a number of comedians who've started to talk about that and just say we are on the front line of sort of, commentary about things. And
Mhm.
once certain things become off limits, it's just something to think about really, really hard. And I can't remember what I saw him on, but I think in somewhat the same way, music can do that. And here's an analogy from what you were talking about. Even if you're not making an overtly political statement in the way the Rage Against the Machine might do, you can create some sort of narrative inside a concept record or something that you're writing,
Sure.
where the fictional people inside the construct are dealing with issues. And it's really, I say this because of my fiction side. People are willing to sort of, if it's not the real world and the real things that we're arguing about, but it's a separate world. Somehow people are able to stipulate to like looking at it without all the passion and division. And so then all of a sudden they can like to,
Yeah.
see another side, and they can kind of understand the journey and the conflict and look at it in a new way. And I'm not suggesting that musicians all go out and do this, but I think having reflections of this and the kind of stories you tell in your music is really powerful stuff. And by the way, the interesting thing about that, and you guys have done this in some of your work, is it's also escapism because you're kind of going through another story.
Everybody's more comfortable watching the car wreck when they're not in it. So
Yeah,
so
yeah,
so
that's
so
well
when
said.
you can create a world like we have done in certain things, like the Five album was a huge conflict based on an Atlantean Egyptian mythology that
Oh
we
yeah,
had
yeah,
created. It allowed us to explore certain geopolitical things that I think you're right. You nailed it right on the head, and it's really a really good thing when it's done well. And I think I'm hoping that we can do something like that. That's not our goal really, but like
sure,
you said, to take a story and make it to where people can see it and relate to it without having all the trappings of the social constructs of the world we're living in now. Like you said, with these knee-jerk reactions or hyper passionate about something they can't see. When you're so deep in your own world, you can't objectively see it.
right,
You're just living in it.
right,
So if you have a chance to see that experience through another character's eyes, eventually hopefully people can see that and watch that because it's not directly them,
that's
right?
exactly
But they
right.
can relate to it. And
Yeah,
some people will cynically do that, and other people will intellectually look at it and go, I never thought of that. That's kind of what I'm dealing with right now. That's interesting, that character choice there. I would have never thought of that. I didn't even know that was possible
yeah,
based on the way I've been thinking about things. I think music and comedy in movies and things like that should be opening the human mind and to experience new thought, new ideas, looking at things, offering a bunch of different ways to solve a problem, not just one.
yeah,
And when we stop doing that, I think it's dangerous, and it's sad because we start to you know we start to get to that everybody gets a McDonald's cheeseburger and that's all there is.
yeah.
That's it. You're gonna get another hamburger, another hamburger. You're getting a hamburger. What do you want to eat? You're getting a hamburger.
Hamburger.
Oh, well, what happened to the chicken? We don't do chicken.
Yeah,
We do ham.
yeah,
And we don't want to start to fall down that rabbit hole of living in a world where only the accepted uh, norm of the whole is good enough for everybody.
yeah.
Like that goes against my pirate
Goes against
mentality.
the pirate. Well, and
I like the freedom, baby. I want to sail the high seas of heavy metal and enjoy life and be a good person and do my best to be a good person and treat everybody with respect and love. But
well,
at the
really,
same time, I don't mind hitting into that choppy water and maybe seeing if I could ski on that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but nowadays it's like everyone's it's just it's a really weird world I'm coming back into. I'm coming back into this too, you know, because I've been out of it for a while, and everything like in 4 or 5 years has completely gone crazy and changed. So, you know, I'm looking for inspiration, and I'm finding it everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, with what's going on, and to your point, you know, addressing it not in the way maybe that Rage was able to do to the problems of their day, but more or less looking at it from, you know, the perspective of as a storyteller, and try and maybe see if I can bring some of those things into characters and stuff like that, through these works, and that would be really cool. It's something that I've been thinking about, but right now I'm more or less focused on my personal journey and what things that I've gone through, you know, to get to where I am now, you know.
Yeah.
So
no, but it's
you know,
in talking to you, like the gut feel I get is that as you start to get round to more of the writing of as you're coming through this journey, and aware as you are of some of the challenges for people to kind of just remain open to dialogue, and how that could be built into the things you do, I think is really encouraging. You know, it is something that progressive metal, I think, does sometimes better than other genres, because it lends itself to storytelling. There's so much dynamics in the music, but you're reminding.
You can think outside of the box a little bit, because the music already is outside of the box.
Yeah.
So it's not much of a big stretch to say, okay, well let's put this on there. Progressive music is great like that, because the music is not bound by any real you know, boundary.
You can just do what you need to convey. Yeah.
You can paint. You could put on that canvas any color paint you want, because that's encouraged. Whereas when you're working within the constraints of a strict genre, you know, category, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So you can only vary a little tiny bit, and it can only be a little bit of a vary. It's like if somebody just loves vanilla ice cream, but there's a little line of chocolate in there. Oh, more vanilla. Okay, great. That works for everybody in the mainstream world, you know. And what makes your ice cream stand out is that if you got a little bit of something in there that makes it a little tiny bit different, but it's still mostly vanilla, then we're gonna love it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Let's put a gumball. Oh my God, a gumball in vanilla. Oh my God, this is the greatest thing. They have gum in vanilla ice cream. You know, and so then everybody licks it and they love it and they love it. And all of a sudden,
and then there's a whole flavor, a whole gum flavor line.
Yeah. Yeah. This sucks. Gumballs and ice cream. Who thought this was cool? I don't like this thing. Oh, I don't know. I'm back to vanilla. Then all of a sudden, there's chocolate chip cookie dough in this vanilla. Oh my God, raw cookie dough, uncooked in vanilla. Oh, and everybody sucks on that for however long that trend sticks around. So that's kind of how that world works. So you're always kind of constrained creatively within the boundaries of what defines that genre, right? But with prog, you can do whatever the fuck you want, man.
Yeah.
There's no limits. That's why you got like a porcupine tree, and you got like this one and that one, and bands that have kind of just pushed it from prog rock to prog metal to prog pop, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know, there's no limit. Just be creative. That's what's cool about it.
That is
you don't
what's
have
cool
to.
About it. Well, and that's why it's a fun genre to explore. And I love a lot of what you're saying around, being able to deal with things and write creatively in order to convey story. It could be in a fantasy setting. You remind me, when you get on that riff, you remind me a lot of John Petrucci. He did that Astonishing record, which was the whole thing was about music that is completely synthetic. And not just like with synthetic instruments, but made by the machines. And he told a whole story about that. And the whole purpose was it's a cool dystopian world, but the purpose was to say music and music creation's actually humanly important, you know? And so, and I think progressive rock and progressive metal uniquely positioned to be able to like tell that cool story. And by the way, if you never double clicked and understood what was underneath it, it'd still be fun as hell. But then all of a sudden, if you go a little deeper, it's like, oh, there's some interesting shit down there.
I always love it when prog artists go into the mainstream world, because the music they make completely blows everything that's out of the water.
Yeah.
When you think of Peter Gabriel, when he came out, you know, with Sledgehammer and all that stuff, one of my favorite records. Phil Collins, another one, you know, who went saying both guys from the same freaking band, you know, and then they go out. Have these massive solo careers. Why? These are two prog dudes, man, monuments in the prog world, and go out and say like, this is how we think, modern, pop music could be really cool. And they inject all of this new direction, all of these cool sounds you never heard before. Like you could, a Peter Gabriel record, when you break down what's going on in there, you could see the prog influence, just the way the instrumentation is using, the tonalities of things, how he's, yes, it's okay. So it's a straight four on the floor most of the song. But are you listening to what's going on? Do you see the art? Yeah, of course you do, right? Because you know what the fuck's going on. We're not the normal person. They just hear like, oh, that's a really cool song. But they're absorbing way more. There's a song like that you can listen to for years and then like listen to it again. As I'm talking about, just a person who listens to a common person, not a musician. And then all of a sudden, they hadn't heard it while they hear it again. And they hear a little bit of a flute part or something that they never heard before. Yeah. Or they hear a piece of the instrumentation that never caught their attention before. That's all purposefully done to layer within the harmonic structure of those songs.
Yeah.
To give that nuance.
Well, I read something you said yesterday.
That to me is inspiring.
Well, you said something similar in an interview. It may have been about a kind of iconoclast, but you basically said in some respects, until you've listened to the record multiple times, you're not going to start to really understand it or get it. I think
that's a big credit to Romeo for doing that, because he was infusing a lot he was injecting, infused instrumentation in a lot of different harmonic spectrum and a lot of different harmonic capacities. Like there's so many things going on behind the scenes of that music, that you would almost, the best way to kind of listen to some of it is on reference monitors, to really hear the clarity, to hear what's going on with different pulses that are going on that he was using to mechanize the music not subliminally really, but there's no subliminal messaging or anything like that, but subliminal consciousness, like the subconscious sort of like picking up on certain rhythms that are hidden in the music, and you don't really hear all that on its face. So that's what's really cool about that album, is that Michael really dove into that industrial sound a little bit, sort of, but in his own way, in the prog way, sort of buried it in certain subtle ways that you don't really hear it right away. You got to, oh, what is that? Oh my God, I never heard that before. Because it takes your conscious brain a while to kind of pick up on those things. The subconscious is like, it feels something is there.
Yeah.
But it takes a while for your conscious to pick it up. So I always love music like that. I'm sure it's happened to you. You listen to a song, you go back, oh, I never heard that part before.
Well, and there's also this whole thing about like maybe where you are in your life. There's songs that are written that may be about grief and the death of someone, and intellectually you can kind of get that as a younger person. But once someone close to you dies, there's a whole family of songs that suddenly mean something different.
Yep, it hits you like a ton of bricks. Pardon the pun, but it really does. It's just like whack, and it hits you at such a deep level. But that's the power of music, man. So, like you were saying, I could address a lot of these deeper painful issues that I've been dealing with, and put them in a way that a young person who hasn't experienced it, young or old, really doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, man, I can empathize with that.
Yeah.
And then when it happens, that song all of a sudden becomes maybe an anthem for that person.
Exactly right.
To recover from that.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I really want to, I'm not into this, it's hard for me to get that football mentality out, right? Feel bad for me. It's just not me, man. I don't mind bearing my soul and stuff like that, but I really want the message to be, I want to lift people up. I want to try and say, yeah, this hurt, this sucks, this is what it is, but there is resolution, there is redemption, there is all these things that you can get to continue your journey, and that's really what I'm doing. So I'm continuing my journey. For me to be able to express that in a way that relates to people without having the experience is a true challenge, right?
Yeah.
Because people who have had the experience, they're there already. They're with you. They get it. Then that's the challenge from an artistic point of view, is trying to write music. And like, we were touching on my career, throughout this interview, and I've been, again, blessed to work with so many different people. I'm going to start doing that again. it just really helps me. You know, I can't express enough how the interactions with other artists and doing different types of music. I did a really cool album with a guy from the Middle East, and it had all that Middle Eastern instrumentation and different tunings, and just
What's
I
it
was like,
called?
wow, this huh?
Is this something you can share? Is it out?
Um, yeah, it's oh man, I can't. You gotta forgive me,
We'll
man.
find
I
it later.
can't
No
remember
worries.
the name of the record. But he reached out to me not so long ago. He's looking to do something again, and that
Good.
was a fun experience for me because it was completely, something I had never even heard before. I'm like, this is really cool. I mean, everyone's heard Kashmir from Zeppelin, and it's kind of like your introduction to Eastern influence in rock, right? Because great song, classic,
Yeah.
and they were all into that whole sound that at the time, and the Beatles too, bringing in all that sort of sitars, and Romeo even brought sitar stuff in, and we were fooling around with that in Symphony X. Things like that are just so cool, and they're just really cool. But we always we bring that instrumentation in the same sort of 12 note bar that we have in our Western musical paradigm. So they have a completely different scale. There's all these half steps, and we would consider half steps, that aren't even tuned. There's like between a note. There's all this different stuff. So even the singing touches on that too, and you're hearing this kind of wacky stuff going on. To our ear, it sounds so foreign, but to them, it's completely natural. It's a different, different scale. So that always interests me and fascinates me. Am I going to go off the deep end and start doing, Tibetan, monk music? No, but I can't deny that it intrigues me, deeply intrigues me.
Yeah.
Other styles of music beyond our Western culture, and I'm kind of on the hunt for different sounds. I'm talking to some friends of mine in Brazil and working with some of those. Thinking about working with some of those guys again on doing some collaborations in different, maybe more of a acoustic realm, and doing things of that nature with acoustic instrumentation, not just acoustic guitars, mind you, but like acoustic instrumentation, acoustic drums. Like taking inspiration from Peter Gabriel and how he had so much world music kind of infused into his solo career.
Yeah.
Things like that. That really is intriguing to me, and because it to me, it's like when you can bring in more instrumentation and more patterns and things from a world sort of place, from a larger cultural view, like you said, it gives people an opportunity to see the world from an external position. You're not looking at it directly through the eyes of your local reality. You can, music used to be great like that. We are the world, we are the children. There was a sense that music could bring the world together, and I think we need that again. So
100%. Yeah.
If there's some way that we as artists, myself, and using some of my experiences, can bring in sounds and things from around the planet, and some of the beautiful places I've been to and the wonderful people I've met, and try and get that message out, and not and have people think, he's just an old man, he does, what does he know? Well, old people know a lot. Old people know a lot more than young people in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Young people are a lot better than old people in a lot of things.
Sure.
I deal in reality, man. I can't hit a golf ball like I used to. I play golf too.
Oh, there you go.
And I can't get on a football field like I used to, but I could coach. And so, we all have a place. We all have a purpose. We all have something to contribute. And I think when we start recognizing that about each other, and we stop marginalizing everybody and classifying everything, we can get back to that again. The summer of love and all that stuff that in the generations before us, I miss it. I wasn't a part of it, but the nostalgia of it is needed. It is there, and that energy's needed again. Love the music from that time, like Crosby, Stills and Nash, and those type of bands. That people would never associate me with on the face because I'm a metal guy. Yeah. But that stuff I mentioned Wes Reed earlier, he introduced us to all that stuff. Carpenters, CSN, Jazz Ensembles. We learned all those songs, and I'm learning all these stuff. And God, this is really cool. What is this 60s stuff all about? And of course, you learn about the cultural revolution. You didn't learn all this cool stuff, but the music was there.
Yeah.
The music was there. The music was so there.
It was really. I had older brothers and sisters who were listening to that, and that's back when they sold the 45s, and so they had huge stacks of 45s, and I sneaked down into their basement rooms and listened. Like I fell in as just a boy, like I was a boy, and I fell in love with the band Bread. Have you ever heard Bread?
Oh yeah. If a picture paints 1,000 words, then why can I be you?
That guy's voice, David something, right? I'm blanking on his full name.
The words will never show the you I've come to know. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Those half steps he uses, that's all barbershop stuff. Not a lot of people know that. Na 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 na. And he goes into the pop stuff, but there's so many cool things. Freddie Mercury, another one, used a lot of barbershop, movement in his songs too. A lot of sevens and stuff. But yeah, tell me about it. I want to hear about this Bread experience.
David Gates is his name.
David Gates.
Do you remember? So you nailed the line there in that tune. But he wrote a song about the death of. I was a kid and I was just starting to learn about mortality. I remember like one night I couldn't go to sleep because I realized my dad was going to die someday. And
I've had that issue. My son just hysterically crying and at night, and we've had that conversation. I know what you're talking about, dude.
That hit me, and I don't know why. And so I was weeping, and my mom called me in, and I can't remember what my dad said. He said something to sort of assuage me, and comfort me. Didn't lie to me about it, of course. I mean, but I didn't need all the harsh reality of it either. And so I got my comfort, and I grew through it. But I remember it wasn't very many years later. I went down. My one older brother was a huge Chicago fan, Peter Cetera, and like so. I grew up listening to all the with all the horns and stuff, and so a lot of the like cool music I was listening to wasn't always sort of the metal stuff. There's a lot of this stuff that almost had big band flavoring, and from there I went into began a love for Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. and Nat King Cole and all those guys. But they had these huge stacks of 45s, and remember you had to put the little clip thing down on the spindle so that it fit.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the little. I know what you're talking about.
Whatever that thing was.
They used to tell them sometimes the plastic thing would already be in the 45.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
They started to do that. So, but it used to be just like a disc, and you put the disc on, then you put that in there. Then they started selling the little, like a flexible spindle thing that you could just put on the record player.
That's the one I remember. But so I went down and there was a 45.
Did you ever, I hate to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Did you ever do this? So I used to love, like, turn the record on, like it's a 45, but you put it on 78 and make it spin faster, right? Or slower or whatever. And I used to try and get my finger to put the record right in the middle so it would play. And then I put the needle on it, and it was a little obvious, like, you get that. You ever do that, man?
Absolutely.
I used to love trying to get the record to play without the spindle, and then listening to it go weird. And me and my friends would just laugh because it would sound all funky, or just skip off the record completely. It was just like the needle would just go, and then just, God, I used to do that all the time. I don't know why. That just
turntable
made me remember that.
Oh yeah, I remember my first big investment in like a high end stylus for my turntable because I just had to have the music sound better. Because I started playing all my older brothers and sisters' records, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Somewhere those still exist. I should go find them just for nostalgia's sake. But anyway, so there were a bunch of Boston. They were big Boston fans, and but Bread, I remember, and he wrote this song called "Everything I Own." Bread did, where that David Gates sings, and it's about losing his father, and it just tore me up. I don't know if you've ever heard that tune. Anyway, I
haven't heard it in a long time, so I'm just covering my keyboard up because. When this AC that starts to get condensation, I always worry it's gonna.
Oh yeah, you mess up your
rig.
Yeah.
But I just cover it, just make sure.
But that's that's just to underscore your point around like all that music back then, and then for their time there were sections in those songs that were heavy. I think it was rock, but those songs would just go on these journeys, and he would just sing. He had a voice that was just so almost sweet, and it just piercing. Yeah, and so I cut my real teeth. That was probably the first quote unquote rock band I ever fell in love with, was Bread.
Yeah.
They're not bandied around as much anymore I thought someday I should do
Yeah,
a really
yeah.
cool.
They do those 70s bands though. They had that sensibility about them, and they had that sort of like vulnerability, I think. And he was, one of those people that could bring out, that emotion, because his voice was so pure, I guess you could say, vulnerable. And there's a sense of, you could relate. The other guy, Dan Fogelberg, is another one, who's really good. And of course, you people probably know him from Christmas. He sings this song about, I met her at the grocery store, whatever.
Yeah,
I think that's the guy, right, Dan Fogelberg. So about an old high school flame that you ain't with anymore, and you bump into her later, and yet there's that one line, and we sat in the car and drank some beers, and we laughed until we cried, and it's like, wow, yeah. That's life. You move on, and then when you bump into that person from the past that you were connected with, you get a sense of where you are on your journey. And there is this sort of like, epiphany that you have in life when you're fortunate enough to kind of go back. We call them high school reunions now. But you know how it is. I mean, I never went for any of mine, to be honest with you, because I was always out here. I was on the road. I never was one for really looking back too much, because that California life that I left behind is like another life for me. But I still contact my friends, and I still speak with them, and that gives me that reflection that I think we all need at times. But that song, is one of those types of tunes. Anything like, that's what I'm talking about. Any song, it can even be a heavy song. I think the cool thing about it's very rare, and it's hard for me even to think of a song off the top of my head that has the bombastic aspect of a classic sort of metal sound. I mean, Symphony X has done this for sure, but it's really hard to mix that sound with a really deep, meaningful message. One that really strikes a chord, because I think the music, a lot of times, I wouldn't say it gets in the way of the message, but the music already gives you a perceived idea of what's about to be said, right? Yeah. So it creates a backdrop. So, but I always find it fascinating. It's easier, like when you talked about rage and things like that. When you want to get that political angst message out there, heavy music is great for that. When you're talking about anything with aggression, the music just leans itself to that.
Right.
But when you want to talk about life and death, if you want to talk about different, deeper stuff, it's difficult. I don't know if I've ever quite heard it done, really at all. I think about it. I don't know. I have to put some thought in that one. Like,
you got me thinking too, because you can, it certainly would lend itself to the grief, right? You can imagine like really screaming through and digging into the grief and the pain. But there's a part of that.
Of course, I've heard plenty of songs about that.
Exactly.
But
there's something, I think I know what you mean. There's something in the life and death conversation that you treat lyrically and musically that the music can't be so brutal, because I think your message just would get lost in it. I don't know what the word for it is. It's a not softer, but it's a more poignant feeling you're trying to convey.
Right. And obviously it doesn't necessarily work, but I am not above, or not, I should say, I am not, like I said, I'm not afraid to ponder that. Like that's an interesting thought.
It'd just be delivery.
How could that be done? How can you not be in the box? Imagine trying to fucking label that song.
Yeah.
That would be, that's to me, that gets me excited, because I can't stand that. So it's like, ooh, what can I create that people can label? I have yet to do it. I think Symphony X is probably the closest thing I've ever come, to say, oh, okay, is this a power metal band? Is this a prog band? Well, what are they? So we get that a lot, because we're like a crossover band between metal and rock and prog, or power rock prog metal. I love it. I love when people stumble on us early on, because
Yeah.
when you go through the different albums, yeah, you can hear the Baroque stuff early on, the neoclassic. Then you can hear more of like a heavier, hard, like a, you know, heavier influences later on. And then somewhere in the middle, there's always songs that kind of, but that's people always say like, oh, well, they're this now. And even though we'll put a song on like a record, like on the last album, like a lot of my singing on Underworld is very reminiscent to what I did early on. It's way cleaner. I don't have as much girth and throatiness in the vocal, because that's not what it was needed. But on Iconoclast, it definitely needed that.
Right.
I wanted to sound as unhuman as I could, as this beast of a machine. And then so that was the inspiration to change the vocal approach for that. But they're like, oh, they're not this, not that. Because people, if you put one song on there that like has a different thing, then they're going to try and put you in that box. But again, I don't care. My goal is to create the best songs with those guys as I can, and that's always been our goal. And their challenges, they never cease. So there's the next challenge is, how do we make a relevant album now? How do we do that?
Yeah.
There's a lot to chew on right now, and you touched on some really cool ideas. And obviously, these are things we've been talking about with trying to have things that are relevant. How are you going to be relevant? You don't have to have direct commentary on the day's events, but you can touch on human experience, like you said. You can touch on things that mean something to people. You can even touch on stories that might be relatable today, but put them in a classical context. And those are the type of things I think that are really cool to do. That really help the listener explore something that they might be uncomfortable listening to in another light, when it directly relates to their reality, and it helps open their mind. Look, at the end of the day, that means the world to me if people can relate to the music and feel something in the music. But it's not like, I'm not running for office here. I'm not a politician. I don't want to get involved in any of that bullshit, because I'm a pirate, and you don't want a pirate running me. So I want to be free. I want to sail, and I want to live, love, and do my thing. And so that's not, I'm never really wanting to do that kind of stuff. In Adrenaline Mob, we touched on a lot of that crap, because I was really more or less getting that inspiration from Rage Against the Machine and things like that, and all the angst that was in the public. So like we did We the People.
Right.
We had this whole, but that was the theme. It wasn't like we were trying to send out, hey, this is our message. That was a theme. Just like the whole Mafia thing was a theme on the Men of Honor record. And, and so that band was fun because it was like we used old school heavy metal art for the artwork, stuff like the old Eddie's pictures from, that was where that came from. The old Iron Maiden, I'm a big Iron Maiden fan. So it's like, oh, so we're just drawing that, since the accident, the world has really spun completely. I don't even know if Adrenaline Mob could survive what has become the world, the country that we live in today.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was, it was like kind of what was going on, and so, I already dipped my toes into that water and had some fun with that, but now it's like, and after all that, it's like, well, what's really important? I can give a fuck about all that shit now, because people ask, well, I'll give, what am I going to say there? I have real things that happen now. Not that other things are important for other people, but I've experienced these really huge life-changing experiences. That doesn't sound like it's a medium for me to speak truth through, but not to say that there's no chance for redemption. Like I said, I think that could be a great exercise with something with that particular project. But
well, you got different things to write about. The matter.
Yeah, I got other things to write about.
Someone else can, if they want to tackle more politically motivated things or current events.
God bless you and good luck.
And good luck.
Yeah.
The thing you said a couple of times though.
I take the folky path on that.
The what?
I love Creedence Clearwater,
Oh,
I ain't no senator son, no. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no.
That's a great one. Yeah.
That song. Where's that song? That's me. I'm that guy.
Yeah.
You know, no, don't point the cannon at me, man. Point this guy over here. You know.
Well, one thing you said, one thing I want to be sure before we start to wrap up, because I'd want to take your whole day, but just a couple things I want to hit. But you said something a couple of times that I think is really, really important. You talked about second chances, and it doesn't feel to me like we, broadly speaking, are not as enamored of second chances as we used to be. People are sort of convicted and things are done. But everybody's going to fall in all kinds of ways and do dumb things. And I think we should be just generally more enamored of giving people another shot. And
I agree with you. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, we've been watching this dumpster fire go on for a while now. So how long can that happen? A fire only burns as long as there's fuel in it. And once you run out of fuel, the fire loses its strength and it dies. So that's the kind of what happens with everything. It's kind of a law of nature, right? It's a law of physics. You can only go through this whole burn it all down until it's all burnt down. Yeah. And then what? So I think there's going to be a major shift coming. You know, that's my gut feeling on it. I don't know where, don't know how. But you can only burn everything for so long and burn everyone and just trying to you know, before you know, you've destroyed everything, including when you burn all your enemies' houses down, all of a sudden the fire's in your neighborhood and you've burnt your house down too. Right. So what happens then? You know, where are we then? So I hope, you know, we don't get down to that far of a traumatic you know, level. But it's feeling like it's going to start changing again. And then I think we're going to still go through a terrible time of persecution, like you said, of people. And we're not nailing them to crosses, but, you know, we're nailing them to or, you know, removing their existence. It's like the Matrix, you know, you're gone.
Yeah.
You know, the
agent and sometimes
puts his glasses on and, you know, you just disappear from the Matrix.
Yeah.
And
erased.
That's only going to last. It's only going to continue for so long. You know, I'm hoping that people start to that's just the fuel that's firing the generational gap. We talked about gaps, right?
Yep, we did.
And that gap will start to close. Somebody will step up into that gap and you know, play some good defense and start to defend people's rights to exist.
Yeah.
And when that happens, you're going to start to see these things start to curtail down, and hopefully good-hearted, good soul, good conscious people will be there to give those people who even were guilty of these atrocities against their fellow human beings will be given a chance for redemption and have a second chance. I'm just endlessly optimistic about the human experience, you know, and I don't think we have much of a choice to be. There's nothing to say we shouldn't look back on our history and recognize the all the crap that's happened. The one thing I can't stand, I probably should have been a history teacher. My wife tells me all the time, you should have been a history. You know, this whole singing thing fucked my whole world up. but you know, I really don't. I'm not a big fan of trying to bury the past or destroy the past, even if it's not a past that you like.
Yeah,
and I mean that in a way that, you know, we've obviously been going through this culture of destruction of our heritage and certain things that don't politically align with certain groups or whatever. There's all stuff. I'm no fan of anybody who is you know, an oppressor of any way. You know, right. I'm not a you know, the R word, and I'm not talking about the pirate R, but the big R word now.
Yeah.
You know, never been one, never going to be one, never even want to talk about it, say it, nothing. No, I love everyone. Everybody on my ship is my family. I don't care who you are. Yeah. I've said that already. That being said, you know, I don't like when the real assholes are out there waving their flags and all sort of crap, and you're trying to take it away. What do they do? What do bad people do? They hide. They go underground.
Yeah.
You know, you've seen what happened when people go underground, right? What happened? You know, Okay, it's obvious. You see them; they bubble up.
Yeah.
They bubble up in big ways. Why? Because you tried to bury them. I always say that, and you know, this is just me. You know, it's not something right for everybody. But you know what? I want, wave your flag as high as you can, man. You know why? Because I want to know where the assholes are at all times. I do not want to be surprised, man. I want to know where the enemy is. Show me where the enemy is. That's why football was great, because they had a uniform on.
Yeah.
I knew that the guy on the team who wanted to take my head off, I knew exactly where he was. You know, you know, that's always the thing that just kills me. I think that, you know, keeping the history alive and understanding what the bad things were that people did and where they are and who they are help us to keep from repeating it. But that's an old history head saying, you know, past repeats itself. And if you try and bury it, it just returns again in a different form. And you don't see it coming. Yeah, that's the thing. We never seem to learn that lesson as a society, as a civilization. I don't know if it's because we don't live long enough. You know, like our lives are kind of in the grand scheme of things in the universe, not to get too deep here at the end of all this, but it doesn't feel like we just kind of get it all right and we kind of learn life, and all of a sudden you're old and it's over and it's done. You know, the movie's over, you're out. You know, pick up your popcorn on the way out. Don't leave a mess, you know, but you're out, you're done, it's over. And I feel like that's kind of like our condition sometimes. We only have it, you know, of course, when you're young in this life, you don't understand that yet. It doesn't hit you, but your mortality, like you were talking about with your dad and that experience, and then when you become a parent and talking to your son about these issues, you start to realize that. But you know, you start to realize it. It's like, dang. But I feel like because we don't live that long as a society, we look back at the history books and, you know, we try and change history to fit our current ideology and how we see the world. But it's like, no, you've got to see the way it was then, so you know what to do different. You know, you don't just try and, you know, get rid of it. To get rid of it and suppress it only makes it more. It's like a cancer. It comes back and it's worse. It's bigger. It's bad. It's way worse.
Well, and
that's just my philosophy. I mean, I'm not like I said, I just feel like it's a common sense thing. I just want to know where the bad people are. I don't like it when they go underground, because I don't know where the shots come from. Nobody likes to suck up much, man. You know?
Yes. Well, I agree with what you're saying, because there, like, if I was to distill some of what we've talked about, there's what's always going to be true is there's going to be people who want power, and in service of getting that power, they're going to do bad things, and I think that's unfortunately part of the human experience. And as far as back as I know history, that's not been rooted out. So that's still a part of what we live through. People want to get power. Yeah. And in the pursuit of that power, they're willing to trounce upon the rest of us. That's one thing. But the other side of the human experience that we've talked about is the side that reaches out, the side that wants to lend a helping hand. And I think that's every bit as strong. And it's where those two things, I think, unfortunately clash, is where, and that I see a lot right now, and that I think is the most dispiriting to me, is when as people seek power, they are foreclosing the opportunity for other people to, once they have made a mistake, to be redeemed. And that's awful, because to use your analogy of when the fire is burning, when your home is burning, you really want people to help you burn it out. You don't want your home to burn down. Like, you want to have a home. You don't want to. So when this comes home to roost, that's the condition where you're like, oh, I kind of want a second chance. Like, that bad thing I did is not the all of me. It's the outlier. So and then people get, like, metaphorically crucified, and sometimes can't come back from it.
We're back to, I always talked about America's like the new Rome, and I was saying this for a long time. Obviously, when, we're at the height of Western civilization, the height of Western civilization before us really was the Roman Empire. You can argue the British, of course, had the colonialist time and things like that. But the last super time up to 2000, what were they? They're about 1,000 years, right? I'd say the Romans were pretty much the big game in town.
Yeah.
Okay. They were They were beaten up in the Peloponnesian Wars, and they were beaten up in the Greeks, and they had defeated Carthage, and Carthage had rose to a huge power in the Aegean because they were a merchant power. They didn't even really have their own standing army. They had enough money to pay everybody else to fight for them.
Yeah.
They had elite groups that the rich aristocracy, like you were talking about, that's never left us. Whatever happened to people used to, and we're metal guys, so we get this, right? We're always on the fucking, we're wearing the black t-shirts, man. We're all in this together. Why? Just like pirates, it doesn't give a fuck who you are. Once you took the oath of being a pirate, that's it. When they caught you, they hung you.
Yeah.
You're dead. You're a dead man walking. Join or die. That's the old pirate saying, right? Why do they say that? Well, because when you were captured by a pirate ship and they needed a doctor on the ship, they put a gun to your head, say, you either join us or we're going to stick you in the water. So it's your choice. So what do? Most people, they don't take the bullet right there. But the government at the time, who was oppressing everybody, when they would say, well, the pirates forced me to do into service with them, or they were gonna kill me. Well, back in those days, there wasn't like, oh yeah, we feel you, we feel your story. No, they're like, well, you should have taken the bullet then, because you're gonna hang now. Yeah. And that was law and order back then, right? Cut and dry. So you knew what your fate was. So when you decided to join these guys who had everything from every race, color and creed on those ships, even women were on pirate ships. They pretty much were the precursor to American democracy, and they finally started to give them some credence. And I've seen a couple documentaries later on the History Channel, and finally there's a new series out on Netflix, I think, called The Lost Pirate Kingdom. You should check it out.
I will, yeah.
It's not for kids, by the way. There's some sexual content in there and things like that you got to be aware of. But it talks about Nassau and how Nassau was sort of the first democratically run sort of city in the Western hemisphere since the fall of the ancient world. So since the time of really the Greeks, because they're a real democratic sort of thing, not a representative form of government. They chose the captains. The point I'm getting to is that when did we lose sight of the fact that the rich rule the world and we're all trying to just get by, and instead of us fighting their battles for them, taking sides on each side of the coin, or the red flag and the blue flag, or whatever flag you're flying, what happened to, like, hey, those guys at the country club, they don't give a shit about us. When was it? Yeah. You know what, your house is burned down, I am going to help you, man. I don't care, what football team you like, or who this, or what your politics are. You're a fellow, you're a neighbor, you're a friend, you're someone who needs help. I'm going to help.
That's right.
Whatever happened to that? I really pray that we can get back to that, and I'm hoping that music can do that. I'm really, really, I guess I'm just maybe naively optimistic, but I would like to see music be a healing source in the world. And look, for us metal guys, as you know, we've watched the best, the pop star. They get everything, man.
Yeah.
We just get together when we get some cool metal festivals going with all our friends, camp out in freaking woods, and rock and roll, drink some beer, and realize, what? Maybe we really don't want to be those people. We're really happy with who we are, and I really wish that everyone would just take a cue from the metal community, and be like, yeah, why can't we just live like that? Yeah. Now, I'm not saying everybody's got to wear black shirts and wear makeup and grow their hair out and all this other kind of stuff. It's not about conformity, man. It's just about community, and I just really wish we could get back to that, dude.
Yeah, I 100% agree with what you're saying, and I think that I'm optimistic the way you are, because I think when you get to people, like when they look each other in the eyes, I think that a lot of the narrative that is used to drive clicks and viewership break down, because you're talking to another human, and there's more in common than I think that there is dissimilar. And certainly celebrate.
But that's taking it out. That's taking it out of the computer realm, like we were talking about before. Yeah. The algorithm now all of a sudden isn't in charge. It's the human interaction that's actually happening.
Yeah. It makes
it
makes a difference. It makes a difference. I think that's why I'm optimistic, is because I think once you turn off the screen and the people who are interestingly, like they're just trying to sort of drive their own business with sensationalize or polarizing people in order to create furor. You have people like you or me or out in our communities talking to people of all strokes. And most of us are trying to make sure we pay our mortgage. We want our kids to be
Good
happy
point.
and healthy. We want to go jam and rock out when we do that, or we want to go watch Garth Brooks or whoever it is. But like you start to see, like there's a ton of stuff that we have in common, that we have these shared like goals in life. I've had friends who've just said they finally had to kind of just turn off the spew of information and news in order to just connect with being human again. I know that sounds really sappy, but like, I think that there's some value in that, like showing up. This is why it's sad that we don't have the festivals and the tours, because being present at those things to connect with people, I think is like, it's a necessary for the soul, right? I mean,
it is. And we've been living in the dark ages for the past couple of years now, but being trapped within these black boxes of technology that are only that are dark until we turn them on, and then they show us what they show us. And the problem is you can go down these rabbit holes on these things. And I've been fortunate to not really get too sucked into stuff. I watch things, I'm mostly from an entertainment point of view, but as an artist, I'm just an observer. I'm trying to observe. I don't aside, I have no political party. I'm not registered to vote with anyone. When I mean I'm a pirate, I don't mean I steal people's shit, but I actually am a fiercely independent person.
Yeah.
Like I don't like the Kool-Aid of either side, because they both taste like shit to me half the time.
Yeah.
And so I have friends who are very, very strongly opinionated in their beliefs, and I respect that. They don't respect each side. They won't even talk. I've seen people not even communicate anymore because of the environment that we're in. I've stayed clear of all that stuff. I don't go on social media, don't talk about it, because it saddens me. It hurts my soul to see people, family members of my own family, they don't talk to each other anymore because of differences of opinion.
Isn't that crazy?
About these things. Isn't that nuts? And so and that just makes me hate the Kool-Aid even more. But I will get their goat sometimes and kind of make them both. I pitch them both off for like a half second, and then they'd understand my point. And they're like, "Well, what do you know? You don't even vote. You don't even give a shit about nothing. You don't have a whatever." No, I do. I just don't. It's like, your party doesn't care about you. I'm like, well, what do you mean they don't care about me? They don't care about me more than I'm like, no, you don't. No, they don't, man. Well, what the fuck? Then they get all heated, man.
Yeah.
And so I'm a little guilty of having some pleasure of pushing that button. But I got to my point. My point was, well, they already have your vote, man. Yeah. You're going to do whatever they want you to because you drank the Kool-Aid. I'm the guy they got to convince that that's the person I'm supposed to choose. You see, it's the independents that actually make the difference of how the pendulum swings, my brothers and sisters, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of.
And when they kind of they digested that, they're like, oh shit. Well, so, and then the conversation changed from being so negative to it's like, so don't you think that this, then they turned into salesmen all of a sudden. So I was dealing with a salesman again. So like, okay, yeah. And I listened, and, I used to laugh and make jokes because, well, I like both. How could you like both? Because I like to shoot guns and smoke weed. I was just kidding. But, the point was, this is before all the, all this drama and everything with all these issues. But I do like, I am open to anybody who's got a good idea, and that's my opinion about it. That's good for people, good for working people, good for everybody, not just the one percenters, but all the percenters and everybody in between. I am maybe a fool, but I'll be happy in my foolishness to believe that we can do better.
Yeah,
we can do better.
Anybody who would debate that we've got to do better, I think is too far into their own stuff. There's too much. Yeah, it's too polarizing. I know there's always been politics and ideology, but for some reason we are in a very different place now. And
well, that's the thing. And coming out of this sort of like you know, I don't even want to bring my pirate ship back into port at this point. Maybe I'll just stay out there in the independent world and sail. Why do I need a label? Why do I need this? Why do I need that? What do I, you know, what just be my own person, you know, be my own individual. Like very enticing idea, right? Very cool idea. The thing is that music's on a larger scale, aside from the award show stuff and things that us metal people were never part of anyway. Right. I mean, ever since they gave Jethro Tull the best metal album of Metallica, you lost all of us. We're gone. We're out. You already lost us. We were gone then.
Yep.
So like, you know, so that's not in our, we don't care about all that shit, you know, but the thing is that music hasn't really answered this yet, because music hasn't been able to. Yeah. In a sense that, you know, we've been left out of the conversation because we're not really relevant right now. We're not essential. So I'm hoping that you're going to see some sort of resurgence in the industry, because people are so tired of being, like you said, not going to the festivals, not sharing time with each other, not sharing the experience of music, that I hope and pray to God that there's more value given to what we do as a community and what we can offer the world in terms of a positive message and a healing message. Even if the message seems violent to outsiders, that doesn't understand the metal genre, that can understand that, you know, we're a very tight-knit group of people out there that really care about each other and very genuine. And I'm hoping that music can kind of help to kind of, you know, give that message. And, you know, through my own struggles right now, trying to come to terms with my own, challenges I faced through the PTSD experience that I've had. You know, it's also, you know, this thing with the world, and so I'm just trying to find something in there, a message that I can give to people of hope that I've found through my challenges, and hopefully that can resonate with people like you said that have had that experience, or maybe if they're young, they could at least just listen for a second, you know. Yeah. Just listen with your heart and stuff, and not. I believe that young people are amazing. I mean, my daughter, who's on the autistic spectrum, it will just blow your mind of how much knowledge she has acquired through you know, the technology that is given to these young people. You and I have there's no way I could even pass, you know, her middle school exam. Yeah. At her age, back what we were taught, but with the level of and of course with her heightened intellect due to the spectrum, for being on the spectrum and the issues that come with that, you know, she's amazing. And my son is a good-hearted kid. Kids are really, really cool, and they are the future. And we say that, and it's a cliche, but cliches are cliches for a reason, especially one like that. It's because they're so undeniably true that you can't avoid it. It's just unavoidable. So children are the future. Yes, everybody says that. Nice little catchphrase. But it's the truth. And so, you know, you got to stop belittling the reality that they are and embracing the fact that they are. And then letting, you know, it's about empowering. Yes, we use that word a lot, but it's really about touching the soul, man. It's about touching the soul. Yeah. And letting and telling young people, hey, you could be anything in this world you want to be. And don't buy into all this stuff that you hear that they're trying to sell you. You know, you follow your heart. Where's that message? Don't follow the crowd. Yeah. Follow your heart. That was always the rock and roll attitude, right? Yep. You know, nobody was ever cool in our business when they followed the crowd. You were always cooler when you broke the mold, when you were something different, when you were something out there that people were like inspired by. That's the messaging we've lost for our young people. And I feel like hopefully we can bring that back. That's what artists like, you know, like rock artists and all artists like us do. We can bring that back. And somebody, you know, I mean, I even give it, you know, to, there's some pop stars too, occasionally that do it, you know, like you can argue Gaga has one, you know, she came out and just blew the doors off everything. So different, so out there. She's really a metalhead underneath it all, right? So, you know, that's probably why, right? Yeah. She's really a metalhead. And so boom, metalhead breaks the freaking doors wide open. Why? Because she knows it's got to be different. It's got to be cool. It's got to be out there. It's got to be something you know. I'm not a big fan of like, you know, what do you call stunts,
Right.
so to speak. Like, you know, like but
Yeah,
I get,
yeah.
you know, I get. You got to do these stunts to get clicks, like you were saying before, get attention, you
Yeah,
know.
that's a
But
lot
you
of,
know, she proved that she's way.
she's more than the
And I was
gimmick.
waiting.
Yeah, she's more than
She's
the
way
gimmick.
more than him, man. And I'm proud that she came from our community, really,
Yeah.
being a metalhead. She that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know, if I ever had a chance at success like she did, it's because I would never, I would always embrace my metal past and be like, this is why.
Yeah.
Because this is where I come from, and I'm really proud of her. But it's very rare, and I'm hoping that rock and metal can do that again and bring forth some artists that can bring a really good, a binding message, a communal message that young people can attach on to, because this is really going to come from I mean, the message come from people like me, but it's, you know, it's always more effective when it comes to from their peers, from people that are young that can relate to them.
Yeah.
You know, so you're hoping that an artist will rise, and artists in general. I'm just scared because artists they're just not important right now. You know, they're not important in the way that they were when we were growing up. And I'm talking about music mostly. You know, actors, of course, are always going to have their influence on society. But music right now, because of the fact we talked about, do you realize, this is the saddest thing ever, kids don't even care. Like, guitar centers are closing down everywhere. Nobody even cares to pick up an instrument right now.
Yeah.
Because there's no career in it. The kids aren't stupid. They're seeing that. Well, there's no money in this for me. Like, how am I gonna live if, you know, I love jamming out, and the amount of talent that we're losing because of this is, dude, it's not even measurable right now. It's really frightening. You know, it's like I can't even fathom how many great, awesome people are not going to pursue a career in this business because it's been so destroyed. You know,
it's become content for platforms,
right?
And so it's not important. The creation aspect of it isn't important at all to the platforms. They just want the content in order to drive their platform adoption. Mm-hmm. And you've got that I think is really sad here is there's a whole, what I think you're talking about, the act of creating music, being a player, whether you become a rock star or not, that the act of creating music is important by itself. And kids are abdicating that. And some school systems are walking away from their arts programs. And so,
yes, I actually, David's brother, Paulie, he had started it's kind of like a grant. It's kind of like a program that helps to bring music education to people, young people, because it's disappearing in schools. So, you know, I love doing stuff like that for him, and we do it for Dave's memorial, which is coming up next month, and he's always doing stuff like that, and it helps the David Z Fund, you know, which helps to further music education for young people. And we need more stuff like that, man. You know, we need more stuff like that, because obviously, like you just said, the academia is moving away from it.
Yep.
Moving away from the arts. And oh man, I don't even want to think of a world without the arts. Could you imagine?
Well, I mean, they can program, and I've seen this online. They've got programs writing symphonies. But the point is not whether or not it can write a cool symphony. I think they may have already demonstrated that. The point is the act of writing the symphony, a human doing that, and humans playing it for other humans. That's an important thing. We fortunately still have it in our schools, and my son plays the saxophone in the jazz band.
Oh,
and
cool!
It's funny how people react differently to stuff. But his room is right next to my office here, and when he gets rolling, or anytime he's practicing, there's not one note, however wrong or right, that is not music to my ears. The fact that he's in there playing that thing, he could play as long and as loud as he wants, and it is awesome, you know?
Yeah. That's something to be proud of, Pop. You know, you're doing a good thing over there, you know? Yeah. My son likes to drum. I got him like a little rolling kit, but he's all over the map. So right now it's really, I don't want to stifle anything for him. If he wants to do music, fine. And I love it when I hear him doing his music, and you know he's banging away on the kick. If he's into, he just tried lacrosse this year, so nice. You know he loves sports. So obviously, you know, I've told my story to you and your audience about how sports was a real positive for me in my music career.
Yep.
It helped me a lot. So, you know, I encourage, you know, him and all young people to go out there and try it all. You should try everything. See what really gets you moving, you know,
Yep.
because the one thing that science is really struggling with right now, in my honest opinion, is consciousness. This is the big topic. They're trying to nail it down. What is consciousness, man? And a lot of scientists are kind of coming to the realization that it's something that is, you know, it's where the soul resides, right? It's where the human interaction, the human experience is all based on consciousness now.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of coming to this, like, you know, this utopian sort of, I wouldn't say we're not an utopian society by any stretch of imagination, but we're coming to a utopian level of thought. We're kind of almost getting there. And the big obstacle or the big challenge for us right now as a species is artificial intelligence and how that plays into the conscious experience. Can AI have consciousness? And this is a huge question that this should be the biggest thing in news right now. That and UFOs. I mean, come on, you know, hello.
Yeah.
We might not be alone in the universe. Hello, is anybody paying attention? No. Okay. Yeah. Don't, you know, never mind the man in the green suit in the room. Never mind the green little guy in the room. Just keep on hating each other. That's what we want.
It
just blows my mind. And it's just like, these are the biggest questions of all time.
It should
and
be.
They're happening in real time and nobody cares.
I know it should be capturing the national attention that they've disclosed.
Are we alone in the universe?
Yeah. There's this footage that shows there's clearly something, and the mental gymnastics that people have to do to try and explain it, which always fail. It's like, it's not that we're saying we know exactly what it is, but like
but it's there.
But it's exactly what the acronym has become like a dirty word. But if you just say it out, it's an unidentified flying object. We don't know what it is. We're not saying anything weird about aliens or invasion. We're just saying there's a thing there that we know is real, but we don't know what it is.
You can't call it that anymore. You can't call it. Here's where I give the media credit, because they're still calling it that. It's like, come on, man. I mean, even you can't pull the wool over our eyes. You know, we even know that everybody knows the UFOs, but they're aerial phenomenon.
Oh, is that what they're saying?
APXYZs. Yeah, they're on an aerial phenomenon.
Okay.
And that's the new acronym. And look, it's a really convenient way, you know, for them to not take responsibility for denying it for freaking 50 years or whatever.
Yeah.
No, we never said UFOs, but these unidentified aerial phenomena. Now this is something, but UFOs are still, and it's like the media is even like, come on, man, you guys, it's UFOs. This isn't going to work anymore. That trick of changing the wording so we don't have to admit anything. That's all gone. But the funniest part of the story is that no one cares.
Yeah.
No one's paying attention to it. Yeah. Because it's just not, like you said, it's not clickbait, or it's not in the thing.
Well, and there's no way to create power around it. Like, you know, so who cares? The people who drive the narrative, you know, we said enough. But the other thing that you talked about there around consciousness, like that's fascinating, because
to me, those two things are linked, you know. And I don't think that's a large stretch. You know, this isn't some conspiracy, but intellectually speaking, I feel like that if we were to achieve this level of consciousness where we in fact can realize and accept that there are other entities in the universe around us that are up there too, then it's kind of like almost them putting the hand out saying, we're ready for you now. Right. You know, like that's maybe my optimistic look at things. To say that, you know, hey, humanity, you've almost destroyed yourself so many billions of times. Now you're starting to realize that, you know, that there's something more, that there is a consciousness that is really what you are. And it's you're not just this, you know, temporary moment in time on this planet. You're part of a bigger picture, and we are here to welcome you into that reality. Yeah. That is really what you're hoping for, right? You know, we're not just bug food for some other planet. You know, you're hoping that that's not the case, right?
Yeah.
That, you know, like we're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl year after year. waiting to be eaten by a bigger fish. I mean, we're hoping that that's not the reality, right? But
Yeah.
the fact that the conversation is even being had right now, and the fact that consciousness and this possibility of it, of that we are not alone, being a part of mainstream consciousness, if you will,
Yeah.
that is the most exciting thing. Could you imagine that ever would have happened in our lifetime to
Yeah.
have these sort of like breakthroughs in science, to see the quantum physics and how things are interconnected and multi-dimensional beings perhaps being a reality in our lifetime? This is all Star Trek shit, man. Like, you know, I don't think I never thought that this was going to be real. In the back of my mind, somehow, I always felt like something where it was there, but it's so exciting. And God, man, I love it. It's great to sit around the campfire and chat with some folks about this stuff, because that's really the only form it really has a place in, right? I mean, you and I we're way off topic talking about all this shit. But the cool thing about it is that, and I hope your listeners aren't getting too like, what the fuck is wrong with these guys? But this is what metalheads do, man. We just shoot the shit about everything. But honestly, this is cool stuff. If you're a writer, these are some cool things, man. These are some cool topics. Of course, you talked about Orullian and his love for Star One was all based on his love of science fiction shows and movies and stuff. So he made a whole record on it, and I was proud to be a part of. So there is something here to bring it all full circle for the audiences. You know, observing the world around us and drawing inspiration from that we can put into our music that will help to help us all grow to the next level. Because I think that's what we're all trying to do, is just get to the next level, get our kids to that level, and what we want them to have a better life than we had. And we had a pretty damn good life compared to generations that grew up, let's say, in the Middle Ages, for example. I mean, we've been the beneficiaries of modern technology. We've also been the beneficiaries of bad social injustices over the years, and we have to come to terms with all of those things at once. And that's why I think right now it's a crazy time. But it's also an exciting time. We have to look at it from a perspective of, you know, this is a really pivotal point in human evolution, and we're living it. And so what can we do to influence that? How can we be a positive force? And I feel as artists, we have a really good, not necessarily a responsibility, but an opportunity to be a good force in the growth of human consciousness. And that's what I would like to do through my experiences. And that's my goal. That's what I'm hoping to achieve. You know, it would be nice. I want to touch people at their hearts. I want them to feel something. I want them to feel a connection, and I want them to feel a love for each other. That's not there right now. That's a really powerful thing. And I'm listening, like when we talk about those 60s artists and Bread, and I'm listening to all that shit. I'm trying to pull on some of that stuff. It's like these guys connected, you know, in a way. How can I bring that to my metal world? How can I make that connection happen and make it real and visceral? And, you know, because metal has that beauty of being visceral. How can I make the raw, visceral experience of what death and everything I saw, but also, you know, bring it to a place where, you know, people can you know, cope with that and see it and be able to move on with that and experience the anger and feel the pain, but also feel the loss and the emotion. That's what I've struggled with, is not bottling up the negative feelings, but letting the negative feelings out so that the positive can come back into your life. You know, I found that if bottling up the negative is like the scales of justice, right? It just goes to a point where all of a sudden you can't take it anymore, and then boom, you blow up. You know, and your whole life starts to just all dissolve around you, and that's something that I was so blessed that I've been on the verge of almost, you know, being there, and I've had a great support system. Luckily, with my family, and my kids now know what I was going through, because they didn't know at the time. I didn't tell them till later. But yeah, it was it's a really destructive thing to have to go through, and I just would like to get people to understand that. And music's the best thing. We could talk what we've been doing all afternoon, and talking about it's one thing, but music has that thing where, you know, you can really touch people. So I encourage other artists, other singers out there, and other people who watch your program to don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to challenge yourself, challenge the norms, challenge anything. that, you know, even may be taboo, because in there is the magic. That's where it's the uncharted territory that always, you know, raises the human experience, because it's something that people at first are uncomfortable with because they don't know, but it's the unknown that we all strive to want to try and conquer.
Yeah.
And that's really what we're trying to do. That's the only thing that really excites people, especially old bastards like me. Now, I want to try and figure out, you know, what's going on with consciousness. I'm interested in all this stuff, you know, because it's a new frontier. It's a new frontier for us, you know. It's something fascinating, you know. It's like, and I'm young people are also, you know, kind of getting in on it too, but they're so like this they bury their faces in these things. My own kids are doing it, and this is all they do, right? Now, as artists, it's great. We have a direct contact to the brain through these devices, right? Yeah. But the truth of it is, you know, you worry about the development, right?
100%.
What are they doing?
Yeah.
Your son's out there playing that saxophone. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I need my son out there playing his drums or throwing the football around, or lately, you know, riding his bike with his friends in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Even that a few years ago was like, oh, he's a horrible parent. That child was riding a bike by himself. And just, there was all this judgment. When I was a kid, dude, we had one rule. My father, when the street lights come on, you better be home or it's your ass.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And so I would,
home before dark.
Phones back.
That's what I was told. I was always told home before dark. That was my only rule.
Yeah, it was the street lights for me, because that was just before it got dark. So when the street lights came on, I'm like, shit, I got to get home. Why? Because I only got X amount of time to get home. And I the whole thing was, you look back on it and you realize, because they don't want you to get hit by a car, you dumbass. You know, like, you're riding around in the dark on a bike, one tiny piece of shit reflector on it. Yeah. You didn't have lights on, you know,
or helmets.
I mean, if you had a light on your bike, you were rich. I mean, that was like a luxury to have. Like now you get these LED lights you can put on, but we're talking, you had to have like a flashlight thing. Yeah. You know, I mean, did make it, but they're kind of pricey back in the day, right? Anyway, long story short, you know, you got to be home. So, you know, I'm happy to see my children. I'm sure your son too. It's, get out there, do stuff, you know, don't sit on the phones all day. Yeah, I want you to check out my new song, you know, but don't be living on the phone. As an artist, I definitely want you, you know, to listen to music that you like and however you absorb it. But for the love of God, you know, maybe listen to the music while you're walking through an art museum. That'd be a good thing to do, right? Or maybe, you know, check out the, you know, have the thing going on while you're just walking around the cities, you know, checking out some new things, man. And I just, you know, I don't want music ever to be something that stifles people from experiencing the real world, you know. So
no, I think it's the opposite. I think the music is opens people up, and I mean, what we talked about earlier goes with this. And the more time you spend on the device, the more you feed the algorithm. I mean, how many times have you just I've had this happen where I'm just having a conversation with my wife, and then I open up my phone and it's advertising the thing we were talking about, because it's listening to me.
Yes, I've had that phenomenon happen too. Yeah. So, you know, and it's a frightening reality that they're monitoring us to that degree. You know, and then it's also kind of like, do you guys got anything better to do? Really? Yeah. This is what you've tasked the computer power of the world to do.
Yeah.
Is record human behavior patterns so you can monetize that and sell them a product. This is the extent of the technology you've developed, and this is what you've used it for. How about curing cancer? I know it's hey, there's another cliche, but why the fuck not? How about ending homelessness? How about everything else that's wrong with the world, and taking that powerful technology and maybe applying it to all us, you know, layman metalhead people who are just struggling to freaking have put food on the table and keep our families going.
Yeah.
Never mind all the other communities that are living in poverty and challenge. That's the kind of crap that, you know, I can never swallow the freaking Kool-Aid we talked about earlier, either side, because I think they're both freaking guilty of it.
Yeah.
You know, they're all about making the money, and you know, I need to make the money like you do, like everybody, to survive in this world. But you know, it's like, come on, man, you know, we could do better. We could
Yeah.
just do better. You
Yeah.
know, I think we can do better. And after losing my friends and stuff, it's like, you know, I know we can.
Yeah, and
I know we can.
we need to. I mean, along that line, there's a film came out called The Social Dilemma that talks about how um, the major platforms, especially if it's free. But the point is that you're the commodity. They're selling you. They're selling every bit of data about you. So you know, going offline more and being with people, music is a huge part of that. I mean, if you think about it, music came before language. It came before all of these things. It should be a unifying experience. We know that in the metal community because and it doesn't mean that there aren't still you know tensions and stuff sometimes, but at large it's not like that. And music has that power. And I love the music you make to kind of really make it salient to our conversation, because my personal opinion is so much, not all, but so much of what dominates the airwaves and the playlists now seems so incredibly narcissistic, and nihilistic. And you know, writing music that even if it's escapist has a different kind of value than something that's always just so self-aggrandizing. You've always made music like that, and you certainly sing with certain authenticity. You bring that, by the way, Russ, even when it's, you know, not a song you wrote or lyrics you wrote. You know, I did a bunch of like watching of things that I hadn't heard you or seen you sing before we had this conversation, and it's a gift you have, and I think that experience is a healing one. So all of which is to say, I'm really excited about the music that you're making, the passion you have for telling the kind of stories and taking the kinds of themes that you've talked about taking. I think it's 100% needed out there right now. And I'm sure it will still be, we'll also raise our horns when you do it. But there'll be this, you know, this other power in it, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm doing some projects now. Like, you know, again,
is there stuff you can tell us about that hasn't come out? Is there anything unannounced? If you can't talk about it, it's cool.
I don't know if other artists have talked. I don't like to speak about projects that I do with my friends, other artists, without them saying it first, because I'm not the kind of guy like, oh, I'm going to beat them to the punch because I need to be the one telling everybody what I'm doing. I always respect the people I work with. So I will tell you that I'm in negotiations with Frontiers. We talked about that for another record with Annette.
Okay, good.
We're talking about doing that this year, and maybe changing up the format a little bit, how we do it. You know, with the duets and the solos, and kind of maybe just changing up a little bit. We're thinking about that. I'm just in negotiations with them to figure out what the time frame is, when Magnus can get on the writing aspect. But that's all looking like it's going to happen right now. That's where we're at. Of course, I've got another guest. I've got a guest, you know, a spot on a record from an artist that I've done something with, and we mentioned him already on the show. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
So I'm excited to be a part of that again, and he's obviously one of my favorite artists out there that I've ever worked with, or just in general. I just think he's brilliant. And then of course we talked a little bit about the solo stuff. I'm looking at doing some stuff with some friends down in Brazil with a different type of music altogether.
Yeah.
Just as like we talked about, an expansion and extension of my knowledge, and like you said, you just never know where these things go. You know, I'm just right now. I'm just concentrating on making the music that feels like it should be made right now. That's what I'm doing. When I'm doing stuff with other people, it's their work, but I try, like you said, to bring a sense of real emotional sense to what I'm doing. And because of my experiences in the past few years with dealing with all this stuff, it's interesting journey for me to see how I react to different topics now, and see how I approach it in the studio, and what I'm feeling, and how I can. It seems to be the things that I'm singing now seem to have a little more. They're a little more emotionally charged. Not even though that's an intentional thing, I'm just able to connect a little better with certain topics based on the fact that I've had this sort of like really crazy life experience. So so that's interesting to navigate. The other thing I would say is, you know, on the solo side, it's I got some songs that I wrote, you know, that I was working on before Adrenaline Mob. I'd love to try and maybe get that stuff out at some point. It's really cool. It's nothing to do with anything other than I was kind of, you know, my history stuff, you know, my still love of history is like in there in those songs. They're just kind of laying around doing nothing because you know, I was thinking about maybe touching that and re-releasing that, and or not re-releasing, but releasing some of that material that I've had for years just sitting around. But right now I'm kind of focused on working on music that I was working on that is right really close to the chest. You know, I feel like I need to get that done first before I can really move on to anything else. But I will gladly do these other projects because it's like I said, it's kind of therapeutic for me. I can kind of work through things and see where I feel, how I feel. So that's about 3 or 4 things you're probably going to see from me coming out within the next, I hope within the next year or so. I'm always open. I get approached a lot. I got asked to do a lot of things. So I'm a little bit of a creature of habit. I like working with the same artists that I've known for years, but I'm also open to working in collaboration with new people. Like you mentioned, I love working with singers, and, you know, I wouldn't, you know, I talked to Lizzie Hale not too long ago because we had done a song together on Adrenaline. We did a Duran Duran cover, and she had mentioned, you know, oh, I really love that. That was great. We should do something like that again. I'm like, yeah, we should. So I'm thinking we're probably going to do stuff like that. And yeah, I'm going to interview you. That's all right, Chris.
I'm going to get Eva.
Oh, is she in town?
She was by Sammy's all day. So
oh, okay. All right. All right.
All right. Everything's good?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Jack's home, you know, he's been home.
He is home? Yeah, he came and told me why he couldn't, you know, he didn't text me or whatever when he was out riding.
Oh, yeah.
My wife doesn't want to be on camera. She's like, she just seen her face. She's like, oh, you're in an interview? No. I'm like, yeah, you come in. I was going to say come on in, but I knew she would. So anyway, she's amazing. That's another one, you know, without her, I got the rock star way before I ever became a rock star. She's a saint for even sticking with me because, you know, I can be a difficult idiot sometimes. And luckily, you know, she's there. She's like been a great friend to me. And so, you know, having that support structure has been really instrumental in me recovering from this accident, you know, and her patience with me has been epic, and I can't thank her enough. And, you know, we got a great relationship. She's you know, she busts my chops all the time, you know, busts my balls, keeps me grounded. At the same time, she's like, you know, she can't wait till I leave sometimes because I drive her crazy. She's like, go out there and go on your tour and get out of here and blah, blah, blah. Go be a rock star already. And, you know, it's just, she knows what the touring thing is. So, you know, we have a good we're lucky because we have a good understanding of it, and we both accept what it is, and you know, I've always loved the fact that she's always been a very outgoing person, so she likes to go out and you know, all that stuff, and I'm more of a homebody when I'm home. You know, I don't really go anywhere, do nothing. And when I'm on the tour, I kind of like, I have my, you know, moment of time, and it's kind of been like that my whole life, you know. But even that's sort of like kind of hey, you know. But now I'm starting to get back into it again. Because I told you, we had that good experience in 2019, and I really had a good time out there. And so that's where I'm at. And so, you know, this is a great time to talk. You know, really thank you for having me on today.
Yeah, man.
Because you know, it's a great opportunity, and I knew I could kind of just have an open forum with you, which was nice, and it wasn't going to be like, you know, question A in section 1 of the you know, this is like a legit, you know, kind of cash. You want to get this time in, you know, you want to get the hours, 2-3 hours you've been going. Do you like Joe Rogan? Do you watch him?
Oh yeah. I watch him a lot. Yeah.
You know, he's really cool, man. And I love the format. And so like, I don't want people to think I've been living under a rock for years, whatever. I do pay attention, but I do like kind of stay out of the public eye when I'm just home doing my thing. But I am paying attention to this, and I think these formats are killer, and it gives me a chance to really kind of say everything I need to say. And you can ask me whatever you want, and it's really cool. Like I was looking forward to this. This is the first thing I've done like this, really. So this is a great thing for me. So I thank you, Peter, for having me on. And I'm going to take you up on your game offer thing.
When we pop off, we'll talk real quick.
Yeah, we got to talk about that, because I really would love to make that a reality, because that's like a pipe dream of mine, dude.
Yeah.
I was, here, I know, the wacky football guy / medieval swordman / rock star / PC game designer. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy life I live.
It's a hell of a resume. Super.
One of my dreams was to actually do the game thing. I always said if I couldn't be a rock star, I want to be a game designer. And I know that sounds really dorky to say, but I do not care. Geek is chic. It is sexy. And I just love the idea of creating a world where you can put all this music into. Think about it. Like, I kind of sold Romeo on the idea too. Like, it's like, hey, dude, think about all the music we could put into a game if it was you doing the music, dude, and or you and me both, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Create this story. Let's write a story together of this universe, and like let's be our own little, like a Star Wars thing. He got, I could see it, man. And then that's why I told you, like an hour later, I've got dun dun dun, all this shit. So yeah, brother, we are going to talk about that, because I think that would be so cool to make that a reality.
Yeah,
and bring. Him and I have avenues. I'm not going to lie to you, but I would so much love to do it through a metal community. I'd be so cool. We've met some of the coolest people like that. Like our artwork, Warren, who does the artwork for us. He's a big movie guy, but he's a metal guy.
Yeah.
We met him through the metal community. So it's really kind of cool to meet people in our neck of the woods that are artistic and stuff. And had a big fan who worked on Warcraft. He worked for
is that
Blizzard.
right?
Yeah, well, high level guys over at Blizzard, big Symphony fan. He used to come to shows. He'd bring me like box sets of like like the latest releases. Like these are like $300, $400, $500 things with like stuff, figures, you name it, in the game. I'd be like, wow, this is awesome, like. And the whole time he's there, I'm a fucking fanboying out on him. And he wants to know about my life. But yeah, but dude, you're a rock star. What is it like to design the AI for the game when you're having to deal with input? And he's like, why do you care about all this? You're Russell fucking Allen. I'm like, then he got me, and it was great. And we so it was a conversation, but at that time in my career, I had no time for any of that stuff.
Right.
I was too busy touring, singing, and so during this break, I kind of had this time. So that's kind of what I put my energy toward.
Well,
yeah.
And
I don't want to tease all your fans, but this would be something really cool, and it would involve Romeo, and it would involve other artists to do voiceover and music, and it would be awesome.
It would be awesome. And like I said, there's now a few real significant precedents for exactly what you're talking about. So I wouldn't be. It's not, it's not crazy. Like, and I think there's an audience for it. And you guys, of course, because you're established musicians and you've got some name recognition. And we know you can write and perform music. I think it's cool. We'll chat a little bit when we drop here, so that we can
all right.
See if we can
Sounds
advance
good.
that for you. The last thing I would ask is then, so we've kind of got a sense of the musical future, at least near term for you. Do you know on the TSO front if is that still a thing, or is it too early to know because of COVID?
Well, we're very optimistic about it. I had conversations with management that obviously we're paying attention to what the industry's doing. Right now, there are concerts being sold. There's concerts being booked. I just heard the Eagles being announced at the Garden in August here. So we're watching and seeing how those shows do and how they progress, what their protocols are, how their sales structures are.
Yeah.
I'm very knowledgeable of the business, but obviously when it comes to TSO, these are very, very experienced management, and this band's amazing. So I'm very happy to just be a soldier in the King's Army, as I used to say.
Yeah.
That's the only time I'll sail my pirate ship along with the fleet, right? Aye, Captain. I love and respected Paul O'Neill so much, and he taught me a lot. And I was really, really proud, very proud to be a part of that group. So So I just, like most everybody else, I just wait and see. I'm
Yeah.
waiting to see for them to give me my sailing orders, you know. And right now it's looking really good that we're gonna do it, and I hope it stays that way. You know, you know, there's always some sort of scare in the news about a new variant or this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
But you know, supposedly, you know, I think the vaccine, obviously the vaccines are doing its job, and I hope they're going to continue to do their job. You know, if you haven't had it yet, and you know, and stuff, I would get the vaccination. I don't really know. It would be great if they had an exemption for people, because you're supposed to wait 3 months, then turn to 6 months. Now they don't even know how long it's supposed to be before you get the vaccine after. You know, there's all these different. It's so hard these days, we talked about, to get the right information on your health.
It is,
because it's become politicized. It's very frustrating. But anyway, you know, if you've never had it, though, I would encourage, you know, you should get it, because it's going to allow us to get back out and do these shows. You know, I mean.
Yeah.
But I understand the risk. I understand that people might not be comfortable with that. It's not FDA approved. There's a lot of things going on with it, and we have to kind of wait and see. I'm really hoping that things go well, and we get through this time. But it's still uncertain, so we're kind of waiting. But I was going to say, it would be nice if we had an exemption for people with antibodies, because, you know, I mean, if it is a natural thing, and you know, everything we've ever gotten, the body kind of learns to kill. You know, and,
right.
and it's like, well, then those vaccine numbers, all of a sudden they shoot from 60 whatever they are to people with immunities. We've got to be up there now. If people already have had the disease and survived, I mean, there's way more people that got it and survived than it died.
Yeah.
So if we could factor in those numbers with vaccination, I don't know. To me, I don't understand why the red team and the blue team hasn't put that in the Kool-Aid punch bowl yet, you know, because that's a win, right? I mean, I don't know. That's just, it's like, but think about if somebody ran on that with those kind of numbers, you're like, you know, this is my plan, and look at the numbers we have, because that's all they care about, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You know, but to me, it would bring back our industry and bring back everybody in a heartbeat, you know, without having to have this debate about whether or not we should have vaccines or not. Because when you're talking about that question with TSA, you're talking about big concerts that we are directly affected by that. So I'm encouraging people to do whatever they feel is the best thing to get us back. But vaccine would be great, you know.
Yeah.
I think if that's the path forward, that's the path forward. You know, but you know, my optimistic side, again, I'm guilty of being too optimistic in this world. I know, but it would be great if people who already had the antibodies aren't going to get anybody sick. They can't carry enough of a viral load to infect anybody else. If that truly is the case, then the science is what science is saying. And you have the vaccine, which does pretty much the same thing, gives you the infection, then your antibodies fight it. Then that's more people that are good, right? So we can open up more things. To me, it just seems like a common sense thing.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice if they would move in that direction, but I don't see that anytime soon. I think, you know, we could talk about our conspiracy theories and all this big pharma and all this other garbage, but I don't really know the motivation other than that, you know, the vaccine push is going to be the only thing that kind of gets us back. So we're going to wait and see. Right now, fingers crossed. I think it's a good chance. I think people are positive about the vaccinations. I mean, there's been some negative press here and there. I like I said, I already offered my solution to the world. No one will listen to me anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But, you know, hey, include all the people who had it and didn't die.
Uh-oh. I think we lost Russell. He'll probably join us back here shortly. I hope he does, so that we can continue. I was about to close anyway. While he hopefully joins back on, let me just recap what we heard from Russell in terms of where he's at with his future projects. There's conversation that he's in right now. Sounds like with Frontiers for another Annette Ozone collaboration. And that record, by the way, Worlds Apart, I think is the title, is a great record. So that's one thing. He's doing, sounds like one of the most meaningful and near-term projects he's working on is the bunch of this personal music that is working from a lot of the tragedy that he's suffered over the past few years. So I'm really excited about that work. So, and it sounds like that he feels like he needs to do that before he gets into some other bigger things Oh, here he is. Let's bring him back in, so we can pull him on. Must have had a battery thing happen. Hey, man.
Hey, kid, my PC died. That was great.
Ah, so funny.
Can you hear me? See me? Hear me? Anything?
I can hear you, and I see a picture of you. I don't see video.
All right, hold on a second.
There you are.
There you go. I'm back. That was it, man. The conspiracy guys were getting. That's it. They said, "Right, we gotta shut this guy off." You know.
Yeah,
he's talking common sense. That CM talk is no. That CS talk is no good.
Yeah, there's too much truth. Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's I've seen several domestic tours getting booked, and I know, of course, everything can always turn. We know that, of course, but between the vaccinations and between natural antibody immunities that have grown, how much better they know just how to treat it. Like, if you end up with it, like all of these factors feel like they are going in the right direction. I think that there's tours being booked with that same kind of optimism, and so obviously there's a lot of fans that are hoping TSO is back on the road this holiday.
Yeah, I mean, well, and I'm obviously one of them. I have I have a lot of love for doing that show. And when we had lost, Dave, of course, was a big part of that band. He was there from the beginning, Dave Z. And so, losing him was a big blow to everybody, especially in that organization. So I always felt, very connected with them because we had kind of had that shared loss together beyond just Adrenaline Mob. So for me, it was a double whammy.
Yeah.
I had lost it was like losing two bass players. It's like losing two friends. It was really strange.
Yeah.
And so I had an opportunity to sing a song one year, that the year that he had passed, because my therapist had said I should go on that tour, and suggested I go. My wife supported it. I was really in a bad place. And so, but I got through it, and I had a lot of stuff going on with my health and my mental health at the time. And so I went and did it. And I had sang this song of the "Come All Ye Faithful," which is in a song called "For the Sake of Our Brother."
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen that, but
I know it well. And I've heard you sing it.
Yeah, that was a moment where I just let it out. It wasn't meant to be, oh, everybody love me right now. We talk, that ego thing that I can't stand. It lives up there, but for that moment it was gone, and I didn't want it there at all. So, and it was like it was a standing ovation to stop the show, all this craziness, and it was because I was so grateful for the audience for taking that pain off me for a while, because I had been carrying it the whole tour, and everybody, I noticed that if I had a mental breakdown or an emotional moment, the whole band would kind of just really go down. You know what I mean? Like the girls would start to get emotional, the guys would start to get emotional. I'm like, oh man, and even Chris Capper was like, you're the rock here, dude. You're the rock, And so it was a lot to hold on to. And so when I finally got that moment, it was probably one of the best moments I've ever had on stage ever, a real moment, real emotional moment. And so, I'm always going to love TSO for that, that experience, has helped me heal and helped a lot of us heal. And so I want to get back to that. I miss them. I miss that group of people. That talent there is great. We can talk for days about that, but I'm a people person, man, and I really think that there's a lot of good folks in that organization. So I want to get back to them. I miss them. I miss being on the bus with the guys, that I'd sing with and talk about barbershop. I've teach them barbershop stuff. You'd laugh. I mean, oh my God, it's just such a fun thing to be there with a bunch of singers, and I've never really done anything like that before since I was in high school. So it was kind of a cool thing to do, and so I'm happy to be a part of that group.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely watch for the announcements. Eventually it'll get back on the road. Hopefully it'll be this year. Well, I was telling folks while you were reconnecting, I was kind of recapping your forthcoming in negotiations, but hopefully forthcoming second sophomore effort with Annette. You've got the personal stuff that you're writing. There's obviously potentially the TSO tour, depending on things, and then at some point going back out with Symphony X, when I guess when things open up so that they can feel confident rebooking that tour?
We've already started, to be honest with you, of actually confirming some shows for next year, but it's all next year.
Okay,
Everything's on the schedule for next year. And, we've got South America run that we did late,
nice.
this postponed twice now.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like things are really getting better down there anytime soon, obviously. So we're hoping by next year things get better. The States, is things are looking good here, but as long as all the states are cool, because we can't just play in this state and not in that state, because this one wants to do something, that one doesn't want to do something. That doesn't work for musicians, man, especially for musicians like us, that we can't just cherry pick whatever town we want to play because we can afford to have these. Really, nobody can, even the big bands, even like TSL, we a tour works because you go to each place and you play, and to get to that place, as you well know, you've got vehicles that got to get talent there. You got to get the stage stuff there. You got to get the lights there. You got to get all this stuff there. You got to pay all the people. You got to feed all the people. You miss a couple shows on a tour, it could be devastating to the success of the tour. Yeah. And so really hoping that things, everybody opens up and gives us a chance to get out there, because without that, there's just no way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah. And there's that what you're talking about is tour routing. If there's only 10 states that say you can play a show, you can't just crisscross the country trying to put that together. Like, that's an art form of doing tour routing, so you can be in one place and then another place and get things set up. People aren't having to drive for 24 hours and crash. Yeah. Okay. Well, dude, it looks like it's dark outside where you are. It's late.
No, it's just I had to put you on my phone because I'm on my iPhone.
I can see
my lighting all in here is different, so I could come back into the light.
No, it's okay. I was thinking, oh man, he had to walk outside and get cell reception or something.
No. I got my Wi-Fi. It's my stupid thing died. I never talked on it this long before. So we've set a personal record. So we should be proud, Peter. We should be proud.
I wanna do a couple of quick nods. If folks can find this stuff on that Wikipedia page, which we'll link to. There's too many to name. Russ has done so much. Too many. But some, in addition to Arion, has worked with, and maybe these just reflect some of my favorites, but you've worked with Avantasia, Revamp. I'll probably be talking to Floor here soon. And I know.
Cool. Tell her I said hello. She's great.
Yeah.
So happy for her.
DGM, which is great band.
Great guy. Another bunch of friends of mine.
Yeah. Iced Earth, like the list of like really significant acts that have wanted Russell to participate is I think is another hallmark of his stature inside the rock and metal community as a vocalist. So I just wanted to be sure and make those mentions. That was
fun. Yeah, doing that song with Michael Polson. He was on that song I did with the Iced Earth guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we did a cover of Johnny Cash, the Journeyman tune.
Oh, and I heard that. I'm gonna have to go listen. To that.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And Polson's performance is great on there. He's got such a cool voice, Michael. Had the pleasure of spending time with him too over the years and getting to hook up with him at some festivals and hang out and stuff. And but yeah, the collaborations I've had with some amazing artists, and I'm looking forward to doing more. It's a lot of fun for me. Like I said, we had Lizzie Hale come up one time in Tennessee and sing with us. And, she's probably one of the best female voices, I've heard in rock since whatever, Ann Wilson, for sure. She's just a powerhouse, really sweet lady. And, woman, whatever, she was very young back then, compared to my old ass. Right. But
you're not that old, man.
I was so honored. You're kind. I was so honored to have her up there. I was like, yeah, this is Lizzie. Yeah, let her sing a song. She sang a song I think with the band, and then we did a duet together. She's great. And then she had us out on tour with them down in South America. We had a good time down there. She's the headliner, and she'd come out and sing with me as an opener on there. And I just thought, man, that's a stand-up thing. This woman is the shit. She's the real deal. Yeah. And so lot of love for her, and I don't know, man. I mean, I should reach out to her and see if she wants to do something. Yeah, that was a fun time, you know. Again, I love working with artists and creating something with them and harmonizing with them. Goes back to my barbershop roots of how fun it is to harmonize with other singers. So there's just some magic in there, you know, and I think it's really cool. So yeah, well, looking forward to all that stuff.
It translates. You know, I'm a musician, but I'm also a fan, and I can tell you that all the things that we've talked about, the life experience, all that stuff translates when you perform. And it's just to be really honest with you, it's one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you. I have vocal heroes, and you're one of them. So it was it served the audience, but it was a little bit selfish, Russ.
A little self-serving. Yeah. There might be a pirate in you after all.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of that.
Self-serving pirate independence there. I like it.
So the last question I always ask, and maybe we've kind of already hit this. I think we already have, but I usually like to ask, in addition to the music, if there's a mountain you want to climb, metaphorically. Maybe it's literally.
Climb any mountain.
You know, it doesn't have to be creative. It could be like, I've always wanted to be a welder, and you know, is there something that's like back there that?
Well, it's funny you say that. I mean, I always wanted to build my own boat, right? You know, but I kind of built a pirate ship in my backyard, but that's not really like a real boat, right? I always like carpentry is a cool thing. I enjoy that, woodworking, things like that, and I just built my own, like a really cool flower box, you know, elevated bed. Stuff like that, and I do a lot of stuff around the house. That would be something I'd love to do, and of course we already touched on it. My pipe dream of producing a video game, and
that's what I was going
to say. Would be awesome, man. That's like it's my secret, you know, dream. You know, it's like you know, it's just something I've always been passionate about, and you know, to me too, it's really cool if you can take a hobby or an interest like that. You know, people can argue, oh, you know, you're wasting all your time with those stupid games. I mean, I've put plenty of hours in some of these games. Let me tell you, you know, it's I got into that more than in, you know, watching movies at a time. You know, like my media entertainment became that, you know, like interactive media, which is really gaming, right? But I always like games with good stories. Like The Witcher 3 was really cool, and things like that, where you've got these really great sort of like, you know, Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls stuff. That you know, that was kind of like get my wheels turning with Romeo to say like, hey, we could do something really cool here. You know, we've already written backstories basically on the 5 album of this Atlantean thing. We could do all sorts of cool stuff, and I just thought it would be a great medium to kind of use all this knowledge I've acquired, but some people would consider useless. Like my wife is not obviously a big fan of me, you know, playing games and stuff like that. Sometimes I should be doing other things, but I make up for it. I do a lot around the house, and I coach football with the kids, but it would be cool. And I always, you know, like the idea of taking knowledge that you might have and turning it into something creative, productive, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I even contemplated teaching, which is something I still might do. I've never really given formal like vocal lessons. I've done some clinic tours, things like that in my career, but I thought that would be something interesting too, maybe to tackle at some point.
I have to tell you, if you did that, like, and I'm not blowing sunshine up here, but some of my friends in my local metal community, when I told them that I was going to have you on the show, they just wanted me to spend the whole time asking all the vocal tips because they love the way you sing so much.
Right.
And I can guarantee you, I can send you students that would take your class. So, and
yeah, it's something I think about, but the thing is, you know, yeah, I can give you exercises and I can teach you these sorts of things, but a lot of what I'm even speaking to you about is really at the core of what makes it work for me. And I think helping people, I would like to help people develop that within themselves, you know, because singing really is just an extension. Think of like a knight, right? And the sword is an extension of the arm, right? So your voice is an extension of your brain, of your thought, of your feelings. The voice is, so your speaking voice is really the starting point. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
I totally do.
no one's ever really taught like that. And so I think that's something I could offer to people. And again, it's using, like we talked about, these analogies like the water skiing and life experiences, and how we can find that water skier in you, you know, and get you to understand what that's all about. So when you're up there performing, whether it's in front of a mic in a studio or in front of a mic in a stadium, you're able to get up on that ski and you're able to cut outside the wake whenever you want. You're feeling good about it, because that's really what it boils down to. Singing is a lot about confidence. Yes, you know, some people have to train harder than others in technical aspects. That's a given. But I would say those two things. I love to produce a game, and I love to, again, share that kind of knowledge with people. So it's something that's on my radar. I was thinking about doing it during the pandemic, but I just wasn't really up for it. I wasn't up to it at the time, because I don't do anything less than I don't even half-assed. It's 100% with me. I'll invest myself in the people that I work with completely, and I would do that with students as well. So it's more than just a, hey, you know, whatever, take my course. It's like, okay, I think for me, I would probably do it in more of a style or a format that's more of a, I don't want to use the word elite, but, you know, an advanced, you know, sort of thing. I really feel like I could help people who already kind of know the basics to achieve a higher level for them. Yeah. Not to say I wouldn't, you know, take all comers, but that, like you said, I think opening the floodgates would be too overwhelming for me. You know, I would just be like bombarded, because this is something I've been asked about my whole career. You know, hey, can you give me some tips? Hey, can you do? And the tips are great, but understanding that the deeper mechanics of not just the physical stuff that you need to practice on, but the deeper understanding of what you're doing will help to translate into singing. Well, the compliments I should say, is that my longevity. I've seen YouTube videos and guys like study my longevity and how I've been able to sing, you know, like this for so long, and they're pretty close to spot on. I would say these are intelligent guys. They get it. They can break down. You can look at anything from an analytical point of view and break it down and apply basic, you know, science, if you will, to figure out what's going on. But you know, the one of the things I've shared over the years is the ability to make my lines as natural as possible, as close to the spoken words, you know, meter as possible, and that makes it really easy to sing over time, because if you can speak it, it's better. If you can't speak your lines in singing, you know, then it's a problem. And that's a huge tip. There's a freebie for everybody, but it goes more than that. It's developing, you know, how you do that and what you're looking for. And so there's some cool things I'd love to share with people about that. So that'd be probably those two things: teaching and singing and doing and making a video game with doing voiceovers and even having some friends come on and do some cool stuff. That'd be awesome. Yeah. So, you know, that's it.
Well, we'll see if we can't help you with that one. And I think on the,
that'd be cool.
On the other, I think that would meet an unmet need, what you're talking about. Cause I've looked around. I studied voice with a guy by the name of David Kyle. He taught Ann Wilson and Lane Staley and Jeff Tate and a bunch of those cats. And so I learned a technique and all of that. But he taught the sort of remedial stuff or the block and tackle stuff. But then he would go to a different place like you're describing. And when I look around YouTube, I see plenty of really good vocal instructors who are kind of teaching a lot of different avenues to get at some of the same basic techniques. And that's critical stuff for people who don't do it naturally. But this added layer you're talking about is not something, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist somewhere, but I've not seen that. So that sort of approach at taking like maybe students who've already sort of put that other stuff into their voice and then taking them to another level, coupled with the fact that you have the credentials to do it. I mean, the bona fides, as they say, you've been doing it for decades. I think that's a real thing, man. I think that's something for you. It's obviously time takes, but that would, I know singers who are already wanting to kind of graduate into something that's like that. So I think, if you decide you're going to do that, I think there's people out there who'd love it.
Well, thank you. I really feel like you nailed it already. There was the hesitancy was time. So,
Yeah.
there's obviously I really wasn't prepared mentally to be kind of doing that yet, uh, but it's crossed my mind before the pandemic. Of course, I was really busy, and then with the pandemic, I was like, oh, but I was having some issues during that time because I was kind of depressed. I was falling into depression again because I had just started. We talked about it, got over that sort of
Yeah.
that sphere of touring with Symphony X, and then the having that whole thing happen really sucked. And I had gotten injured on the TSO tour during rehearsals. It took me out of that right at that time, so I was pretty banged up in a bad place. Just wasn't really able to do it, but it crossed my mind. But now I'm sort of like we talked about, I'm looking at everything's opening up again. Before I get too crazy busy, I don't know. I might even start doing this right away now that we're talking about it, because I just feel positive about everything. I feel like the momentum's going to pick up, and all of a sudden I'm just going to be singing my butt off and having more work than ever in terms of like having an opportunity to get out and sing again. So that's gonna hurt my ability to teach because it's like you said, it's a huge investment in time. So that's something that if I can work on getting that going in my breaks, it would be cool, because then I could do that when I'm home. I need to do it when I'm home. I can't do that on the road. It's just impossible. It'd be cool to do like a special session on the road and do something cool like that, which is like an interactive Q&A kind of thing with students, or having them walking them through my day, which would be pretty cool, which could be its own kind of thing. I know, that a lot of people like to see that, not just singers, but everybody wants to see that kind of thing.
Right.
But for singers, I can walk them through specifically what I do on my show days. And
I've never
cool.
seen that. That you could if you were like, not to manage what you're trying to do, but if you put together a series of videos that spoke to this thing that could be available, maybe for purchase or whatever, no matter when people come to it, so that it's not only when you're personally available. You could then open up those moments where you can, whether you're home or on the road, to talk to students directly. And if one of those was this thing you're describing, which I think is really exciting, here's a day in the life of a touring metal musician who's having to sort of do, vocalize at a really high level, that would be, vocalists would love it, but everybody would love that peek behind the curtain to go through that day. I've never seen that before. That's a cool idea. So
yeah, it's hopefully someone will steal it from me, because there's a lot of pirates out there. But that's all good. I'll get on it, but I don't have an opportunity to do that yet. No one can steal it yet from me because no one's out there, right? So once we get all out there, that's easy for me to do. I can just use my own phone and film that stuff, and just have a crew guy film my shows, and then edit it myself, or have a buddy edit it for me, and then stick it out to, like you said. I think that's really what needs to be shown. Like, I agree with you. I have not yet seen that. I've studied a lot of other guys and their curriculum and how they're approaching it. My wife being a teacher has been helpful, and for me kind of trying to organize my own curriculum, how I would teach. And I gotta tell you, I shouldn't say I hated school, but I wasn't the best student. I was great on the field. I was great in the theater. I aced a lot of my tests, but homework just sucks, right? So how did I do it? How did I make it work? Well, I found things that excited me, and I used that as inspiration to get better, right? Musical genres like barbershop, thinking outside the genre that I was doing, that I like so much, but opening my mind and opening my consciousness to these other forms. And then eventually it helped me to be better at metal. I think that's the big thing, and a lot of people won't talk about that. It's not that it's not cool, but it's like, well, what is that how's that going to help me with my guttural singing? How's that going to help me? Well, you gotta, I don't never saw that, and I think it's important for people to see that what could be achieved is completely there's no limit. Is if you open yourself up, hey, you might be the next person to discover how you can meld a couple different things and create a whole new subgenre, just because you were brave enough to go out there and take a chance on things. That's from the creative side. On the practical side, from the day-to-day, how I operate, I wouldn't say that I made the best example all the time. You know, I've had my rum bottles on stage, as many people have seen me over the years, but there is a method to my madness, and I've never really shared any of those things with anybody. So I think that'd be kind of cool.
It would
I
be.
think it'd be cool for singers to see that, and what the pros and cons are of living that lifestyle, and how you can get through it and still have your gift, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I've been called Old Leather Lungs, and I got a lot of nicknames from guys because
that's a cool one.
Old Leather Lungs, you know, because I'm able to, like, you know, a lot of years I was able to do my gig, wail and kill it every night, and also kill about a bottle of rum, you know, sometimes too. I was, you know, not necessarily I'm really proud of that, but everything in moderation, right? You know, that's kind of like the key to everything in life, and it kind of applies with that too. I'm human. I can only do so much before, it's going to affect me. But just having the strength of will is a big deal.
Yeah,
that's probably the biggest thing, you know. And I got certain methods I've developed. You know, I wouldn't say methodologies or methods, but there's things that I've experienced and taken on that just anecdotally could help, because people can always find a similarity in their life based on a story that I could tell them, and how I've been able to use that to increase my willpower, you know. And anyway, I don't want to get too deep in all this, but, you know, there's a lot of things that singers have to be aware of and focus on, not just the actual singing of the notes, because that's not that's important. You don't want to fucking, you know, be off key and all this other crap, but it's all about your ability to translate the message. I mean, that's really what it boils down to, and understanding the nuances of how to do that, and the style in a cool way that you're comfortable with, that's real, because people can smell a phony, you know. And that's really the things that if I was to give like sort of that would be more of like a stagecraft, I think, you know, portion of what I would teach people. Like you were talking about day in the life, a stagecraft acting, and then the other side of it I was thinking would be more in the realm of creative writing and vocalization of lyrical content, and making sure that you fully understand and you are present in the material. That's a big deal. And how to become present in the material. These are all things that I think would be very beneficial, and I don't see, like you said, too much talked about. I don't really see too much talked about.
No, I don't think it's also something I think is hard to teach if you've not actually done it. So there's some vocal coaches who are about pedagogy. You know, they've studied the way the throat works, and they can make a note. There's a great old quote from MASH where a guy says, you know, I can play the notes, I can't make music. And you're talking, some of the things you're describing are like in football parlance, are intangibles, things you can't coach.
Right.
Or at least they're not like, well, I can make you faster. I can teach you where to cut. I can teach you what your assignment is. But football intelligence, like that's a different kind of skill. And you're talking about a family of things you do that even if someone else is doing this kind of training, what you would do would be really unique. I think this interview is testimony of that, because of all of the experience you would bring to bear on it.
Right. And I would be very, the lessons would be very similar to this exchange we're having here, because the honesty of it is what you're going for, right? So the honesty of the lesson is for the student to absorb the meaning of the lesson. You know, it's not just like you said. I think being a coach is probably the best angle for me. Being a vocal coach is better than being a vocal instructor. Right. You know, I think, you know, you can go to the instructor to learn what you want to learn in terms of physical achievement, you know, but if you want to learn how to transcend that and go to the next level and become from learning the moves and you know, actually starting in the game, you know, that's where I can get you. I can get you to start in the game, you know, like, and that's the thing, to be a starter and be on the stage and be in command of that stage, and be in command in the studio and be in command of the song, you know. And that's probably the thing that would be what I would focus on, and where my knowledge would be very useful for artists, because that's the real trick. That's the $1 million question. How do I get there? How do I get to that level?
Yeah.
And be able to sustain that on a daily basis?
Yeah.
That's the trick, you know. That's the real trick for the trade, in my opinion. You know?
100, like those two things, not especially, but you adding the second one is really key, which is doing that on a tour, especially, and I've talked about this with other vocalists, but like a lot of the conditions of a tour conspire against the vocalist, you know, amount of sleep, diet. You have a biological instrument in a way that the other members of the band don't. So being able to, like old leather lungs, if you're able to sustain that over time, especially singing music, by the way, that's pretty athletic to sing. When you combine all of that, like you talking about the ways in which you accomplish that, that's also something I've not seen in vocal coach. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm sure someone will send me an email. Oh, do you know about this guy? That's
Sure.
I actually know most of the online vocal coaches because I always go back and compare them to David and see if I feel like they pass mustard. But what you're talking about is not something I've seen. So, you know, I don't need to try and burden your time on it. But boy, if you find the wherewithal to do this thing for vocal students and even just musicians, I think you have. I think that's a home run. I really do. So,
well, thank you. I think it's needed and it's missing. You know, the thing is trying to, like you said, I'm not knocking anybody, and I'm very, very happy that there are people out there on the internet that are offering these things and teaching. You know, because we talked about music education, lack thereof, and so this is great. These people are out there doing this. And so my question is, well, what can I bring to the table? What can I? That's what I can offer. I can offer those type of things that are a little more advanced in terms of. It's almost like a psychological thing more than anything. It's psychological training and mental toughness and bringing my football experience into my music career has helped. You know, how do I get the mental toughness to do this? How do I, like you said, avoid the landmines, if you will, out there on the road of, you know, excessive, you know, living and living under duress, you know, constantly being under pressure to stay healthy. How do you do that? These are all like, you know, there's always everybody's different. So you got to find what works for you in a lot of cases, but there are some common things that are common as human beings that work, you know, that I can show people, but yeah, I think it's needed, and I haven't really seen it talked about much, and you know, maybe like you said, I'm the right person to do that, and I can really bring out that inner rock star in everybody, that to have to go up there every night and know that even if they're not feeling 100%, they're going to be at their best. You know, that's really what I do. Even if I'm not feeling at my best, I go out there and I'm able to push myself just like a professional athlete or anybody else that is on a big stage and has a lot of eyes on them and people listening. You gotta, you know, there's the ways you get to learn to love that pressure. You know, you learn to love the challenge of getting out there. Like the funnest, the best shows, man, I've ever had has been when I'm fucking wiped the fuck out, and not thinking I can even get through the night, you know, and all of a sudden there's a place you can find, you know. I find it all the time, you know, knock on wood, right? And I find that place, and those are the nights where I'm just, God, I'm a god up there. It's like, you know, you know, the ego is just jerking off up there because it's so happy, right? My ego's like, yo, you're killing it, dude. I'm like, I know, this is crazy, right? But it's because I figured out how to pull deep down and get that thing from the depths. I mean, that's really where it comes from. It's not here, man. It's not here. Yeah. It's not here. Any good vocal coach will tell you it's never here. It's down here, right? Down in the bowels and the abdomen. But it's deeper than that. It's below the abdominal area. It's in the gut, you know. It's all the way down to your freaking crotch, you know. And it's not a masculine, feminine thing. It's just, you know, I think, you know, I'm not a big, you know, follower of the Eastern, you know, religions and stuff, but you talk about chakras and these energy points in the body. And I'm pretty convinced, you know, from my experience, that these are real things.
Yeah.
And when you can bring that energy up through you, you know, then singing becomes, you know, really easy.
Yeah.
You know, it's a powerful thing. So there's definitely things you can do to encourage that reality, you know, to be there for you when you need it.
Yeah.
And I've had it happen to me. You know, it's not some sort of hokey bullshit out of body experience. That's what I'm talking about. It's about inner strength, you know, and that you don't even probably realize you have.
Yeah.
And everybody has access to it. It's just a matter of how do I tap into that, you know?
Yeah. Real phrases that describe this, like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and all this stuff. And these kinds of things get sort of shunted aside in modern day. I feel like when people have conversations like, oh, well, you're not acknowledging, you know, this or that. It's like, well, maybe, but the idea that you have some sort of inner strength that you could tap and that is yours and available to you, and teaching you how to get to that, man, that's more than a vocal skill. That's a life skill. I mean, I know you
exactly, but that's what coaches do, right, dude?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, think about your football coaches. The best compliment I could ever get from anybody that I've coached, I'll see these kids in town or something, you know, like, you know, I had one kid I was coaching. He was a lineman. He never played football before, and he was 25 pounds over the weight limit. Okay. And so I was encouraging this kid every day. You can do this. You have the strength in you to make this change, this body change. If you, and we need you. We need you. And you start instilling that sense of like, hey, this family needs you out there. You are a big part of this. He lost 25 something pounds before the weigh-in. It was such an inspiration to the entire team. It was great. Years later, I see him. He's working at the restaurant in town, and I'm going on. Didn't even know he was there. He goes, "Hey, coach, how's it going? How you doing?" I'm like, "Johnny, is that you?" He goes, "Yeah." I goes, "How's it going, man?" "Great. I'm playing in school. I'm doing really well, and blah blah blah." And the eyes brighten up, and the just the feeling of how grateful they are that you were there for them to coach them, not only just in the sport, but bring something out inside of them that they didn't know that they had.
Yeah. That's
a beautiful thing, because that's why it's such a good feeling for me, you know, as to be a coach. And so that's kind of coaching football kind of led me to thinking, well, maybe I can coach people how to do what I do, you know, on this level. Cause and that's really where kind of that came from. But yeah, I think it would be a great experience. But, you know, like you said, you got a lot of people out there that get so hung up on the technique, right? And I've even done vocal clinics for kids, got his notebook out. I'm like, you know, well, what are you writing there? He goes, "Oh, I'm writing. I want to know how you hit this certain note and where the tongue is in your mouth." And I'm sitting there going, okay, you're not listening to anything I'm saying. You know, you're not writing down anything that I'm really telling you right now. And unfortunately for that particular individual, he couldn't grasp the concept. You know, he couldn't grasp what I was saying. He was there to, like you said, learn some tricks.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, there's no tricks. You know, and it's not either you got it or you don't thing. It's really about how deep are you willing to dig to get there. Yeah. That's what we tell our players in sports, right? How deep are you willing to dig? How hard are you willing to work to get yourself mentally and physically prepared to do this? And that's really what it boils down to. Yep. The techniques, that's, you know, I leave that to the position coach. You know, that's where you have football, right?
That's
you
right.
know?
That's right.
Hey, you want to learn how to be a running back? Well, the position coach is right over there.
Yeah.
When you're ready to learn how to, you know, win the game, you know, then we're going to talk. Yeah. Now you understand how your position operates. Now I can teach you how to see the field, yep. You know, and how to make your decisions out.
It's a really good analogy.
And that's kind of what I'd like to bring to it, you know, because, like I said, it feels like that's the knowledge that has value of share. Because I think you can go to any of these fine teachers out there, like you mentioned, and get that kind of, you know, information from them and get those
And
techniques
I'm
from
not
them.
trying to run them
give
down.
you exercises, breathing exercises and stuff, but I'd rather get you, you know, thinking about the bigger picture, you know?
Yeah.
I
want to be clear.
That's what kind of I am with it.
I'm not trying to run down any vocal training or vocal trainer that's online or in person. There's more than, and the other true thing I think is that sometimes it's about how you connect with the coach or with the trainer. They might be a fine trainer, and you guys just
that's
don't,
everything,
right?
That's everything.
So
if
these
you don't have
guys
the connection,
are doing good, and they've got, you know, lots of success. But I think we just are kind of emphasizing the point that there's guys that can teach that. What you're talking about is what I call intangibles, and my vocal coach did that. Like, in fact, that's where we spent most of our time in our vocal sessions. It wasn't how high can I sing, or did I get the scale right, or that stuff. Like, that was just, you know, that was part of it. It's the other stuff. Like, he would spend a good half of our lesson telling stories. Like, I called him my own personal Yoda, and all of my confidence and everything came from that. And you're in a unique position to share, not just because you have the ability, but because you have the experience. You're road tested. So,
yeah, I like that. Could be the Yoda, or should I be? Yeah, Yoda's good. Yoda's good. I don't want to be Vader. No, even though I sound like Vader.
Personal Vader.
You know, the dark side of the Force. I know the dark side.
That would go more with metal.
It probably would. I'm the Darth Vader of heavy metal now. Great. But, you know, Emperor Palpatine at your service. The thing that you know, like you said though, that to me is a great teacher, a great coach in terms of what you know, you're taking away from it. It's, yeah, there's some anecdotal stuff. I can dig into stories. People will just, there's people out there that would just take courses from me just to hear that. I know that.
Yeah.
You know, but I really want to kind of, I don't know. I you know, been thinking about this and trying to put some thought into, you know, if I did pursue this for real, there would have to be a process, you know, of selection. This would be a selection process for me to select people that I think I could work with and help, you know, because it's like, you know, if it's just a, you know, if it's just a thing where I'm trying to make a profession out of it, then there wouldn't be any of that. I would just open the doors and start, you know, the Russell Allen School of vocalization, right? I mean, that's not what I'm trying to do here. I think it'd be better to make it more, like I said, you know, an advanced or an elite sort of a thing where, you know, you're dealing with people kind of like what, you know, if Tiger Woods is going to go get a golf coach, for example, you know, he's going to get a guy who can train a professional. So not to say that I'm only looking to teach professionals. That's not what I'm saying. But people who are wanting to perform at the level that I'm at,
that's
you
right.
know,
and
want to be at this point where they're touring and they're really, you know, under the gun, you know, trying to get that job done every night. Then, you know, but it all starts in the studio, man. Yeah, I shouldn't say too much, you know. So I'm giving all my tricks. There's no tricks. There's methods, you know. There's methods, and everyone's method is a little different, but I said there's some common things that I find that can work for everybody. And then, you know, then working with the individual as how they want to apply that is really the trick, right? To get them to understand the concept and then apply the concept and have actual progression, which is that's the most satisfying thing to me as a coach. So I think, you know, vocal instructor, teacher, that's not my title. I like coach, man. I think being a coach is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because
it goes with you. I mean, you're like, I haven't seen you coach, but hearing you talk about the way you work with the kids, you know, I think that's by the way, I think that's also a gift. I don't think, because I don't know about you, but I certainly had coaches in high school because I played multiple sports who weren't good coaches. Like, they knew the sport and they could tell me how the rules work. But then I had coaches, and the coaches got more from me, you know, more from my ability because they knew how to coach. And my gut tells me that's you. So man, you think hard about that. That'd be a service for a lot of folks.
I will. This has been an enlightening conversation, to say the least, my friend. I appreciate you having me on the show and having a chance to kind of just reconnect with everybody again. You know, it's been a long time since I've been able to do something like this. And this is and again, when my management had approached me about being on your show, I was really looking forward to it, because this gave me an opportunity to just kind of speak openly with you in this format, and be able to go deep on a lot of things, and just to be able to speak. I love this new thing that you guys do now, because it's so much cooler than the old, you know, when we used to put an album out, I'd have 20 interviews in a day. Each of them are 30 minutes. And the journalists, you know, I feel for the guys. Oh, hey, Mr. John, okay, so first question is A, B, C. Okay. And you don't really get a chance to really get into anything.
Yeah.
And then you're hanging up the phone and you're on to the next one. And I mean, for me, this is great. I can do a couple of these and then boom, you know, that everyone's got a real good sense of where I'm at and how I'm feeling, and you know, and stuff like that. And it's because of this format that I really like, this so open conversation format in these podcasts. It gives the listeners a chance to really get to know the person being interviewed, which is really cool. So dude, I'm really happy that I did it, and I hope your audience you know, is entertained by this, if nothing else.
Yeah.
And look forward to getting back out there and singing for them again.
Yeah. Well, we'll all be watching for that, and we'll provide some links so people can stay abreast of you. And that's exactly, like you hit on it exactly. I'm not really interested in the kinds of interviews or conversations. I call them conversations that you get when people are doing a press cycle. You know,
that was the word that escaped me. Yes, the press cycle. Thank you.
No, I in fact, when I talk to band managers and stuff, I say, look, that's not what this is. Of course, it's all sort of trying to create exposure for the artist, but it's not, hey, here's the 10 questions that they've answered so many times that it's got to just bore the hell out of the artist, to me. But let's do something to where people start to really get interested in who they are and can connect with their art in new ways. And that's what excites me about these conversations. And it's why I don't do them with everybody, because it takes to do this. You do a little preparation, you try and have some thought. You don't just show up with the 10 questions that everybody else asks. At least that's not the goal.
Right. Well, you're like a coach of podcasting in a way. So you coax your the person you're interviewing and to open up and to speak, and that's why I was excited to do this, because it's something I'm very comfortable doing. So for me, it's been a lot of fun, and having open conversation and about everything from, we touched on so many great things, so many cool points, not just but it all revolves around the art, right? It all revolves around music in a way, and everything that we touch in our lives, in a sense, is what we bring to the art that we produce. So that's relevant. So
absolutely,
it's important that your listeners understand that. It's kind of like a given. Everybody kind of knows that, but not a lot of people spend a lot of time actually talking about it. You can people delve deep into the technical side of writing songs. Okay, well, how do I do this? Am I going to do A, B, B, or are we going to do A, B, and then C? We're going to drop the bridge here. And is that the format? Is that a successful format? The answer is there is no magic formula.
That's right.
There are, like I said, common threads to structure of a song. But there's ways I've found within a very complex structure to bring accessible lines that are memorable and relatable because of the approach that I take in creating them. So that's a whole other lesson in itself, right?
Yeah,
and that's like, again, it really draws from this whole idea of what influences you. You got to find what moves you. And that's the only way you're going to be able to move others, is to be able to translate those things into song or into art in some way, shape, or form. And that's what it's all about. And that's what everyone's striving to do. And I get caught up too in my own traps. I mean, we all fall into, I've been overcritical at times of my work, and it stifled my creativity, because I get to a point where we all hit the wall, right? The writer's block, or we get to that point where we're really not happy with something. And how do you overcome that? Sometimes you got to step away from something for a while. You got to let it simmer, I like to say, just like cooking a good sauce, right? You got to let it simmer. You can't turn the heat up on it. It's just gonna ruin the dish.
Right.
You're gonna ruin the meal.
Right.
Just let it simmer a little while. It'll come. Flavor's gonna come out of it. Just give it some time. Yeah. And sometimes that's the best solution. It's almost always the best solution, is to let that idea simmer for a bit. Come back to it later, and then take a big bite of it and see how it tastes. And if you like the way it tastes, you're like, hey, you're onto something. But if you're like, whoa, you know what? It's like this, but it needs a little bit more spice here. And then boom, there it is. And you add it in there, and all of a sudden that idea you had, that song you had, that inspiration you had, gets to that next level, just because you let it simmer for a little while. Yeah. These are things that are hard mental. I wouldn't say that they're easy for some people, to have that mental capacity in order to be that patient with something. But some people, they need some training. They need to understand that it's okay. You don't have to get it done today. You don't got to get it done right now. You're not going to lose it. The fear of losing it, I think, is what forces people to write things that aren't their best. Yeah. You're not going to lose it, man. It's going to be there. It's going to be there when it needs to be there. And understanding that is really important to getting to your finish line, to getting to your goal. Of putting the best of what you want to say, what you feel on tape. Well, not tape, but you get the
I get
expression.
It. Yeah. You're talking. In another part of my life where I write books, we call it trusting the process. And it's hard because it's accomplishing success and telling a story happens in as many different ways as there are writers, but you have to, at some point, you have to kind of trust the process, and it's because it's not something you can hold, and it's not a paint by numbers. People can feel insecure about it, but what you're describing is that a musician, songwriter can trust the process. It's going to come. Forcing it's just going to make it come out badly, probably.
Well, that's the old saying, right? I mean, you think you stink. So if you
I actually haven't heard that. That's great.
Oh, that's my old saying. That's my coach's saying. I say it to my kids all the time. You think you stink. Oh,
I love it.
Being, obviously you overprocess something, you overthink something, and you end up overcooking it, and it stinks. It's no good.
Yeah.
And it's no good, and then you're mad at yourself because you pushed it too far.
Yeah.
Understanding that you gotta let go and just let it happen, like you said, trust the process, and and have faith in that, and that's a big milestone when you get to that point.
Yeah,
and you realize, wow, okay, this happened, this is working, this is cool. And music is magic, right? You don't know when the lightning's going to strike, but you keep on putting your kite up in the sky, and hopefully you're going to catch something, right?
That's right.
That's really what you're trying to do. So just keep the kite up there flying, and just wait for the wind. It's not going to get there unless you're doing it, but it's not going to get, nothing's going to happen if you're forcing that kite to fly in the direction you want it to go in. Let the kite go where it needs to go, and it'll find it. Yeah. That's really, it's deep. I know it kind of sounds a little, it's very philosophical, but this is all a part of the process. The creative process is not something, for most people anyway, that is a completely methodical thing. It's an organic experience. It's an organic process, and it has to be treated as such. So the more you can draw on this sort of like Zen thinking, you water the plants when they need it. You don't overwater them, and then they will grow and they will flower for you, but they don't grow in a day. They don't grow in an hour. Sometimes you get lightning in a bottle, and you've created something beautiful in a matter of minutes. There is no rhyme or reason to it. It's just, can you mentally accept that reality? Because once you have gotten to that point, then things become easier.
Yeah.
In terms of getting to where you want to go and understanding it's going to get there when it gets there. That's a big part of the creative process that, of course, it's frustrating at times because you'll go through bouts of nothingness, you know, where there's really nothing going on. But is it really nothingness though? Or is it just the fact that because you might not be as engaged in it as you think you are? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Like life has tons of distractions, you know, and you could easily you're just caught up in the other things, but you're thinking, oh, I got to do this because I need to do it. I want to do it. But there's always an underlying thing that's going on that's affecting the outcome. The subconscious, you could say, you know, underneath, pushing your creativity, your thought processes in one direction or another. And then you're not really conscious of it. You're only conscious of the result sometimes, you know? So there's an inner voice inside of you. We all talk about this voice, right? Your gut feeling, whatever you want to call it. That's a huge, huge thing to guide you in your process. The more you're in tune with that, and the more you're listening to that, and you can, and the amount of time you can stay focused on that is important.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a lot of people can stay focused that long, that deep. It's because it's exhausting sometimes. You know, I'll come out of a session and I'm just beat, you know, and it's not because I've been doing everything so physically, you know, whatever, but I've just been deeply, deeply in it, you know, and just letting it happen. We're talking like, I can't talk to my kids or my wife. I can't do anything else than do this when I'm writing. Like I can't do it with distractions. Like, you know, then sometimes I've dug a giant hole in here and now I need to crawl out of it, you know, and crawling out of it means mentally getting out of it completely. And then I'll go out to the yard and I'll start doing some gardening or something. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then come back in here later that night, take a breath, silence myself for a second. I got nothing. I go to bed. It's the ability to say, I got nothing. I'm taking the team to the next town. We lost this one.
Yeah.
But the season isn't over. Yep. So, you know, accepting that is a big deal. You know, accepting that, you know, not every day you're going to hit one out of the park. You'll wake up the next morning, all of a sudden, the ideas, things are happening. You jump back out here and you're like, whammo, there it is. You're back on the horse again, or the skis or whatever, and you're riding. And that's it. It's like that, you know, it's like that. And sometimes, you know, sometimes deadlines are cool because they can kind of force you into putting you into that mind frame, but also they can be devastating because they can force things that are not good. And you have to settle for things. I've been so fortunate in my career that Symphony X has never been that band. We've never had to answer to anybody's deadlines, whatever. Labels were always like, you guys are amazing. Give it to us when it's ready. And we were never bound by some sort of radio program, release window and all that shit that, you know, I learned with Adrenaline Mob what all that was. And that affected Adrenaline Mob's quality of music, you know, in my opinion. There was things that were rushed and that shouldn't have been done, that went against my particular you know, way of doing things. But I was also coming from a very, very privileged, if to use the word, position of creativity with Symphony X, because we had the pedigree and we had all of that behind us, and we put out these great records early on, and so everyone was like, well, they're going to give us something great, whatever. But the Adrenaline Mob, you know, that was an unproven thing in a world where everybody's trying to get that piece of the pie, right? Everyone's trying to get that radio spot. Everybody's trying to get that attention. So, you know, certain things in that process suffered. But there was also some great things when I worked with Orlando and writing a lot of those songs. A lot of those songs came together in a day or less, because that's just that type of music. It was something easy to connect to. It wasn't so deep. You know, it was more, you know, on the surface. And so we got really good at doing that. But certain things we could have, I wanted to spend more time on, you know, and Mike said, oh, we're on a roll. I've never been on a roll like this with people. Like, well, we're on a roll. We got a good thing here, but like, you know, let's breathe a little bit. And I was always that guy, you know, trying to make, you know, put some breath in there, and let's sit on this and see where this takes us tomorrow. you know, and sometimes I'd slow the process a little bit, not for anything other than, is it the best we can do?
Yeah.
Is this song really touching? Sometimes you'd be like, yeah, this is saying exactly what it needs to. This is good, you know, and then we move on, you know, and so, you know, it's all about the what you're doing, the writing, the genre you're in. I get that, but the process of, like I said, this common bond between all of it, the arc of the process, you have to trust in, and sometimes it's not something you can just, you know, will into being complete, but you can will yourself into being present. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
You know, you want to will yourself into being present in the moment, and present in the song, and present in the idea, and then just be quiet and let the ideas come. I often said that I never wrote anything in my life. You know, everything I ever got was a message from somewhere else.
Yeah.
I know it sounds wacky to say that, right? But in the actual reality of it, I'm hearing it in my mind, aren't I?
Yeah.
You know, we hear the ideas as clips in your brain of whatever they are. So where the fuck does that come from?
I know.
So I always think to myself, well, I didn't really make this up. Somebody sent me this. This is a message. It's cool, right? It's scary kind of in the same sense, but where do ideas come from? And, you know, we can sit there and argue that scientific fact / whatever.
There's something there though, man. Someone's probably tried to study this, but there's something. Ideas float. I've seen music ideas, I've seen story ideas that had never been explored before, and then all of a sudden there's a bunch of them, and they're not copycats. It's like there's something, and it germinates, and then all of this, and you can tell that they're not. I can give you examples, but that's kind of beside the point. I'm emphasizing what you're saying. You know, they come from somewhere, and you know, wherever that somewhere is, it's not. You can't 100% take credit for it. Like, you know.
No, I never have. It's like, you know, I wrote this. I've had experience with folks that just, you know, they're so caught up in that ego thing they can't even fathom it. It's like, you know, dude, you know, this is these signals, if you will, these wavelengths, these issues, even if they're within the brain, there's a wave that's coming. That wave it can be manifested in your mind in a certain way because of outside influences of energies around you.
Right.
You know, you have to understand that that's a real thing. The energy, the type of music you might create out on let's say you had a studio like Rush out on a lake, you know, and every day you're near that negative ionic rush of water, you know, which is a calming feeling.
Yeah.
You know, it could completely, you know, create a different outcome than if you were in New York City and the gritty, you know, ness of the city and the noise and the tones and your environment has a huge impact on your creative process. I find.
Well, I mean,
you know,
think of the whole grunge movement. Sonically, there's so much of that makes sense that it came from the Pacific Northwest.
Right.
Just you know, and not that's a very unscientific explanation. I'm sure there's more to it, but I 100% agree with you. And one of the things that's we've touched on this topic a couple of times, but and I'm no scientist, but I did a bunch of reading on quantum entanglement. And when I wrote one of the books I wrote, I premised part of my magic system on this idea that two things can sort of have a relationship and behavior at great distances. And so these notions that, you know, there's something going on that sort of is catalyzing inspiration, I think is not without, you know, some sort of input beyond just us thinking that we are these great originators from nothing.
Yeah, they could be impulses of past events that have, you know, we don't know the extent of the energy we put out into the universe, right? And if that were to come back to us in some way, shape, or form, like, you know, I often think of like, you know, the Star Trek, you know, movies, when the Voyager, in the first Star Trek movie, it's the Voyager probe that's at the center of this cloud or whatever, you know, that they go into, and turns out this is something from the ancient past that has, you know, transitioned into this other reality. And you know, you think about, you know, there's signals out there of like the moon landings that are still going across the galaxy.
Yeah.
you know, that are hitting places for the first time ever. You know what I mean? So why is it so far-fetched that wavelengths of other things, of other consciousnesses from around us are coming in and creating these things? Obviously, there's a lot of science to back up the idea that the moon, the phases of the moon, can affect the human emotion because of the effect that it has on the planet's water, and we're made of
Right.
water, and it changes a lot of things about society and the ebb and flow of even violence and things like that, and how these things can affect us. And so, I really think, putting yourself in the right environment to be creative is important. And not just you're like, hey, I got my little safe space. I love this. I call it a safe space. It's my studio, man, but it's my spot. It's like I got a lot of energies in here from around the world, things I've collected, and little knickknacks, and just things that spark a memory or give me a visual or something like that. But also there's something to be said for being, put yourself in and a lot of actors will do this, right? They'll use that, they'll use method acting to put themselves in the character mindset, right? So one cool thing I've done, which is kind of cool, is to put yourself in the environment as best you can of the content matter you're trying to articulate. So if you're, if I'm writing a song about ancient Greece and the war of something or a god, to stand at the Acropolis and break out my phone and jot some lines down, of whatever comes to my mind in that moment.
Yeah,
that's big.
Man.
Because you're in the environment, you're there, you're there. So, and you can't force it, but I always got the best thing about the phone for people like us, because it's a notepad, it's everything, right? There's no excuse. It's a video recorder. It's a voice. I got so many voice recordings on my phone of ideas that pop into my brain wherever I've been in the world. And sometimes I've been smart enough to say where I'm at, but luckily that you have that location service and say, I was here when I said, okay, cool. So like, sometimes, but what's really cool about that too, voice notation for singers, voice notation's great, because if you can get a voice notation of an idea, you can even let that simmer for a long fucking time and then come back to it later, and you play that voice notation, all of a sudden your brain goes, I remember that song. And if you do remember the song idea from the voice notation, you've got something there, my friend.
Yeah.
You've got something that sticks. If you listen to something like, what the fuck was I thinking? What is this about? It's probably not worth the investment in trying to further that idea that you thought that was so good at the time.
Yeah.
That's another thing too I love. Letting things sit for a while is a good way to come back and see if they have any staying power. Because if it doesn't stay with you, well, how the hell do you expect it's going to stay with anybody else?
Yeah.
So that's real important. You be your own worst critic and really take a hard look at what you're doing and be honest about it. That's probably the best advice I could tell young singers when they're getting into the ideas of songwriting.
Yeah.
And the environment is key. Putting yourself in a good environmental space to help inspire. You want to call it inspiration, you want to call it messages, you want to call it waves, whatever the fuck it is you want to call it. Like you said, I'm no scientist either, neither are you, but we are, conscious human beings trying to understand the reality that we're living in, right?
Yeah.
And hell, you could sit there and write complete records, and people have about the abstract existence period, about this abstract existence we live in.
Yeah.
Because it turns out now, going back to your quantum physics stuff, it turns out nothing's actually touching anything else.
Yeah.
There's space between everything, right?
Yeah.
Like your fingers, that you never actually touch another person, they say. So it's the only the energy is being exchanged. Well, that's a whole different cool thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's it's all about energy, about everything is a wave. Everything is a wave. Music is a wave.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's why music is so powerful. So understanding that that waves are everything. Your thoughts are waves, visuals, colors are waves, like waves of light. Everything in the universe is based on a wave. That is profound. And then you can kind of sort of put your mind in a place where you can tap into those waves and try and get get what you need out of that source.
Yeah.
There's an infinite amount of energy out there, and if you can bring that to a place in your mind where you can organize those into cohesive thought and put that on paper or in your voice recorder and stuff, and really get that out there. That's the trick, and it all starts with that. And it's not necessarily just words. It's a melody too, whatever melody kind of strikes you, as being something that hits you in the moment based on the environment that you're in. But you have to be open to that. And that's the thing I think a lot of people struggle with a lot of times. Just, even guys that are trained, well, I know the melodies go here, and if I go a major third up, that's going to be okay. Yes, you are correct. The math will all add up to be whatever, but that's not how human beings react to music.
Yeah, that's right. It's an
human beings react to energy in the music, and energy is put in by the human being that makes it. So, like we said before, there's the 12 notes, right? And of course, the magic is, the big riddle is trying to find those magic notes within those 12 notes that are going to get a response out of people. Well, it's got to get a response out of you first. That's the trick, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So you got to be your own worst enemy. You got to be your own worst critic. You got to, and you don't have to be mean about it, but you got to be honest about it and say like, oh, this is good. And yeah, you can overthink something if you think you stink. And at the end of the day, it's all about how honest you are with the material, with yourself, and then you're going to be able to get that on the recording. Because once you have a basis of what you're talking about, like whether it's Odysseus going back home after the Trojan Wars in the Odyssey. Well, I didn't write that, but Homer wrote that, But how can I relate to this man? Well, okay, I've traveled a lot. I've at the time in my life, it was a grand adventure, right? I was touring the world and and the sirens, all the look, we never really had. It wasn't the 80s for us, dude. It wasn't like groupies everywhere. We weren't Motley Crue, but I could visualize that. Okay, there's the sirens and stuff and all that. But it didn't have to be women. It could be just the fans, or the crazy ones. The ones that want to just the type that buy somebody's beard clippings off eBay. I'm not going to say who did that, but good friend of mine, good friend of mine. But there's people out there that'll do that. It's like, I used to joke around and say, I should put my underwear out there for sale. I was like, it's just so stupid, right? But so I would through those jokes though, right? I could say, oh, okay, well, there's a psyche I could pull on to say like, okay, well, here's the trappings of letting your ego get sucked into all of that, that you need that in order to feel like you are relevant. You need that accolade. You need to have that energy given to you all the time. And people, some guys fall victim to that, right? So there's that. So I was like, okay, so that's that imagery. I can kind of pull on that energy. So a lot of lyrics, our way I would perform lyrics and stuff is based on energies that I could pull on. To the one that I love, my journey has begun. I would think about coming home to my family. I would think about going back to maybe California where I grew up and things like that. These are tried and true techniques in order to put yourself in a space to put emotional value to a lyric that isn't a life experience directly related to your story, but you have something similar you can pull on as a reference. And so that's a whole other craft and another thing that that I would do in those early albums is to give myself. And I had that night experience at medieval times, so I got that whole vibe of fighting on the field of battle and being able to do songs like The Accolade and even though it wasn't real for me to it wasn't, I wasn't fighting to the death, but I had sort of a sense of it, and so I could kind of pull on that energy of what it was like to ride a horse at full tilt against another human being, and the energy of the horse and how the horse was feeling and thinking, because they're like us, they're like people, they have personalities, understanding all that. So, a lot goes into really, really good stuff a lot of times, and these are the types of things that people don't really know, and most fans love and appreciate it, but most people in the world, like, you know, if I went to, oh yeah, when are you gonna get that song done already? You know, what are you, you gonna, when are you gonna go on tour? Are you gonna make any money with it? I don't know. What are you doing with all this? You don't even work. You go out, you sing for an hour, you're done, and you pay. You know, I work 9 to 5. I bust my ass.
Get a real job.
That shit all the time. I get a real job, sure. We've all heard that, right? And you know what? They don't understand. But when you get older and those same people see what you did and how hard it was to get there, they understand. They get it. You know, they can't even, then it's sort of like, not they're ashamed or anything, but they're sort of like, man, I don't think I could ever do what he did to get that far in that, to put that kind of time in.
Yeah.
And that's what the people don't see, the things that we're talking about right now, it's that just to get that one line in that song, the way that you need it to be, could take a lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of work, a lot of investment of your energy in stuff.
There's an interesting thing that happens too in I think writing, both music and for me also when I do my books. But in some ways, there's always magical moments. But sometimes the better you get at it, the harder it is, because you start to hone that craft so much. You start to realize how much you can communicate in that one line, both melodically and lyrically. And you've said some things that I think are really important that I just want to punctuate, and that is, you would take these opportunities on tour and you go out and you experience the local culture and you go see things and talk to people. And, you know, we've learned through this how much of a football fan you are and a coach and on all these various things. And all of this kind of, this is this huge like palette of experience that can inform when you get to your art, to kind of creating the expressions. And you can intellectualize those and put those on paper if you're much younger. But there's also like something to be said for all of this experience accruing to a kind of music that someone who hasn't had those experiences just can't make. You know, that's yes, you don't have maybe the energy of the 18-year-old Russ, but the trade-off is the what you can produce now is going to have levels that you couldn't have written to 30 years ago.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. But that's not to say that the 18-year-old cannot achieve the same thing. It might not be the same experience, the same story. But the fact that when you're young like that and you're in that time of your life, everything is very here for you emotionally. Right. It's right here. It's right at the surface. So there's the vulnerability is the challenge there. How vulnerable can you make yourself in your art at that age to expose your inequities? You know, that's the magic for them. For them, it's the chance. It's to be brave and to be able to go to that place at a young age. And that's why some of the greatest artists, like the Jim Morrisons and the guys who really excelled at deeply expressing, you know, all these things at a young age, were so successful because they were able to tap into what we're talking about very early. You know,
well, and a lot of those
articulate their feelings very, very good. Very well.
Yeah, you know? I 100%. I wasn't trying to suggest that you can only write great songs later.
Oh yeah, no.
But like a lot of, I mean, if you look at the sort of themes that get taken by people who are in different cultures at different periods of life and stuff, like there's not a lot of 40-year-olds who are desperate to write a song about their, you know, young love. And I'm being kind of facetious a bit, but a lot of the songs that you see come out of maybe more popular music right now, what they take into consideration, what they are addressing, is a lot of like early relationship stuff. And you know what?
Sure.
They would write that song way better than I could, because it's been a long time since I was 18. You know, so
from our perspective, it would be more of a nostalgic effort, you know, and there's something to be said for that too. You know. Sure. Love is a universal topic. So, you know, we all experience it at different phases in our lives and different experiences, good and bad. And so the older you are, you have more experience in it. So the palette is larger. You can comment more on it.
Yeah.
But yes, the passion of it when you're young is so there, and so
yeah, you can't.
So we you get older, you kind of, you're like, oh man, I wish I was that age again. And you're looking back at that. But at the same time, you're also at a place where you can analyze that a little clearer, because you're not so caught up in it. But that's the beauty of youth. When you are that caught up in it, you can really express it, and so
yeah, for sure.
I think young writers, should never be discouraged about their lack of experience in anything. They should be completely brave and unafraid of anything, because that's the time to be unafraid.
Well,
and that even though there's so much uncertainty at that time in your life of where you're going, what you're doing, who you're going to be with, so many things now that young people face in the world, of the internet and acceptance, and in being being on the right side of everything. There's such a huge challenge for them coming up of where do I fit into this? I have to fit in, or I'll be ostracized, or there's so much pressure on them in a larger sense than what we dealt with just in our local reality. Like we felt that in high school social structure construct. Now these kids today, young people today, are dealing with that on a global scale,
Well,
and having to navigate that on a much larger thing when they do put their lives out on Instagram, and they put their lives out on there, man, to be seen and to be viewed and stuff, and what they're pushing out there to the world. And
well, think about the dumb things you and I did before the world recorded everything you did, like whether it was someone else or you through your digital footprint with Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and stuff. Sure. You and I are just old enough to predate that. And whatever kind of crazy things that we did out of, rebelliousness or crazy or on a drunken binger, the world doesn't ever get to see or know that stuff because it wasn't documented for the world to see. Now, these kids are in a situation where their lives are kind of on display. And, mistake you made 10 years. Goes back to the thing that I think is really important that you said, and I love you for it, about second chances, because invariably you're going to do something really dumb because you're dumb when you're a teenager. And I just hope that as a culture, we can really be forgiving of the fact that people do dumb shit when they're young. And they get to grow up.
And to your point, that that's a great topic for a song right there. I mean, and only we can do that. People who are older need to be sending that message out to the world, to let young people know, hey, it's okay if you make some mistakes, man. It happens. Right now, that's not the message that's being out there. It's like, oh, whatever you did 10 years ago, we're going to judge you for it. It's like, well, this is like worse than high school right now going on. So, I think the messaging from us, it has to come from us. It has to come from the generation that you said just barely predates all the Generation X, right?
Yeah. Us
Generation Xers, we're not the boomers. We're not the ones that were, ruling the stock market in the 80s and all that. That's a little before our time, right? So we're the Xers, and we were part of the grunge scene as it exploded, and part of a big cultural change in the musical landscape, the biggest one since the 60s, right?
Right.
That was the last big musical shift, right?
Yeah, it was. And
we were there for it. And then you were right there for that in Seattle. So I think it has to come from us, man. I mean, in that sort of feeling of redemption and second chances. We got to let younger people know, hey, it's okay to be you.
Yeah.
You be you, man. You're going to make mistakes. It's cool. Yeah. It's cool, man. It's what you do after that counts. It's what you do after that. It's like, hey, we're all making mistakes. I still make mistakes. Everybody's,
for sure.
We're all still growing. If you're not growing, you're dying. So you got to think like that. And it's
I mean, the other side of that coin is if you're so afraid because the thing you do could somehow get documented and impinge later opportunities in your life, then you're going to play it safe so much. You're going to be so careful that you're not going to take the kind of risks that I think metal culture is about that. It's about, rock and roll was the original rebellion. It was,
Right.
So I would hate for kids to feel like they can't do something that's creative or different, simply because if they have to play it so safe in order to like walk this careful path for their life. Like that just seems to me that it's going to inhibit growth, versus encourage it.
I agree. I agree. And it's funny because like metal always did well when like the Republicans were in power, right? In America. Did you ever notice that? Like all the big metal bands, the metal years, because they were the whatever they were called, the yuppie party, man. They were the rich people. We couldn't stand the corporations. Metal's always been anti-corporate, right?
Yeah.
We've always been against the establishment and all this other stuff. And then, and we always traditionally done well. It seems like today that the team switched, like now now the other guys are in charge, but they're the ones that everyone's afraid to rebel against. Well, that's not rock and roll, that's not whoever's up there and he's eating all the chips, out of the bowl. Those are the people we gotta rebel against. I don't know. To me, it's so hard because it's hard for people to kind of, we lived through that where we saw these changes, and every generation before us has lived through these changes. But when the changes are, they don't understand that. Their reality is completely different than what ours was.
Yeah.
What we were rebelling against, right? But now, like you said, they're afraid to rebel because they're afraid they're gonna lose their whatever their status or be judged about things. And it's a sad, scary thing to have to feel that way. And I have nothing but empathy for our younger generation.
I've even told my kids, I'm like, I'm going to help you in every way I can, but there's a little part of me that's really glad that I grew up in a different time.
Yeah, I feel the same way. The only thing we can do, dude, is encourage them to be. For me, I mean, hey, look, I'm an independent. I've said that many times. I think you walk your own path, and you that's being a rock and roller. Don't try and conform. It was never cool to try and conform to what everybody else did. You always kind of did it anyway because that's what your friends were doing. And if everybody, but your friends were the ones that brought the bands sometimes to you that you never heard of before. Hey, check these guys out.
Yeah.
I got a tape of this band called Metallica, man. I mean, check this out. Wow, that became the locker room fucking anthem music in football when I was playing.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, One and Master of Puppets and bam, 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 bam. Friday night, we're getting ready, locker rooms blasting this stuff. And then we'd have freaking, then we'd have that and whatchamacallit, NWA or wherever in LA that was, anything that was Black Flag, suicidal tendencies and all these sort of like just any band that got the angst going, that man. Was what we were pumping in the locker room to get us all fired up, right? But that was all because we discovered that, passing that around through cassette tapes, man. And that's how we discovered it. And then you'd hear it on the radio later. We heard of those dudes already, man. We know them. The kids were always ahead of the curve on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were always ahead of the curve, and they still kind of are, but like now there's just so much information out there to digest that it's really hard to kind of find a pulse because everybody's so over just bombarded with media now, so again, with that being said, it's a brave new world. So just go attack it. Just be you. And be unapologetic about being who you are.
People need to be.
That would be the one thing I think that's the biggest lesson that we should be taking from this whole thing, is just take your lumps, own your mistakes, but don't apologize for being who you are. That's that's a bad trap that I think people are afraid to fall into.
Yeah,
that's kind of the tragedy that's going on right now. But again, I think us as artists, as musicians, the time is going to come where we're going to have that platform again to have people's, attention, and it's a great opportunity for us, like you said, to bring some balance to the force, right? We got to bring some balance back. We got to get our inner Yoda going on, dude. Bring some of that balance back to the force, man. Let people know, hey, it's okay, man. It's okay, Luke. I know you ran off, got your hand cut off though. How'd that work out for you?
Yeah,
you weren't ready yet, but you're ready now. So don't, he came back to apologize to Yoda too. Remember?
I do.
So funny, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I left, man. Basically he's like, hey, you you had to do what you had to do. Now's your chance to really redeem yourself, and now you're ready.
Yeah.
No more instruction do you require. Know that what you already need, or whatever, the way he talks, right?
Putting the verbs last or whatever, right?
It's just so funny how a sci-fi trilogy like that can actually have deep, meaning in society. It's just,
what's his name? George Lucas.
Lucas is a genius.
I mean, he was working. This is documented forever, but he was working off of tried and true story archetypes with the characters and with the hero's journey, and it's why it resonates so powerfully, because that basic archetype's been told in every culture from the beginning of time. But I think you're right. I've thought this actually before, and maybe this is the opportunity for metal, which I think of all of the genres probably best is positioned to do this. But we talked about the sort of revolution, cultural revolution and music revolution that started in the 60s. It seems to me we are like ripe for that again, because we're kind of in a place where I don't think people are really being encouraged broadly to walk their own path. If the spirit of rock and roll and metal, at least a little bit, is defiance, like I am going to be fiercely individual and do my thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that message is actually the message most people are getting. And
no, they're not encouraged to do that. They're encouraged to conform, and that's really what it boils down to. And it doesn't matter what team you're playing on. It's right. You have to conform.
All the teams want conformity.
They want conformity, and it's like, if you're not with us, you're against us mentality. There's no room for debate. And the only answer to that, like you said, is when you wave your black flag, man. I don't know what to tell you, because honestly, being true to yourself is the only thing you can really do. That's the only thing your conscience will really accept. Yeah. If you don't do that, you will only set yourself up for disappointment later on, because you're just lying to yourself,
Yeah.
And you're not being true to yourself. And that's really the lesson that we're having to deal with now as a society, as everything. And I hope you're right. I think metal music, or rock and roll in general, let's put a even broader thing and put metal into that group as well. The world of rock and roll, the meaning of what it meant to be rebellious and stuff, needs to come back fiercely and be standing for people's individual expression and celebrating that and rewarding that and giving that a place in the world. It's evaporated so fast. I think that's the most shocking thing for a lot of, especially people like us our age, how quickly it changed, how quickly it just, and it's gone, all in a matter of a few years. And everyone, we can all sit here and play the blame game and say it was this, it was that, but maybe we should look at ourselves. This is, I think, a chance for all of us to look at ourselves and look at what we've become, and see if there's and listen to that inner voice. And most people will, when they do these polls and everything you hear about, most people hate what's going on right now.
Yeah,
they hate this whole system we're living in of conformity, but no one's brave enough to say anything about it. And I think musicians are like comedians. Comedians are starting to do it, like we talked about earlier in the show.
There are some,
and I think there are very few, and they're taking their lickings. They're taking their backlashes and blah blah blah. But we gotta look at those artists for inspiration and say, hey, there's some braveness right there. Let us go out there and put a positive message out in the world. Let's tell young people especially, hey, it's okay to be you. It's okay. Don't, you go out there, you live.
That's the really cool, like we've said it a few times, but that's one of the things that I love so much about, and it's not that there's not still tensions. I don't want to make it sound like Happy Valley, but it's one of the things I genuinely love about the sort of rock metal culture is at least generally, and it has been this thing where we were united by something, by the music, and we all had, but there's also this fierce individualism. Like you can like these bands and I can like these bands, and we can have fun spirited debates about them. But at the end of the day, we're going to show up at the festival. We're going to rock together. And, we would stand against a foe. If someone gets, it's like the great microcosm of this is the mosh pit. People don't understand the mosh pit.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah. Someone goes down, and it looks violent, and someone goes down. The first thing people do in the mosh pit is get them on their feet, make sure they're safe. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Anyway, so it's that's what I think.
It's all about expression and engaging your fears and overcoming them, and then lifting up your fellow, metalhead down there. It's not about trampling the weak. It's about lifting everybody up to enjoy the experience, the exhilaration of this sort of like massive swirling energy. It's like that's what it's about. Yeah. And yes, on the face it appears violent, but boy, what a great expression of violent energy to put it in a mosh pit where it's released in a way that is harmonious with everyone who's involved. How cool is and that's us, man. We created that.
That's right.
And it doesn't matter because I'm in a prog metal band, dude. And I've been out there and I've surfed the crowd and I've seen the mosh pits break out in fucking 7, 9, and all these odd times we play. I'm like, wow, this is something. I was always impressed by that. Of course, Meshuggah and bands like that just totally blow the doors off a festival when they come out and they start doing it, and you see the pits just getting crazy.
Yeah,
it's a cool thing to see that, to be there, to experience that energy, and it's definitely, like you said, it's a watermark thing for our genre for sure, and it's very misunderstood.
Misunderstood.
I'm fine with that, man. I'm fine with it because right now, when we're looking at the other side of the fence and seeing how the mainstream's acting, I don't understand that. Like that to me isn't that's 10 times worse than us out there in our black t-shirts, arguing about who could play the better solo on what record, and we're still moshing together and saying, fuck, life is awesome, dude. I'm so happy I came to this festival today. So good to see you this year. Can't wait to see you next year.
It just seems to me
we miss our community more than anybody, because we were already the outsiders, bro. We were already the ones that we weren't in a cool kids club, whatever, the big slice of the pie in the music world. We were very proud to have our own niche, and very cool to celebrate that in those festivals. And Symphony to go back and play those festivals, and I hope we get the opportunity, because the cool thing that the festival promoters also, they're us, dude. The festival promoters are also metalheads too.
Yeah.
So you would think in the grand scheme of the money making business aspect, the big boys, oh man, the festival's done. Well, we got to get the hottest band this year to make sure everybody comes out. Well, that's not what any of the guys did with the metal festivals that we were booked on in 2020.
Yeah.
They got canceled 2020, canceled 2021, same bills for 2022 that they're offering to the fans, so, and it's, because they're like, well, this is who we were going to have. This is what the people wanted to see. And guess what? People still want to see them. And we're going to honor those agreements. And we're going to honor that commitment to these acts, as long as if they still want to do it. That's something that's really, really cool. That's kind of unique, I think, to us. I think I don't really see that in other thing. Metal festivals, rock festivals, they want you there, you're there, man. And they make the effort to help you get there. And I can't thank the promoters enough and people in the live business to give us the platform in order to perform and be with our fellow metalheads. Because like you said, this is it's a communal space, right? Where the fans are the bands and the bands are the fans.
Yeah.
And that's the coolest thing about our thing. We're there's always going to be a competitiveness there, which is great, but it's not about, oh, my band's better than you. It's about, dude, I'm going to fucking rock my balls off today. And I know you are too. So I can't wait to see you do it. I'll be there. You going on 4? Okay. I'll be there at 4. You supporting each other what maybe a lot of fans don't realize. We're backstage and, we're pulling for each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I
because we want to. And some bands get the nut that day. They're like, "Fuck, man, they killed it. Those guys fucking." Did you see that part when he like jumped off the thing? Did you see that shit? So we that's it. We're all about we're trying to one up each other in a way that just raises the bar of the entire event.
Yeah.
Because we want the event to be successful for the entire genre of what we're doing. So the fans know they got the best we could give, and they can't wait to come back next year. And that's a win-win for everybody involved. And I think it's really cool that the metal community has that sort of vibe. I've always loved that about it.
And these promoters, these put on these festivals, you are 100% right. They bring in, they certainly will have acts that are more recent, but they've got, some of them are built around great metal acts that aren't even together anymore. And I became acquainted with this because
legacy acts.
Yeah, I got to front a couple of acts at a festival in Germany called Keep It True, and I went and sang for Fifth Angel and a band called Heir Apparent, and every single band on the bill for this festival, which I think a 3-day festival, none of them are in the sort of regular rotation now. Like their whole thing is to try and bring acts to the festival. And like, how cool is it? And by the way, then they fill this arena with metal fans for all of these bands that are older. And I just saw, I think yesterday, I think they've just started to publish the Hellfest list. And that if you read that list, like you'll know almost all the bands. And there's everything from Metallica down to bands that are, have been around a long time that, they might only play that one show this year, but Hellfest made sure they brought them there. I think
we're doing Hellfest. I think we're on that.
Are you on Hellfest? Oh, that's cool.
I think so. Yeah, I'd have to check. But I know we were talking about, we're doing one in Barcelona, the Big Rock, the one down there in Spain. And I'm pretty sure we're going back to Hellfest this year. I could be wrong, or the next year, whatever. I'd have to check. Let me see.
Yeah, I was trying
there was something we were talking about. You probably know more than me. Hell, I don't even know what day it is half the time over here. Speaking of what day it is, my wife's probably poked in here like 2 times. She's probably wondering what the hell I'm doing.
She's probably got, probably wanting to go out and get some dinner or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys are on. It's a huge bill. I mean, there's so many stages over multiple days. But I was just punctuating your point on the community. Like nobody's forgotten. Like they're happy to see bands of and that cuts across a lot of different styles that we talked about. That there's so many sort of subgenres inside metal now.
Right.
And I'm not a huge fan of every single one of them, but there's enough in each of them that like I would be on the front row at a Hellfest and I would just stand there all day for every act. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I'm not the only one. That's how fans are. All right. Well, dude, your wife's going to hate me after this, keeping you on the Zoom.
She's like, what did you do? It's just called a podcast. They're very long. They're usually not 10 hours long, but they can be long.
Yeah.
So like, I'm more than made up for I think I'm more than made up for my absence in the internet. Sphere.
This is all the back time. All right, dude. Well, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. So much good stuff here. I'm eager also to share this for other folks who maybe missed the live.
Hey, good luck uploading this giant.
Oh my gosh, yeah. How's that going to go?
you could actually watch this probably entire podcast and watch the entire Star Wars trilogy at the same time. While this is going on and get through all of them. Yeah. So that's what I suggest you do. Just tune in here and there, and then watch Lord of the Rings or something. You get through the whole thing.
Yeah, can you imagine the transcription for this? It would be 100 pages.
I ain't writing it. I'll tell you that much.
All right, dude. Let me. So thanks again. We'll include some links. I'll play the outro here. Stick on just for real quick so that we can connect about the game thing, and then you should go off to dinner. So
all right,
man. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to all your fans out there, and can't wait to get out there and start singing it again for everybody.
Yeah, man, we're all eager for it.
Boom.